And I think we're live here. Yes, we are. All right, everyone.
All right. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Is it decent? Does it sound decent or?
Yep, you sound good. We're
Okay, cool.
live, and as everybody knows, there's a crazy shit show happening down in DC at the Capitol. Trump supporters supposedly stormed the Capitol. Guns were drawn. Somebody was shot. Probably going to be dead because I've heard that they've been shot in the neck. So I'm going to step away from a bit, but Phil will take it over, and we're going to be getting live updates as you can see right here. So buckle up, buckaroos. It's going to be a crazy, crazy new year.
Yep. Well, party people, we've hit the point. We've hit this powder keg point. Obviously, I don't condone this sort of thing, but at the same time, kind of saw it coming. Like this, this right here was definitely the powder keg moment. This will. I hear some reports that some Antifa infiltrated, the MAGA crowd or whatever, and maybe some of them did, but I don't know if that was like, I don't know if that was the, that would have changed anything really. I think that this was really a powder keg moment. And we've talked about this for a while. Like when you have a third world election, when you have nobody does anything to, really anything about it. Like you got judges, lawmakers, people that should do things about it and aren't doing things about it. This is where we are. This is where we are now. And I think we were headed here. I honestly think we were headed at this point anyway. There's going to be some, there's going to be some talk that's saying that we're going to be heading toward, that this is going to give the left the green light to give more draconian measures and more, persecution for Trump supporters. And I think that was happening anyway. I think as soon as this election was done, I think that all of that was inevitable. I don't think that there was any stopping that. This aftermath, the aftermath that's coming, it was going to happen anyway. But I do think that I'm not going to predict anything, but it's certainly I think we're headed toward darker days. I do, and I know some people are like, hey, you should be more optimistic or whatever. I don't see this. I was the pessimistic before this thing happened. I kind of figured that this thing would come, and it came. So here we are. How's it going, Sam?
Good. I'm gonna start multi-streaming here on my end.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
So are we live yet?
We are definitely live.
Okay. I'll just start and if you want, I can mute and do my intro real quick. So
you can do whatever you want. That works for me.
Who engaged in these objections?
Then I'll.
What happened today?
I hadn't heard that because we don't have access to television in here, but I am glad to hear that President Bush has made that statement. I agree with him completely. I think, frankly, we've been told that we are going to go back either to the House floor or some other location in the near future, and meaning today, to resume the business at hand of approving the electors. I would like to see the objectors withdraw their objections, but I'm quite certain that they won't be doing so, and that we'll probably be here late into the evening or the early morning hours while we finish the business at hand. And I think he's absolutely right. I think President Bush is absolutely right.
Congresswoman Susan Wild of Pennsylvania, Thank you for joining us and as describing how a number of
Okay.
lawmakers are all packed in together at what she called a potential super spreader event of coronavirus with Republican
Here,
lawmakers not wearing masks as all of them wait to take the next step and potentially fulfill the duties.
I'm trying to read
outlined
read a lot of what's going on right now.
counting the electoral votes.
A lot of
We should
things are
once
going
again just let
on.
everyone know,
The
that
National
the
Guard,
DC curfew is
National
now
Guard
in
was
effect.
implemented. I think
The law enforcement
the
has
DC area, you got
enforced
Virginia, DC.
securing of the
It
United
looks like
States
they've
Capitol.
implemented the National
You
Guard.
can see law enforcement has cleared the west front of the Capitol. They have been told that
I don't
inside
know.
the
I
Capitol
just,
is secure, and yet the lawmakers are still secluded
I
in this
it's
secure area.
to me this is about as dark of a day as you might get, and I feel like we were headed here. I don't think there was anything that could have. I don't think there was anything that could have happened that would have waged a different result for what's about to come. I'm expecting very draconian measures. I'm expecting them again for, I'm expecting them for lawmakers. I'm expecting them for Trump supporters. I'm expecting them. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be bad. It's just going to be bad.
And yet
And
the words of former President
there's
George
really
W. Bush,
no
who said he is appalled by the
running
reckless
away from
behavior
it,
of some
you
political
know?
leaders since the election, and by the lack of respect shown today for our institutions, our traditions, and our law enforcement. He called this a congressionally mandated meeting of Congress, and that it should.
The only thing you could do now, I mean, you want to
be inflamed
look,
by
just say, look,
falsehoods and
I
false
said a prayer
hopes in
for
his
all the
words.
people that were involved, all the, all the protesters, all the police, all the, all the pending National Guard troops. Yeah, the one, I want to make sure that they're, I want to pray for their safety because, look, this whole thing's a mess.
Former Vice President Biden was the one to gavel those objections.
And I don't know. I think from a humanity standpoint,
or seconded by a senator.
If
these senators withdraw,
I hope God looks out for them.
We're not
but
going to object to this. Then this process on the procedures
I just don't. I don't know. I don't know what to. I don't know. I don't know what to really think about this.
There would be no 2 hours of debate for each chamber, and this process would move much more.
Once Sam gets back on here, he can kind of
for these senators.
help me out on that one too.
If they continue with this, they have to explain on what basis are they continuing to object, and in any way, shape, or form are they
And
fueling
we'll see.
that which we saw play out imaginably and grotesquely in the Capitol.
Alrighty, folks. Welcome to the Whitfield Report Wednesday edition. We usually don't do Wednesday shows for this stream, and I don't really know if this is going to be a full show. This is really impromptu. I'm actually multi-streaming with Versa Media over on their channel. Fluffy Phil is joining me currently, and I believe Sean is away from the mic at the moment, and we're just talking out kind of the shit show that has been today. Apex, if you want to join in, if you're able to, I'm in Versa Media's server. I see you in the chat. Anyway, if you can, please share this out, everyone who is currently watching. I know usually I let the, waiting thing go a little longer today, but, we have breaking news. So, anyway, Phil, didn't mean to cut you off there, but, what a day, huh?
Yeah, I've been telling people, and I've gotten resistance for this too. I've been telling people that this day was probably happening. It was going to happen.
Yeah.
To me, this today was the powder keg moment. This was the powder keg moment for our nation. And I'm gonna get people, that say, oh well, there was Antifa and they They probably infiltrated the MAGA protesters or whatever, and maybe some of them did. But I'm not sure that that really affected the powder keg moment that went on today. I think this is the culmination of what happens when you have a kangaroo third world election and nobody does anything to instill confidence or do anything to, rectify the craziness that went on with the election. Like this is, and now we're headed toward the day that we're starting to see what many people think that the cheater won, right? So not only that, but we're starting to see like this kangaroo election basically gave Democrats sweeping power, right? So I think today was very much a powder keg day.
Then the vice president and a majority of the cabinet could again.
What say ye?
Well, I agree with you partially. I think today was powder keg. I think today was also a day that, honestly, I've been warning people that this was coming too, and I've also been warning, fellow patriots and listeners of this program. Not that my audience is really, I guess, big enough, to do anything, but I've been telling people, not to act rash and, don't do anything stupid, because now I'm already starting to see this on Twitter, and not just from like radical lefties, but also from normies, that now this is kind of, in a way, this is, to the normie person, this is Charlottesville 2, kind of. They think that the Trump supporters are either an evil or, nuts, or a combo of the two. And, obviously that's not the case. Granted, there might be a few mentally unstable people, in the movement. There's going to be, as with any movement. But, by and large, I've just been telling people, to remain calm, remain vigilant, keep, your cool and whatnot. And everyone that I know has, but obviously the media isn't interested in people like you and Sean and myself who, want to have reasonable discussions. They're interested in the rabble rousers.
Well, I don't know if even that would have helped the situation. Not today. Like, I think we were headed here. I just feel like no matter what happened outside of the election, of course, we were headed to this point. Like, is this is not an American election. This is something that comes out of fucking Venezuela or some shit. This is not some shit that, like, this is not supposed to come from the freest country in the world. Like, we're in a bad way. I mean, and today, I feel like whatever's coming, because you're already starting to see it. The left is gonna go after. They're gonna go after lawmakers. They're gonna go after Trump supporters. They're gonna go after whoever the hell they can. I think they were gonna. I think that this was gonna happen anyway. Like, I think the aggression that's coming was going to happen regardless of what happened. Like, I feel like that was the plan all along. It doesn't matter how peaceful we were or how aggressive we were.
activated the DC
it,
National
it was
Guard
coming.
to
Like
assist
this
federal
moment
and local
and the
law
aftermath,
enforcement.
it's coming,
I can
right?
see that you know, Major, where I'm
And
going with this is that they're notably absent from this.
the only question is, well,
That is
what
Might
happens
not-
now?
He's the president. He's been left out of
Yeah.
the decision making.
statement illustrating the decision made,
So noted, guys. I do have my gain
and that is an exercise
up now,
of
so hopefully you
power
guys watching can
to
hear me a
enlarge
bit better
the presence to quell the
now. Now I've been seeing all sorts
Trump
of
administration to ratify
crazy
that.
shit, and then I guess I haven't really had time to sit down and watch any of the streams
Operationally to
today, other than right now what I'm watching with
the Vice President just exercised
you
power in
guys, and in
consultation with the
fact,
bipartisan leadership of the United States Congress and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
And I'm also struck that the president
let me pull up your.
both called this an insurrection. And an insurrection usually involves
Let me pull
more
it up for a sec.
organization and military planning.
Well, I'm just pulling up your guys'
Yeah.
feed right now.
Of this organization
I'm
to
cur-
stop the state,
yeah.
to bring this protest.
Yeah, I'm
which was
currently,
organized primarily by women.
I'm driving right now too, by the way. So I have the, so like I'm in a Cadillac, so like I have, you know,
that particular group. But
I have this real nice
it was
setup going
an
on
organized rally with
where
a
yes,
full
I'm
speech plan
I'm
of 11
working and I'm
o'clock.
driving,
President,
but
as well
you
as other
know,
supporters,
I'm
and
able
a
to
national park permit as well.
Yeah, and then they marched up the street.
participate with
that
all of
Trump
ye.
banner
So
hanging
You
every
you
night.
sound like you're in a. I wouldn't know you were in a car right now. You sound like you're in a really nice like studio.
Along with others.
yeah, like
I
this
wonder,
is,
Chris,
I'm in a, yeah, like so I drive a Cadillac and one of the newer ones, and so yeah, I have this basically plugged into the Cadillac, and I'm just like, you know, I called Sean and I was like, look, we got to do something because this what happened here was just insane, and there was a part of me that like most of me knew that this was going to happen, but there was still part of me that just can't believe that it happened. I don't know. I don't know.
Has shit turned violent yet? Because like I haven't seen anything, but I keep hearing like whispers, and you know, like I heard that like an IED was discovered somewhere.
I was looking there at the there's a tweet that said there was a couple of pipe bombs that were discovered in the one of the Capitol buildings.
And where are you
The
right now?
both Capitol buildings were infiltrated. They were essentially broken into, taken over, vandalized. Protesters reached the Senate floor or the House floors.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Um,
it's pretty close to the Capitol. Got it. Still pretty close to the
yeah,
Capitol, but
this-
certainly backed off of the perimeter, no
I,
doubt.
I don't know.
Absolutely, and the crowd has gotten smaller.
This is what this is what you like. What did you expect? Like, what did you expect? This is the craziest. This was these last few months have been the craziest, and we're living. We're now living with the repercussions of that, and now the aftermath is going to be the repercussions of that. And like, I don't know. I don't know how or what's going to happen, but I know that there's a heavy possibility that none of it's going to be good. But then again, I don't think any of it was going to be good. Like, I don't think it was like they were coming like look, the left was going to be coming for, they were going to be coming for lawmakers, they were going to be coming for MAGA supporters, they were going to be coming for everybody. And here we are.
Yep.
Here we are.
Well, and this is exactly why my whole attitude around, you know, New Year's, particularly this year, has kind of been like, you know, usually like I'm very optimistic, you know, usually, you know, rearing to go when, you know, it's a new year, but, you know, let's face it, nothing has really changed other than the, you know, the calendar date, so to speak. We're still dealing with the same shit that we've been dealing with. And, you know, yeah, you could say that that's the case for, I guess you could say that's the case for every year, so to speak. But this year more so than most. You know, I mean, let's face it, the country wasn't, you know, locked down or wearing masks, you know, this time last year. Uh, you know, last year for like New Year's Eve, people were actually in Times Square, and you know there was a major election being contested. Hey, Starshine, welcome to the chat. So, and yes, Austin, I haven't watched anything. I really haven't watched anything today up until now. What you guys are seeing on my screen, um, you know, I'm seeing. So,
And now, Ed, we've heard from the
I,
president's national security
I don't
advisor,
know. It's
Robert O'Brien, who has also tweeted out a statement.
I know that there's going to be a lot.
He's,
I
of course, a
mean,
principal advisor to
I
the
know that
president
there's
in
going to be a
charge of
lot
the
of
United States. In the White House, if you've ever been in the White House, the
pictures
National
that are going to
Security
be
Advisor, which
showing
is
up
right there by
all over
not far
mainstream
from
media.
the Oval Office.
There's going to be,
He's actually
you
put out
know,
a few different
what
statements here.
the people on the House floor, the
President
protesters on
Pence's
the House
genuine
floor.
concern
That's
and peace
definitely
of
going to be
mind
one
he
of those
exhibited
pictures.
courage today
That's
as
going to
he
be
did at the
shown.
Capitol on behalf of a congressman. I am proud to serve with him.
I'm
In a later
I'm a
tweet,
bit
the
alarmed.
White House
There
National
was
Security Advisor,
some
who
film
reports to the
going
White House,
about
said, I have spoken with members of
a
the
woman
Senate.
in Trump
But
gear
before we turn to
that got
America's
shot by a
humanitarian work
cop.
and other people's business, this desire is in the
That
finest
was a
interest
little
of our
disturbing.
republic. God bless the Congress. Why
I
this is notable is because
I don't know.
The
This is
implication,
he's starting to imply things here.
the implication
This is gonna be
is
tough.
that the
This is gonna be a tough one.
conversations are no longer
to
involving
not
the
only
President of the
to
United
just
States
process
about
and
managing
you
and
know.
diffusing this situation.
Right.
There is no other conclusion you
I
can
don't know.
reach
And
from
I
the
mean,
acting
like, I don't
Secretary
think
of
that
Defense and now the National Security Advisor.
I felt like
Within the highest level of
I
the
don't
executive
know.
branch are
I
not
felt
being
like
conducted by
this
the
was
president
coming
to
and
deal with
like
this situation.
I
yeah,
just
Resolve
felt
it, to de-escalate it, and to let the
there was
Congress
nothing
get
that
back
I
to its
felt like there was
appointed
nothing we
legal
could do to
duties.
stop this moment. And
Is significant. They are
to
implications
me,
of
that
it,
was a little
but
that was
they are
probably the
quite
most
clear,
disheartening
very
thing.
clear. And
Um,
it's worth, I think, noting the statement just released by
but
Senator Mitt Romney
I
about
also
Utah. This goes to our conversation a moment ago, Ed, about these.
I don't, and it's not like I
Ted Cruz,
condone.
Josh Hawley,
Like
and others who
I
really want
hate
to
the
continue
fact
to
that
object.
I'm talking
I'll read
about this. I
directly
hate
from
the fact
Senator
that
Romney's
you
statement.
know that
Ask
we're
our
having this
colleagues,
conversation,
do
that
we
we're
weigh
you
our
know
own political fortunes
about
more
this,
heavily than we
about
weigh
all
the
of
strength
this.
of our
But
republic, the strength of
I
our
look at
democracy,
you know the
and the
realistic
cause
part
for
of me
freedom?
takes over, and it's
What is
like,
the
well,
weight of personal acclaim
what did we
compared to
expect?
the weight
What did
of
we expect
conscience?
Let
to
me
happen? Like
convey something a little more
this was a culmination of a whole bunch of
The
things,
Speaker of the
and
House has just
let's not
conveyed to
forget
her
those
colleagues and
lockdowns
her
probably
leaders.
didn't help
In
either. You
consultation
know,
with the House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, House Majority Leader Jim
these
Clyburn,
lockdowns, you're
and this is
locking
notable,
people
after
in their
calls to the
homes, you're locking
Pentagon,
people out of
the
their
Justice
businesses.
Department, and the
People are
Vice President,
you
the
know,
Speaker says we have
people are
decided
losing
to
their
proceed
jobs,
tonight at the
people are losing
Capitol
their
once it is
businesses,
cleared for use.
and the only
We
thing
are
you really
monitoring the
gave them
Senate
was
vote guidance meeting
$600
today. So the
fucking
headline
dollars.
here
Like,
is the House will resume
I,
consideration of the Electoral
there's
College
a lot.
amendments
There's a
tonight,
lot
according to the House
that
Speaker,
fed into
who says
this
she feels
freaking
sorry for
moment,
her
and that's
colleagues.
why I call it
The
a powder
Pentagon,
keg
the
moment,
Justice
because there's
Department,
really
and
not
notably the Vice
one thing
President,
that
who, of course,
really
today
led to this
is
moment.
serving as the presiding
There's not
executive
one thing
decidor,
that led to this
who leads
moment
the Senate ceremoniously.
on
So
either side.
that
Like
is a
on the, you could say it on the left
She
or the
ends
right.
today, January
Like there's
6th, the
not
feast of the
really one
Epiphany.
thing that
Let us
led to
pray that this
this very
instigation provides
moment.
us
It
with
was
the
a
bread and
whole bunch
epiphany
of
for our
things,
country to heal.
and
And she urges members and staff to stay at their
I
places
just
until the U.S. Capitol Police tell them it's safe
it's
to move on.
Another
disheartening.
part of this worth noting, we always knew this is the Speaker of
And
the
the
House,
only
Nancy
thing I'm left to
Pelosi. This
do is really
responsibility
just
would
like
take us into the
pray
night.
that people are all right now, and hope that there's some sort of peaceful and some sort of, hopeful resolution. I don't know how to respond. I'm not sure how to respond to this. I don't know. I just, um,
All right.
I gotta be hopeful that
We're witnessing
something,
now at this hour the efforts by law
that first
enforcement
off, that
to
nobody
remove
dies,
the
that
mob from
nobody
Capitol Hill to get
is
them to
hurt too
disperse
badly, although I think one
as
person
the
is hurt
DC
pretty
Capitol
badly,
is still
at
under
least that I know
lockdown and
of,
secure at
that
this
nothing
hour, and both
particularly
President-elect
bad
Joe
gets
Biden
destroyed
and
or whatever.
George W. Bush calling this an
But
insurrection.
I don't, and I'm not, and I'm, but then there's the there's again the realism in me too is like,
3:30 in the West, and
this
for
could get
those of you
this
who are just
this
joining us,
could
this
continue.
is a
This could get
special
worse.
report
This could get,
of the
I
CBS
mean,
Evening News.
we
We
could
are
see,
witnessing
yeah,
demonstrating
we
what
could
can
see the
only be
National Guard
described as
coming in to
national
kind of clean up
disgrace.
the
As we
situation,
come
but
on
it's
the air,
not,
the U.S.
I don't
Capitol
know
is
if,
under lockdown after
I don't know
5
if even
months.
that's the end of it.
Stoked
I
and
don't know.
encouraged by the words of President Trump and his
I
allies,
hope that
stormed
there's
the building while
more
the House and
peaceful
Senate were in
rhetoric
session.
and more
They were
peaceful
meeting to
dialogue,
count the
but
votes
I don't,
of the Electoral
I'm not sure I
College.
see it. I'm not,
Supporters of President Trump carrying flags with his name on them
I'm back,
broke
bros.
down
There-
doors, smashed
hey,
windows,
Hey, Sean.
attacked police.
How are you
Some
guys
I was-
briefly
feeling?
invaded the Senate chamber.
Well,
I mean,
At
we've
this
just,
hour, at least
I was
one
just
person has died.
pouring out a little bit
Seven
there.
injured, at least two
You
suspected
came right in, and I'm like,
buses have been disabled.
like again, and I
President
know
Trump has
now I'm
refused to
repeating
accept
myself for
he
these
lost the
YouTube people,
election and has
but
falsely told
like,
his supporters that it was stolen
I'm like,
by
okay,
them.
so
The process to count the electoral
first of all,
ballots
like
has been halted.
I
Right now,
obviously I
Washington,
don't
D.C.
condone this. I think
is under
just
a
any
mandatory
kind of violence or
curfew.
destruction, I
Police
think
and the
it's
National
stupid.
Guard are trying
But
to restore order. It has been an extraordinary day.
the hopeful
Congressional
optimist
leaders
in me
are
is hoping
President
that
Trump to
nobody,
call off the protesters. Late today, he
that
made a
everyone's
tweet on
okay,
Twitter
nobody
in
dies,
which he
nobody,
repeated his false
that there's
claims
no
that the election was
significant
stolen from him
casualties, although
and
there is
called on
one
protesters
casualty that I
to
think
go
I
home.
saw,
President
at least.
Biden also spoke
Um,
and actually spoke before the president
so
of the United
I'm
States,
hoping that
saying our
there's
democracy is under
not
unprecedented
many
assault. He also said
casualties, or
America
they're
is
held
so
to a
much
minimum or
better than this.
something,
At
that
this
there's
moment,
not
we are told that the
significant
Capitol
damage,
building
although there
has
looks
been
like, from what
secured, and
what I'm
that the
seeing on
counting
Twitter
of
and Parler or
votes
whatever,
may
it
continue
looks like
later
there's some
tonight. We have a team
pretty
covering
good
all of
damage
this.
done
We'll
to,
go back to
you know,
CBS's Chris Van Cleve,
the
who is
Capitol
just
buildings and whatnot.
outside the Capitol and has been amidst it all
So
day.
I'm just hoping that that
Nora, the remaining
more peaceful solutions
with a line of police
prevail.
and National Guard
But
in
the
street
pessimist in
outside
me
of the Capitol. This is a
and the
much
realist
calmer
in me is
scene
thinking,
than earlier today, and I
it's
think
not
we
looking
need
good.
back up to that
Mm.
point.
It's just not looking good.
Demonstrators among
Not
the
looking
tens
good
of
from
thousands of people
the
that are outside the
protesters'
Capitol
perspectives.
climbed
I
onto
think
the scaffolding
that
in
the
front of Capitol where
protesters
the
are definitely
inauguration
going to
took place, and
continue.
then were able to breach
Maybe not
the Capitol building itself.
there
That
specifically, but
escalated
I
what
think
had
that
been
more is
a
coming.
peaceful demonstration into
Uh,
something we hadn't seen in American
I just
history,
like,
really. We can show you some video.
if history
People
tells us
breaching
anything,
Capitol. Once
one
inside,
protest is
there
usually
was a
just not
shooting. We understand now
the
a
end all
woman
be
has
all.
died. There are also some
Um,
striking photos
no.
as both
And I mean,
houses
I'm not planning
are
on.
in session, the House and the Senate.
I'm
The
definitely
President
not planning on like
people
streaming
in
for.
session were in the building. That
You know,
both houses
I'm not
were
planning on
locked down.
streaming for,
Capitol Police guns
a
directed
super
at
long
doors.
time
People outside attempting
tonight,
to get
but
inside. We watched as members
like
of Congress were evacuated. One in a
like
gas
as Sean said last night on Versus stream, the sun is just now setting here in Florida, and after dark is when shit tends to pop off. Now there has been some stuff today, during the day, but for the most part, stuff, like I said, doesn't really tend to pop off until the evening. And I'm not saying it should. I hope it doesn't. I hope everyone, stays home. I hope everyone stays safe. I have a friend in, DC right now who I'm in a group text with, and I know he's been working on some of the Republican campaigns, And you know, like he just texted and said that he's staying in his hotel, you know, room
Chris Van Cleve
tonight, and
was
he's
in
not, you know,
all
doing anything.
extraordinary day
But
on Capitol Hill.
you know,
CBS's Nancy Cordes covers
um,
Congress for us. She was inside the Capitol when the
there
mobs
might be
began
people who
storming in, and I understand Nancy
don't do
just
that, and there might be,
breaking news from this
you know, I hate to go
morning.
to this right away, but obviously I think there are going to be still a few deep state people who do try and infiltrate and make this thing out to, you know, be like a right-wing terror attack.
No, this is a huge turning point. And we had an eerie forecast this last night when we were talking about what could happen, but dude, this is worse than I expected. This is worse than I think we all expected. But this is what, I mean, the ingredients were there, and people are pissed. And when there's no justice, you get this. You get violence. You get unrest. You get the last resort, which is, all right, we tried it peacefully to stop the steal, and now we're going to literally stop the steal. And say what you will about this, but they did that. They got what they wanted. At what cost is really what's scary. Because,
Well, did we get what?
not really.
Did we
I
get
mean,
what?
for a day. For a
Yeah,
day. But
yeah, that's my
exactly.
that's my point.
Yeah, and to me,
what-
what's scary is what's going to come next. Because they're going to use this. Number one, they're going to blame Trump, which they already have. I mean, I've been out today, so I've just been catching up. And they're going to blame him completely. Might ban from Twitter within the next 48 hours. And they are going to persecute all of us after this. This is going to be the excuse for police state powers, for draconian persecution. It's going to go insane. The bans about to happen are going to be big and devastating, not just from social media, but from credit cards, from banks. It's going to get really crazy. And that's going to make people more pissed off, more outraged, and you're going to get more violence. I think the right is going to be more violent now. I think both sides are going to be more violent, and it's going to be crazy these next few years. I'm still not going to say a civil war is going to happen. I still don't think so. What I do think is you're going to get a lot of clashing like this.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I was saying, like, what my definition of a civil war would not be like people talk about civil war as like north south, uniformed soldiers, battles on battlefields, whatever. No. This second kind of civil war is going to be a lot of little stuff, a lot of smaller venues, a lot of smaller stuff that's going to add up to a lot of casualties. That's how I see it. And I think, like you said, Sean, the ingredients are there. The ingredients are there, and it's gonna get bad. It's just gonna get bad. I hope it doesn't. I mean, and keep in mind, look, I hope it doesn't. I hate violence. I hate violence of this kind. I hate destruction of like this. I hate it, but at the same time, like I have a hopeful part of me that's like, okay, maybe cooler heads will prevail, and maybe and then I got a pessimist and a real, like semi-realist, like no, this is gonna get bad. This is gonna get bad.
Yeah, it's going to, because the other thing too is that person that was shot, and I've heard she was shot in the neck. I think I heard on the stream here that it is confirmed that she has died. I need to double check that, but that today and in that particular instance is going to break all trust with cops. The right will not trust cops ever again from this day forward. Doesn't mean they're going to hate them, but it's going to be self-defense from here on out. They do not trust them. It's really, like, the divisions are getting bigger, and there's more of them. And the other thing too is that, you know, I mean, there's going to be a lot of parallels drawn to Charlottesville, which obviously is a similar yet different thing. It's different because it's white supremacists and Nazis that hijacked and did the violence, but the reaction you saw from that and how it kept getting brought up over and over and over again is what you're going to see with this. And
Yep.
I'm not being a conspiracy theorist here, but there's a lot of weird things that are going to be, you know, questioned with this, because we were talking about last night, the Fed visits on Proud Boys, and with this event, it almost makes me wonder, I'm not saying it's the case, because I don't know a lot yet about this, but there could have been professional agitators here. There could have been. We saw him at the BLM protests. Umbrella Man, he was a professional agitator. There might have been one here. And boy, is this a gift to the people in power to do more draconian persecution. It's really going to be an interesting thing to analyze as we learn.
Yeah.
Chaos favors the establishment.
Yeah.
That-
It can also tear him down, but, you know, it depends how things go. I am a little still, as you said, because here's how I learned about this. Like, I went out today, and I was out with my girlfriend, and we were hanging out, and I'd been checking shit, and I saw, okay, protests, a little violence. I'm like, this is what I expected. And I got a call from Phil, and he's like, dude, I'm shell-shocked. I'm like, wait, what happened? And I knew what you were talking about. Like, something had to have happened. And he's like, dude, they stormed the Capitol. I'm like, what? What?
I was doing laundry when that news broke, and then I saw on Fox News that they found like an IED in the Capitol. Now, you know, which that's crazy. Now, like, how advanced of an IED it is, that's to be determined.
Well, did
but
you see the pipe bombs that
still.
were supposedly found at the RNC?
Yeah, well, I saw a headline about that. And see, this is what I'm saying. I didn't really have time to do show prep. I just jumped on here and started the stream because, and this is what sometimes happens, is when you have a breaking news story, you get inundated with headlines, and you know, I'm not you know, I don't have a staff with me. I do everything. Not that I'm complaining, but you know, we're a small team here. You know, at Versa and at NGC. So
Yeah, and I will say we should keep to the standard that we've been told about these sort of things. This is a mostly peaceful protest. It is for social justice, and, you know, shouldn't be condemned, right, guys? So the media tells us.
H-Bug says, we all knew that was the point, to justify a police state. Well, you know, that could be coming. Although as I've also joked on stream, it wouldn't be that much different from what we have right now.
Right. Yeah. I'm really, you're going to see over the next 24 to 48 hours some major crackdown. It's going to get, you know, you're going to see heads roll. And that to me is what's really going to be the thing that adds more to this powder keg that went off and is now it's going to refill the powder keg. But, you know, I am really tired when I go on Twitter, when I go on the news, and I see all these people that would never condemn Antifa, never condemn the BLM riots, are all of a sudden like, oh, this is so terrible. Oh my God, I am so disgusted. It's like, you know, one part of me says when I see this, you guys asked for this. You guys let this let this happen. You guys, in fact, probably want this to happen. Because this is what happens when you say one side with violence is okay and the other isn't. The other side goes, well, what about us? If it's okay when you guys do it, why can't we do it? And you get this. It is such a sort of, like I said, it's a turning point. I can't stop saying that because, I mean, this is what you get. This is what you get.
This should also be a clear indication as to the media bias.
Yeah.
Right? Because the way the mainstream media is reporting this, these are chaotic, almost terroristic like protests. There's chaos, there's violence, right? But when the BLM riots were breaking out, media didn't say a damn thing. The most they said was a few disgruntled, Black Lives Matter protesters were doing it. Well, if it's just a few disgruntled for BLM, then why can't it just be a few disgruntled, extreme right-wingers, right?
And I can confirm the woman did. Multiple sources are confirming she did die.
Yeah, I'm seeing that here now too.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well,
this is again.
Well,
we were getting Charlottesville vibes.
Prayers go out to their families. Yeah. Prayers go out to their families, but I don't know. There's just like, there's a lot that you want to say, but you don't know how to say it. You want to process it. There's like, it's not that I'm scared to say whatever. Obviously, if you know Pluffy Phil long enough, you know that I'll say whatever the hell I feel like. But like, it's finding out what exactly to say, because this is a tough one to process. It's just a tough one to process.
Well,
process and interpret it,
And this is something that is also happening in real time right now too. So, usually, like when I do the Whitfield report, people know that usually when I review the news on the Saturday show, or even hell on the Thursday show, usually I've been reviewing news from the past few days, or from the past week, and doing commentary on that. This is not the case. Obviously, this is happening in real time. So, I don't really know what to say, because at this point, there's not much I can say past tense. Right?
Well, here's something that's past tense. Twitter they deleted Trump's video that he sent out calling for peace, calling for this to stop. They just deleted it. Oh boy. I would not be surprised if he gets banned real soon. It's really, really bad. But I do feel it's hard to process this.
I think within the next, but again, I'm kind of sticking to my guns. I felt like Trump was going to get banned either after today or after June or January 20th.
Right.
I think and somewhere between that time frame, I think he would get banned. Like I do.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of this stuff, like most of this stuff, I really see. I don't see anything different happening. Like I just like it felt to me, a lot of it felt prophetic, maybe, I guess, because I kind of saw it coming. I didn't know to what extent it was going to happen, but yeah, this was definitely one of the, like, you've got so much going on. You've got so much going on right now. And powder keg went off.
Yep. It's
Yep.
wild. Oh man.
This is also why I was so skeptical of the whole what's her face release the Kraken.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that people were giving Tucker Carlson shit for dismissing her. Um, oh yeah, Sidney Powell. I know
Mm-hmm.
people were giving Tucker Carlson shit for questioning Sidney Powell, and asking her, well, what do you have? Well, you know, it seems pretty obvious now that Tucker was right to be skeptical, at least in my mind.
I'm not sure about that one though. Like here's my thing. And I've said this before with something else. Um, the evidence is there that a shady election happened. That that these Dominion voting systems and this stuff that
Yeah,
was shady. Like the evidence is there. The
Mm-hmm.
problem, the
I'm
main
not
problem is no one's enforcing it. No one's enforcing it.
yeah, I'm not questioning. Well, let me rephrase. I'm not necessarily questioning the evidence or any of that because you're right, it is there. But moreover, what I'm saying is, right, the way Sidney Powell was presented was that like somehow this evidence was going to come out, and then Trump was going to win the election and get re-sworn in, and it was going to be really, it was going to be like this watershed moment. And I was skeptical, not because I didn't think it couldn't happen, but because, like, deep down, like you said, I knew no one was going to enforce it. Um, I don't know if you saw that Linwood guy who I don't really know what to think of Linwood. Maybe we can get to that here in a sec. But he was calling for Pence to be removed, and he was calling Mike Pence a traitor,
Dude, people are
essentially.
pissed at Pence. I've seen
But
a
but I mean,
lot of people angry at
but
Pence.
but I mean, I'm not really surprised that he didn't do anything
Yeah, same.
about that. Are you? I mean, I'm surprised more that people are surprised. I knew that Pence wasn't going to do anything.
Well, you had these people that hashtag Civil War 2021 is trending. I mean, you have these people that like there's some people that think Pence was better than Trump. And you have people that think he's more conservative, people that think he's super loyal. I always thought he was super loyal, but I thought, man, guy's squeaky clean. He's a politician, all right. So I thought he would still be
Yeah.
pretty cool. And he was. And I'm not surprised at what he did, but I'd have to read more into the legalities because I've heard people say that he really even couldn't do what people thought he could do. I honestly don't
Right?
know.
That's what I've heard too. Like from what I've read, there's no way Pence could do what people are saying he could do. And I mean, I hate to bring this up, but a lot of these rumors, a lot of these, a lot of these things that Trump is going to magically remain in office. A lot of that was, guess what? QAnon fodder.
Yeah, that's why I
Well,
freaking hate that thing. It's like it pushes everything in the wrong direction, and it gives all of the critics of us bait, like easy free bait. And it's like there's fraud. We know it happens, but it wasn't this Q crap. It was this. The real stuff.
Yeah. And that's what's always so frustrating too, is it's like people want to point at the Q shit as conspiracy stuff, right? They want to get all invested in that when there's actual tangible stuff that can, we can point out, but it's not as sexy. It doesn't have the mystery or the intrigue, or the sex
Mm-hmm.
appeal of the QAnon stuff. It's not Hollywood sounding,
Yeah, it doesn't have that mystique. It doesn't have that thing that sells you a good villain. It's
Will Will in the chat asks, has Owen grifted on this yet? No, no, Will, but I guarantee you what will happen is Owen, take a drink. Um, Owen will watch this stream, will watch my stream, or he'll watch Versus stream, and then he'll copy everything we've said and then claim that he said it, that he himself said it, and that we're stealing from him.
of course. Yeah,
Oh,
I mean, you're gonna see more of those type of people, but like these grifter types. But what I can say that this moment has ushered in more than anything, like we've all been saying for a long time, unity's dead. But this is the moment, because you had Biden coming in saying he's going to unify the country, heal the great divide, and all this fake crap. This is the moment that the right said, fuck unity. Unity is beyond dead. It's like, it's war now. Not saying
it's
civil war,
interesting.
but it's war.
It's interesting that you say that about Biden, because when I talked to Jeff on New Year's, right? We brought this up, or on New Year's Eve, we brought this up on our podcast briefly, but we also talked a bit off air. Biden was not, like, the fact that they're calling Biden the great unifier is awful, because Biden was not even the unifier on the left, really. I mean, there were lots of Dems that hated him, and still do. I mean, you think the Republican Party is fractured because of Trump? From, the few Dem friends I have, they say the same thing about Biden. A lot of them either were like, far, far, far left and wanted, Bernie,
Right.
or some of them wanted like a more moderate, like Tulsi.
Well, and what I think's happening too is, I said this in our my college group me a few days ago, which is that, because I've noticed this in myself, I noticed this in other people and of course to different degrees, but overall on both sides, people are becoming more extreme, more vigilant, and more militant. And so you're gonna get this massive infighting that's like cutthroat, vicious infighting coming up, because people are pissed. The Trump voters are pissed not at the Democrats. They are pissed at the Republican establishment for
Yep.
being complete traitors, especially after last night. That proved to you that the people do not back the Republican Party. They back Trump.
Well, well, Mitch is the one who Mitch is the one who fucked us
Yes.
out of
He's the
$2,000.
biggest traitor in the whole party right now is him. Like, I never liked him. This made me hate him. When I learned that he blocked the stimulus checks vote, I said, dude, you're dead to me. You're done. I don't want to see you ever again in Congress. Go off and retire and leave.
I know some people don't like him, but I will say that Mark Levin has always been right about McConnell. Mark
Yeah.
Levin, Mark Levin in particular has always hated Mitch McConnell.
Yeah.
And now I can really see why. So,
And what you were talking about starting right now, I'd have to verify this, but from Disclosed TV on Twitter, they said breaking: a man has been stabbed outside of Trump Hotel in Washington, D.C. The night's going down and more violence is coming.
yeah.
I just part of me is like, look, this is probably going to get worse. I hope not. I'm praying, fucking praying that it doesn't happen, but it's not looking good. The forecast does not look good.
Hey, what's going on, folks?
Oh, Alex, good.
Hey, what's up, Alex?
Nothing much.
Have you been following all this? I know you sleep during the day, but have you caught up?
I saw that people like invaded the Congress or whatever. That's pretty funny.
I will say, my dark side, my Joker side, is laughing at this, but my realistic side is saying you're going to see the worst persecution of Trump supporters ever coming out of this. This is going to be the biggest excuse for it.
They were going to do it in one way or the other. They've been doing
what I was saying. That's exactly what I was saying.
Well, they've been doing it, but they're going to use it as an excuse to really notch it up. And that's the difference. We saw us after Charlottesville. We see us after various events.
This is accelerating.
They were going to turn it up. They were going to turn it up regardless. Like, they were just looking, that like they were just waiting. They were just, all they were doing was biding their time. This wasn't an opportunity. This was a timeline.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. It's as soon as finally, we have the excuse now.
Well, it wasn't even an excuse. It was like when T-minus hit 0, right? And it just hit 0. Now we're gonna start persecuting people. And we're here. Because I guess they just called, Fox News just called, for whatever the fuck that's worth.
Did they call Arizona?
Fox News just, they called it for 2024. Anyway, that was a cat turd joke. He was I like his Twitter page. Anyway, there's certain Twitter pages that I really do like. Anyway, but I guess they called the Senate seats, which, I mean, we all kind of knew anyway, but yeah, so once that happened, we knew it was coming. Like, we knew it was coming.
Well, the reason I say the biggest persecution is because it's like we were speculating last night, and dude, I didn't expect it to get this bad, and it's going to be a turning point. Things are going to be very different.
Like literally, like, what do you expect people to do? Just go and bend over backwards and accept defeat?
That's what they do expect. That's what the establishment expects of us.
Well, this is what happens when, that doesn't happen.
Exactly.
When someone actually stands up to this, bullshit fraud that's been going on, and to, this Congress full of people that refuse to give money, like, they go and, stop you from having a business and won't even give you any money. They're basically throwing people, like, killing their life savings and stuff, and someone finally said something about it. Like, these people, they weren't even armed.
Well, and I do have to look into a lot of this, but there's been talks and reports and speculation that there was an IED on the Capitol, and there were 2 pipe bombs at the RNC.
Yeah, that's of RNC too. They can blame Trump supporters for that. That could very well
Yeah.
be someone else too.
Well, that's the thing is that, I mean, I have some conspiracies already flying in my brain because some of this feels like there could have been professional agitators, and a lot of people would want this to happen. Not saying that's what happened, because you got
People were legitimately pissed off. Though, do you really expect?
exactly.
I don't know. Like I've seen these like conspiracy theories as well, but I think honestly people are actually just pissed off.
I think so too. I mean, that's what seems most likely right now. But did you hear that the woman that was shot is now dead?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. So then there was somebody that was just stabbed outside of Trump Hotel in D.C. and it's gonna be a little hectic night, I bet, because they push people away from the Capitol. And if I'm seeing footage right now, more people with riot shields coming out, and it sounds like to me that the DC police was totally unprepared for this. They had very few people on the Capitol grounds, which honestly I don't even. Again, makes my conspiracy brain turn, but makes
Well, no, they
sense.
were unprepared. They were not prepared. Well, let's be real. The DC police suck. They were not. They weren't prepared. They weren't prepared.
Did we lose Phil?
He's driving, so I think he might have lost a little connection. But
Yeah, yeah, and if he's using Discord on mobile, I know Discord on mobile is always funky. At least it is for me. So, um,
yeah, but to continue with that though,
They're
I
just
mean,
not good. I'm not going to give the.
yeah, you're
Yep.
right. Connection is not good. But the ingredients were there, and that's what our worst fears were: is that there was going to be some violence, and we knew there was going to be violence. But storming the Capitol,
Can you hear
holy
me
shit.
now?
holy, yeah,
Okay, hold
yeah,
up here
sort
too.
of.
Like, how do unarmed protesters storm a Capitol? Like, they were fucking let in. You don't just,
you
No,
hear me
they
now?
broke down the windows, and that's how they got in.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, there should be police there. They let it happen basically.
That's what I'm starting to
No,
think. I mean,
no,
there is.
I mean, no, I don't know about that. Like I said, I'm not gonna give DC police a pass. I'm not gonna give Capitol Police a pass. They're terrible. They're just awful. I'm not. They they didn't do a good job in the BLM protests. They didn't do a good job in these protests. They were awful. They didn't do a good job with the inauguration, or not the inauguration, but the RNC. Yeah, I did. They did a terrible job all around. I'm not giving them a fucking pass. They were bad, but no, I mean, look, the numbers were not in their favor. Like there were thousands of protesters. There was like a couple hundred of them. They weren't gonna last.
Well, they should have known that. They should have known that beforehand. It's really not that hard to go and tell. If I could tell there was going to be potentially like 100,000 people over here, and I'm not even involved with any of this, why couldn't the DC police and, the FBI and stuff figure that out and know that, hey, this is going to be a legitimate, large scale protest?
So I'm reading on Twitter right now, according to Cassie Dillon, take that for what you will. Trump's Twitter is locked for 12 hours.
I could see it.
It's happening.
Yeah. John Gabriel on Twitter tweets "Make America Sane Again."
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I
wish.
mean, I like this sentiment, and I like John. He's been a good follow of mine, but yeah, I think we're a little past that point.
Like I said, today was fuck unity. That was what happened today.
Yep.
And that is a rejection of the whole mantra that Biden's been pushing. The whole mantra that we need to come together. Everything's going to be fine. Oh, we have
Well,
more
no,
similarities than
it's well,
differences.
if you're the establishment, well, you're coming together if you're the establishment.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Yeah,
that
that's
you know,
true.
hey, we got to look at it. We got to look at it on the other side. Okay,
Yeah.
if you're if you're a bottom feeding leech establishment person, yeah, this is your chance to come together in peace and harmony or whatever.
Yeah. And bring things back to the way they were.
Yeah, the good old days where you you were at least given loot before you were fucked over.
Well, see, I think the one benefit to this, we were talking about this the other day, is that like, a lot of people on the right were sort of waking up to realize that the police are just tools of the establishment. This solidifies that, I think.
Yep. We were just talking about that too. Actually, like a few seconds before he came on, which is that they're not gonna trust the cops anymore. Anybody on the right, like their trust in police has been shattered today. It's all self-defense here on out. Everybody's out for themselves, and Proud Boys is only the start of what you're gonna see next.
And by the way, anything interesting happened on that front with the Proud Boys
I've been
today?
trying to look into it. Not heard a lot. I heard they were gonna be incognito during the whole thing today, but I don't know. I'm gonna check on their parlor.
Yeah, like honestly, that was like the whole thing. So, these Proud Boys are gonna be the ones doing this, and the Proud Boys are like not even fucking there, and there's still shit going on. Like these people are out of touch.
Yep. Yep. I mean, the divides couldn't be greater today between the people, the establishment, the left, the right, like everything. The cops, the people, like it's just such a weird feeling. Like it's man, I'm telling, like I cannot emphasize how big of a turning point this is. It's one of those things that'll seem like a small event in some ways, because technically not a lot happened, but the effects are what's huge. And technically, and I said this a little earlier, the steal was stopped. They didn't certify the election, but obviously they're going to reconvene, but they stopped it for a few hours.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's this thing too is like Ilhan Omar wants to go and impeach Trump over this. Like, what did Trump actually do?
He incited violence.
How?
By perpetuating baseless conspiracies of voter fraud. He radicalized his own supporters.
Yeah, like what happened with Hillary Clinton in 2016, where they had that for the past 4 years, and riots and shit just happened like that. The fucking DC judges just let off these Antifa members.
Mm-hmm. Oh, dude, this is funny. I just found this. So, did you guys see that one of the people breached Nancy Pelosi's office?
Yeah, my question is like, your computer wasn't her computer still on?
I've seen some. I think it's fake, but there was like a tweet from her that was like hacked, uppercase, lowercase, letters, LOL or something like that. So I don't know if they actually did anything like that, but what they did do is they wrote on her folder in her office, "We will not back down."
They could have, like, I mean, I'm not saying they should have done this, but, if you have access to someone's PC, like, when it's open and stuff, they could have done a lot of damage with that. Like, upload malware to the fucking, Congress or whatever. Like, that could have done actual, like, that would have been interesting if they wanted, like, if they were really these, like, people that wanted to get, do stuff, like, illegal. They could have done that, but from what I saw, none of that was actually done.
Well, one thing I'll say too is I'm looking at some of these pictures from the people in the Capitol, and some people were smart wearing masks. And I say not to evade COVID, but to evade doxing and your ID, you getting ID'd. But there's a lot of people, like the guy holding Pelosi's podium, no coverings. These people are going to get screwed. Harder than the Proud Boys.
Well, there are rumors, though, and again, I can't really substantiate this, but a lot of those people are showing up in photos there too. From what I'm reading and from what some people are saying on Twitter, those are the feds. Those are the insiders,
Mm-hmm.
No,
so to
maybe I don't know.
so to
I
speak.
think people legitimately are pissed.
I tend to think
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, no, I think, I mean, let me put it this way. I definitely think people are pissed. I definitely think that there are people who have a reason to be pissed. But at the same time, I also think that there are probably either Antifa or Fed instigators who want to be in this crowd to start shit and make it look like the rest of us. And that's the real danger.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, it's fine. Maybe now that like this shit happens, people are actually taking notice of like how out of control we've allowed riots to become in the U.S. just by not doing anything.
Yeah. Oh, I found some video too. I'm posting it in news of when the breaching started of the Capitol. Because I learned about like the barriers being broken down, people stormed the Capitol like right before I left. And when I learned about like they hadn't actually gotten into the Capitol, but here's actually video of it finally. Elijah Schaefer, by the way, huge shout out, guy's been doing amazing coverage.
Yep, okay, guys, the Verge just confirmed. I'm looking on my phone right now. Trump's Twitter account locked for 12 hours after repeated and severe policy violations.
For
What
what?
yeah, I love their fucking vague. Oh, you did a policy violation. What policy violation?
You know, it might be because I didn't see the
Yeah.
video yet because it got taken down. I think he talked about the fraud again in the video, and they're going to use that as an excuse, saying, "Oh, he was, spreading fake news and conspiracies, denying the results of the election."
Yeah, it's free speech. Like, I mean, just
Well-
because their policies are completely antithetical with free speech.
Well, Sean, you're not wrong. According to this, the decision comes after Trump tweeted a video that Twitter says, quote unquote, posed a risk of violence, end quote.
See,
Yeah,
I know their scripts at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that's why people riot. You know, it's not just because, like McConnell and Nancy Pelosi
Yeah.
and like the Biden. It's because of shit like this from Twitter, and no one did anything. They allowed it to happen.
What does Black Lives Matter say again? No justice, no peace. Not wrong.
Well-
That's what happens.
Again, this makes me wonder. I mean, Alex, I know you said that my channel was going to be fine and that your channel is, and that Versus channel is going to be fine. Are we sure about that now? Because they're,
No one's gonna give a shit. You know, what like the 700 people, and there's channels with like 5 million people out there doing the same sort of stuff. Like they're not gonna really care. At least not now.
they might. I'm not even saying they have. I'm not even saying they have to care. I'm saying they just have to set their algorithm up to, start sweeping channels or whatever.
Wow. I just watched that video, dude. Man. So much for Back in the Blue. That is not happening anymore. I mean, I'm not just trying to say things from like an opinion perspective. Like, this is just what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That phase is done. Like,
Mm-hmm.
police officers, good luck out there because you got no friends anymore. Basically, the left aren't going to be your friend. The right ain't going to be your friend. Maybe a couple people in the establishment will, but that's good luck with that because the establishment also backs Black Lives Matter, which is antithetical to your organization.
There's a video of a witness to the woman that was shot out now.
Kevin Dugan, how much of a donation to play 11-minute long video? Depends, Kevin. I mean, if it's like newsworthy, you can just send it to me and I'll play it for free.
From New Jersey.
Um,
Can you show us your hand?
Yeah.
How did you
I
get that on
mean,
your hand?
you've been very generous with your donations, and I don't think Streamlabs allows you to play like an 11-minute video. I think it's only like 30 seconds.
And she fell back on me.
Let's do like a bunch of 30-second, like 22, 30-second fucking videos.
With that being said, if you want to send $1 or $2, that's always appreciated.
Yeah, here's a video. The witness says that they were storming the Capitol, and the cops were telling him, get down, stand down, basically trying to get him to stop, and she didn't comply, and they just shot her right in the neck. Police brutality?
Yeah.
I mean, if she was unarmed, then yeah, like again, like if you have to apply the standard equally, right?
Yep.
It's like I'm all for police, and I'm all for police doing their jobs, and I know that they got a tough fucking job, but like if a person's unarmed and they're not really posing a threat, you got to do your, in the military. Like, look, in the military, for police, there's an escalation of force. There's like like you only need force to adequately subdue the situation. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, like honestly, like Black Lives Matter, they talk about, they should have used a taser. Like, why didn't they use a taser here? Like, it's the same sort of thing. And that'd be interesting. You see some of these same forces, like, fucking both fighting the establishment.
I mean, I don't know. I think people. I part of me thinks that people can see through the colored glass, but I mean, because I a lot of these people love the cops. They know that they're just like, look, they're in a bad spot, right? These cops are in a bad spot, and it's like, yep, I love you guys, but you're in my fucking way.
Pretty much.
So you gotta go.
They should have had tear gas or something.
They deployed that.
Oh,
later.
dude. Some of those, I saw a video where where somebody put their hands on a cop and then he started punching them. Like that was bad. Like, to me, that was kind of sketchy. Like, I think they were clashing with protesters outside the Capitol, and there was one dude. I think he put his hands. I think he put his hands on the arm of one cop. To I don't know what it was, but yeah, the dude started chucking. The cops started chucking punches at the person. Like, that would be bad. Like, that would be like a bad one right there.
See, and it's things like that, they're gonna start adding up, and I said, the love between the right and cops is going to deteriorate. And look, it's sad, it really is, but that's what's gonna happen. It's really a shame.
I just don't know if they can justify shooting an unarmed protester.
Yeah.
Like that. I don't think. Because I mean, you can't really justify trying to punch someone in the fucking face too. Like, if you're a cop.
Absolutely, but one of these people is paid to observe and protect, and the other people are protesters. Like, I think there's a different standard too.
And it's
was
not
she the
like,
one punching?
From what we understand, they were grabbing the cop's gun. They had a knife. None of that crap.
Yeah. That's very true. Like, you didn't see that. It's not like, with the Black Lives Matter stuff, where like, look at who is George Floyd's death. Like, they didn't even shoot him. They just they put him on the ground and like choked him, but they didn't shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave him a ton of opportunities to change his action.
Yeah.
Versus what happened over here, it's not the same sort of level of treatment that I've been seeing.
Again, I can't stress this enough. New Year, same shit.
Yep. Yeah, this will be an interesting time. You know,
I thought it was going to be better, man. New Year happened. I made a little bit of money on the stock market. Like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Bullshit. No,
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, H-Bug and Kevin. Uh, I'm going to. Is there any way you could play? You can play audio.
Yeah, we're doing it
Um.
right now.
Oh yeah. I've got the. Yeah. I'm going to. I'm going to send you guys a video that a listener has sent. So,
and did you guys review the video first to make sure there's nothing screwy in there?
well, that's what I'm gonna have them do. Now, I don't think it's gonna be screwy. Hold on, no. Let me.
And
Okay.
I have some great footage from Global News streaming live here of what's happening on the ground right now. It's only set 11 minutes long. Damn.
Timestamp,
Yeah,
Kevin.
timestamp, please. I request a timestamp. Yeah, you know, it's also no businesses have been burned, no stores have been looted, no bricks are being thrown into stores. Notice the difference?
Yeah, no trash cans were lit on fire to my not were they?
Not yet, at least.
I mean,
The video that HBug sent me is 30 minutes. Is like it says it's 35 minutes. Says it's 39 minutes long. That's the puzzle pieces video from Faceless Propagandist.
uh, yeah, let's not do
That's a
that.
bit long.
Yeah, that's
Well,
that's
no,
a wee
well,
bit much.
well, no, maybe I got the wrong link or something. So let's see.
Yeah.
Anyway, though, can continue on.
Yeah, we're just watching the footage outside the Capitol right now. Not much really happening, but 'cause this camera just keeps spinning around. I might keep looking for footage, but it's been a lot of people down there. Oh, I have to say, did anybody see that clip of where the protesters were taking all the media's like equipment and trash and like destroying it?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I have to admit that's kind of funny. Like, obviously, yeah, they're damaging other people's property, which is illegal, but this is what happens. That's what today is. This is what happens. This is what you guys get.
Well, they knew it was coming. Like they had adequate warning that there's be a big protest that has potential to break down to a riot, and they didn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the GOP's done. I mean, I have to say I feel like the GOP. Look, I think they're done. I think it's. I don't know if I don't know if Team MAGA can take over the GOP. I mean, but
Oh, yeah. That's what
But
this is about. If you want to talk about real civil war, it's going to be that with the GOP.
yeah, well, I mean, we have to. Yeah, like if you're gonna win this civil war, you got to clean up the shit in your own side before you start fucking, going after them. Because look, like the GOP establishment, they're nothing but dead weight. Like you're gonna have to cut that fat out of out of the system before moving forward. Like, you can't move forward. These GOP establishment people are holding you back.
Pelosi says the Senate's going to proceed later tonight to do the certification vote. Oh, I just found better footage I cut. Nice job, KTL5. Nice
Okay,
job.
first 11 minutes then.
First 11. That's a lot. I can play it on mute if the audio really doesn't matter. Damn, that feed just cut. Shit. Let's find our local station. But wow. This will be one for the history books.
If there are any history books left.
Oh no, they'll have them. It'd probably be fucking completely biased, like they all pretty much are.
This will be like the Fourth Reich Part 2 in the history books.
Yeah.
Let's see, Fox 45 from Baltimore.
Careful you don't get,
No, we've been fine. I've done this before with like the riots and we were fine.
Yeah, the Democrats had like 6 riots this past summer, and then we have 1 riot, and now it's like, oh, riots bad.
Bruh, and that was for months. Months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The entire city got like, they had a fucking what you call it? Anarchy, like legit anarchy, declared a new like sovereign state. And then we have this for like one day, and people are like, "Oh, this is civil war, end of the world." Like, people just pissed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, see, that'd be a good video for someone to make. Would be like looking at the news coverage of the Antifa in like Seattle for like the whole fucking week.
Yeah.
Then look at this for like one day, or like the Floyd riots.
Yeah.
Hey homies, I know it's been pretty.
I mean, especially comparing it to this. I wonder how long this is going to go on till. I would think most are going to leave by the end of tonight, but because it is a Wednesday, but I think it'll probably be done by tomorrow.
Rough lately,
and people unemployed because of the coronavirus. It could potentially go on longer, but a lot of them don't live here; they're not native.
That's true. That's the thing too. It's like with the riots over the summer. Like the ingredients were there. People had nothing to lose. Oh man. Oh, stock drops. My CPU. Don't need that anymore.
Any luck finding the GPU?
No, not yet. I must search around again. I actually, when I was in the mall today with my girlfriend, I stopped in the GameStop, and they literally had signs, like multiple signs on the front that said, we are all out of PS5s. We are all out of Xbox Ones. Do not ask for any.
Probably someone's writing about that. That'd be funny.
The like console Microsoft, wars IRL.
Like, do you go to like fucking Nvidia's like corporate headquarters?
Yes. Storm Nvidia and demand they make the GPUs.
Gamers rise up, literally.
We will not let the scalpers take what is rightfully ours.
Dude, that would be funny as shit. Like, have like a riot on this scale at like fucking Nvidia or like Sony or Microsoft. Like, holy shit.
You know, we joke about it, but dude, it could fucking happen.
Dude, that would be funny as shit. Like, that's that's fucking something worth rioting over. Bullshit. Get like the fucking right and the left to agree on something. It's like to go and fuck those corporations.
Yeah, it's like the one thing they'd agree on. Video most bashing of QAnon. I'd love to see that, Kevin.
Q caused this, yeah, that's okay.
No, that's what they're saying. Dude, and this morning, before all this went down, I mean, you could see in unison, all the establishment people were saying, we lost Georgia because of QAnon. And
No, you lost
Trump
Georgia because you like fucking didn't care for Trump until it was like the 11th hour.
and their
Then you
own people by blocking the stim pack.
Yep. And you didn't care, you didn't give a shit about Trump until the last fucking day, right? The last fucking day you decide, oh, we're gonna block, we're gonna oppose the fucking. They waited until the last couple of days before they said they're gonna oppose the results of the election or some shit. Like, are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
You
saw
think
some.
Twitter? You think Team MAGA bought that shit? You think Team MAGA bought that shit? They're like, oh, they only mentioned that shit when they realized that they were down in the fucking polls, and they realized, oh shit, I might need to do something to save my sorry ass. Nobody bought it. Nobody fucking bought that shit.
Yeah. Yeah. People stayed home. And I was looking at all these establishment people's Twitters. Like, I was looking at the bigger names, and I was looking at people we knew personally. And it was the same shit from all of them. We lost Georgia because Trump told his voters it didn't matter to vote over election fraud conspiracies.
No, he didn't. No, absolutely not. That was low. He can't. He held rallies for them. Like, he held rallies for them, right? And I think if he didn't hold those rallies, the blowout would have been way fucking worse, right? Like, they don't like. I've been telling people, a lot of people, like, I have friends down in Georgia. They were like, they voted for Trump twice. They voted for Trump twice, and they were like, nope, there's no fucking way in hell I'm voting for either David Perdue or fucking Kelly Loeffler.
Yeah.
No way they were going to do it, right? Because they are the fucking establishment. They are the card-carrying members of the fucking establishment. They're everything that's wrong with Team MAGA. And even if Donald Trump says, hey, we need you to vote for him, they're going to go against Donald Trump because they don't like either candidate.
Yeah.
Those candidates were exactly what the fuck was wrong with this election, right? And they got what they deserved. And I'm sorry, and it really breaks my heart that most of what Donald Trump has done is going to get dismantled. But at the same time, I don't, you know, what do you do? What do you do? Because a lot of these people, no, these Team MAGA goes where Team MAGA goes, right? They're like a lot of these people. They're gonna go with what they feel, right? These are passionate people. They love their country. They're gonna go with what they feel. And if they feel like something ain't right, guess what? They're not gonna vote for what they don't feel is right.
Yep. It demoralized
How
them
many
and keeps
times?
them home.
How many times in the last 4 years? How many times has Trump endorsed somebody that Team MAGA was like, fuck no, right? It's been quite a bit. There's been quite a few candidates over the last 4 years. Yeah, I mean, he's helped a lot of candidates that were good and helped them get in power or whatever. But like, you look at a lot of these fucking establishment fucks, like. Some of these guys, they got primaried out. Like, look at I don't know. I look at Madison Cawthorn, right? I look at, the guy he ran against. Donald Trump fucking was like, hey, vote for this guy. People were like, nope, no thanks. And here you are. Like, I kind of wish, if I had any wish for Donald Trump, it would have been to give the followers more of what they wanted. Like, this was, like, I know he gave them a lot. I just wish he would have gave them more. That's probably one of my biggest gripes.
Hard part is he's in the least powerful position, and I mean, if you listen to that phone call with the people in Georgia that got leaked, you can tell he like just hammers to them like what they need to do, and you better do it in the most, like, in the best way he possibly can, saying like, hey, look, there was fraud. I listed all the evidence. Why aren't you doing anything? What are you doing? It's literally what the phone call was, and he couldn't get through to them. And that's that level. His own party. Imagine what's like in Congress when this guy's trying to deal with them, saying like, hey, this is the problems we have. Illegals pouring over, massive wasteful wars, terrible trade deals. Let's fix this. This is what we need to do. Build a wall. Put it in. I don't think so. That's, our corporate donors won't like that, and it's kind of xenophobic according to the media, so it'd be a bad look. No, let's do this. No, I don't know. It's like I can't imagine the shouting matches he gets in, the amount of like threats he has to make with these people, and what do you get out of that lemon that you squeeze to death? Like little drips. It's crazy. Yeah. So I feel for him in those things because it's got to be just painful.
I do. Yeah, he's probably had one of the toughest goes of any president maybe ever. Like I don't know. I think like he's about as close to anti-establishment that we may ever get again.
Yeah.
We're not getting another anti-establishment person like Trump as president ever again. It's not happening. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's not happening.
Yeah, I think you'll get close sometimes. You might get people
I don't even think. Yeah, I don't even think they'll be primary. I think they'll be primaried out. Look, we just let a Venezuela-style election happen in a presidential election. They can do whatever they want. The establishment really can do whatever they want. I think we've just found that out. There's nobody's going to enforce anything. Nobody's going to, nobody's going to enforce what they need to. Nobody's going to make sure that election integrity's had. It's over. It's over.
Nah.
So now it's going to be which establishment person wins. That's going to be every presidential election from here on out.
I don't think so. I think that's what's changed so much. And in the president, at that level, it's going to be harder. But like at the lower levels, I think that's where you're going to see more of these infighting battles.
Well, a lot of this happened on the local stage too. You got. I don't know. I'm not optimistic at all in the future of our election process. I am not confident at all.
You're not the only one, Phil.
Yeah. I just don't see it. I don't see it. Like, look, we know what's going on with these voting systems. We know it. Nobody's doing shit about it. Nothing about it. It's horrible.
Well, what's also horrible is the amount of, again, going back to the whole stimulus. There was so much shit that got rammed in there, and we got what, 600 measly fucking dollars.
This is I don't know. To me, I'm just like, we don't live in a democracy. We don't live in a democracy. We don't live in a republic. We live in a corporate.
We've never
corporate
lived
socialism.
Really. Think about that. Like, of all the major decisions made, like
we'll never even be.
Take a look at gay marriage.
Yeah.
When was that voted democratically? That, hey, we're going to allow this. Even Obama, when he was elected, he said he was against gay marriage, and guess what? It still happened.
Yeah.
That was one of the most completely undemocratic decisions created. Like, done. It was just completely done by the the Supreme Court. There was no democracy involved, not even by proxy, because the people who said that they were against it fucking lied. And there's nothing you can do about that once they're in. Once they're in there, and you can't do anything about it.
Well, if anything good was to come from Trump's presidency, it's that he basically lifted the veil on the whole entire fucking thing.
Yeah. That's probably the most important thing.
And look what we're getting. We're getting people storming the Capitol over this. That's what I'm saying. I am not I'm not pessimistic on the future. Maybe it's because I'm young and dumb, but I've never seen, we've never seen anything like this since, 1776, but people are, they know what's up now, and they're pissed. If they can't get the right, what they want through voting, they're going to get through force.
Well, I don't even think we live in basically a corporate socialism. Like, I don't think it's like I just look at this last bill, and I look at how much money is going to corporate America via foreign aid or otherwise. And I think that we're not even gonna. They're not even gonna allow us to live. Okay, so I'm not. They're saying we'll never be a socialist country, okay, and that part Donald Trump is right about. But the only reason we're not a socialist country is because that would piss on everything that corporate America is trying to do. Like, they're not about all that shit, high taxes and all that stuff. No, they want low taxes, but they want cheap labor too. They want.
Well, and they also want the least amount of government regulation possible. And the one thing socialism does do is it literally takes over those businesses. Private becomes public.
And they want cheap labor. That's however they can get it.
Yeah.
If it's illegal immigration, then whatever, so be it. But
well,
Kevin says anything out of Constitution is martial law. Well, yeah, Kevin, that's what I've been saying. We've kind of been living under a form of martial law for the last year, roughly, with not fully a year, but however long we've had the fucking COVID quarantine thing.
Well, that's one thing I think people are really, I myself am realizing just how much of a police state we live in.
Yep.
In many ways, keeps things pretty calm. Like, we have a lot of cops, which is really great because when you're in trouble, they are just minutes away. But the downside is when you give them so much power, look at what they're doing. Arresting people for not wearing masks, arresting people for trying to open their own business and shutting it back down. When you see stuff like that, that's when you go, oh boy, that's bad. That's not America. That's the scary stuff.
Yeah.
Because you piss off the wrong people for the establishment. You piss off the working class. You piss off normal people. You piss off people that normally love the cops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these pictures from the people that stormed the Capitol, man.
Yeah, they're saying that the dude without the shirt is involved with some sort of boy lover thing.
That dude's been at stuff before. There are pictures of him with the similar attire with the horns and everything. You gotta admit, these people were funny looking.
That seems like that seems like a fucking conspiracy theory about like this boy lover shit. That seems like some Q stuff on the chat.
There's gonna be a lot of Q shit.
It does seem look like like something else. Like it's probably a fucking song, but I don't think it. Like who wears? Like let's be real. Who's gonna wear a fucking boy lover symbol on their shirt?
Yeah.
This like there's conspiracy fucking bullshit all the time. And like listen, there's some real conspiracies out there, but I don't like you can say he was paid Shelby's not gonna be a fucking, pedophile.
Yeah.
Maybe he is a pedophile, but he's not gonna have like wear a fucking shirt or whatever. Like I mean if that was probably fucking Photoshop, like look at that too.
Bro, that's gonna be the new next phase of Q is like they start saying, it's these people were like, they weren't really Trump supporters.
I see people saying that now. It's like all Antifa. Like there's people actually pissed.
Yeah, that one I think is silly.
It was Charlottesville to this, and I knew they were gonna do that.
Mm-hmm. Like, look, I think there's a chance still that there were some professional agitators that sparked things and made things get crazier. I think there's a chance of that, but my God, like there was a 100% chance that most of these people are just pissed off.
I mean, that guy's probably a if he's not wearing any sort of fucking face covering. Like, let's be real over here.
Yeah, truth. I mean, some people are stupid though. Like, let's be real, too. They don't realize, hey, you're on video. You're on camera now, with your face everywhere. You're screwed. Imagine if imagine you're an employer and you see your employee storming the Capitol.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, there's some people who are stupid, but I think that this is even more like,
You're getting some Fed vibes.
I think they're Feds because they're obviously not worried at all, and like now be the perfect time. You were
that's what I've been saying.
Hey, I'm suspicious of it too. After the action we saw yesterday, it's possible. It's very possible. But I still think it's very possible. It's legit. So I don't want to discount either thing, but I think the Antifa stuff is a dumb take on it. Like, oh, Antifa really did this. It's like, no.
People are just pissed.
Yeah.
Well, you're I had to burst your bubble then, Sean, but you're our buddy Trent Lipinski, whom I love, tweeted out. Hold on, let me find it.
Yeah, he said so. He's talked about Antifa a little bit here today, and I mean, look, I'm not gonna say that there weren't Antifa people there. There very well could have been, right? I just don't think as a whole. I just don't think that flies as a whole, right? I think just the majority of the people were just pissed the fuck off, and nothing else works. Like, nothing else worked. Look, they tried the peace thing, right? They've tried it, right? They just watched this fucking Venezuela style election, and they're like, well, what the fuck? Like, and they're like, oh well, we'll let the law and order thing play out. Well, the law and order thing didn't do shit, right? They didn't let the law and order thing didn't work. Well, what the fuck, right? And now the guy who everybody thinks cheated to get in the fucking White House is actually going to be in the fucking White House. Yeah, people are pissed, and then they're being locked down. They're being stripped of their fucking job and their homes and their businesses, and they're like, people are pissed.
Mm-hmm.
It's a powder keg.
Alex, was Ryan in the Capitol?
He was at the rally. I didn't really read too much. I saw a certain one of our other friends was commenting on there.
Oh, he says from all indications here on the ground, it wasn't Trump supporters that stormed past Capitol Police into the chambers. It appears to be Antifa and or BLM.
Man, we need to get him on this. We need to get him on the stream one of these days.
Oh, I see the boy lover thing you're talking about. Yeah, that's stupid. And look,
Yeah, like
I'm not saying, to be clear, I'm not saying there's zero chance it was Antifa. I just think that's the least likely thing here. I'm just not seeing the evidence for that yet. Could be wrong, but just not seeing it. Doesn't seem like it. I still think there were definitely bad actors involved here.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I think
Oh
that's
yeah.
without doubt.
Well, yeah, and that's a good point too. I think generally the way, and I'm not saying people should do this, but on the right generally, when we talk about bad actors, Antifa is pretty much the catch-all for that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a very umbrella term, no pun intended there, and
Yeah.
gets overused. Like, that's one thing I'll give Jeff when he was talking about this stuff, is these groups do have a very loose, like, they have structure, they have organization, but it can be pretty loose, and there can be a pretty big umbrella that encapsulates a lot.
Yeah. Definitely.
See something from one of our I'm gonna post this in the one chat from one of our friends.
Oh boy.
Hold on.
I'm glad I finally got a friend request accepted from Mr. Ryan too.
Yeah, apparently, who was that? In 1967, the Black Panthers invaded the Capitol and they were armed, and
Bruh.
Same fuck, like fuck, people who are fucking oppressed and like stomped on, they do this. Like this isn't the first. Like this isn't even, if you look at history, particularly like bad. Like look, we had a fucking rebellion over attacks on whiskey.
Based.
Whiskey rebellion back in, like, I think the 1700s. And today, like, people are just so used to, like, just getting stomped on.
Yeah.
And, getting, what was it, like, 3 wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner. Like, we've had that happen for a long time. But, like, at one point in time, we actually, like, America as a whole had, they actually stood up when shit pissed them off. Like, look at the Revolutionary War, too, if you want to think about that. That was over a tax on tea. Like, I think it was like a 15% tea tariff. We had the Revolutionary War.
Mm-hmm.
And people are like, oh, like, this is completely unprecedented. This never happened before. Like, no, this happened quite a bit, actually, like, during the early stages of our republic. Like, and those are just some of the stuff that happened. Things like this has happened pretty consistently, like, especially earlier on. Like, this is what happens. And, for people invading the Capitol, like, the only person killed was a protester or, like, a rioter, whatever you want to call them.
And apparently the Senate is going to, so Pence has made public the fact that he never left the Capitol, and a joint session will resume in 3 minutes. So we might get some action again very soon, but the cops seem to have everything way more under control, so we'll see what happens. But we'll definitely be monitoring that as it goes down. Oh my god. And then after that happens, there's going to be more reaction.
Probably.
Yep.
By the way, on a side note, I was watching Carnival Row, and which is like it's on Amazon Prime, right? And so it was like based out of this imaginary, like, it was like imaginary England type shit, and like, but it was like supposed to resemble the 1800s or something like that. And so there was like a love scene, and both the mutant and the human were taking their clothes off, right? And it was just layer after layer after layer. And that's like when I tweeted, I'm like, that must have sucked living in the 1800s. Like, how much how much work does it take to actually fuck? Like, Just, all those layers of clothing, like Jesus. All those layers of clothing, and then you're fucking, and then you got to put all that shit back on, and God, just awful. What an awful way to.
Dude, I
What an
always
awful
saw
way to
like
bang.
those clothes gotta be so hot that they would wear.
Oh yeah.
Like, what were they doing? Are they trying to die from a heat stroke?
Well, a lot of those pricks died in their 40s anyway. So, like, by the time they were 40, they were gone.
I'm sure you guys. I'm sure you guys. I'm sure Phil, you saw my subtweet on your tweet, right?
Uh huh. I did.
Uh,
I did.
yeah. But yeah, once you said that, I'm like, what a weird thing that Phil is tweeting, and then I'm also like, but then again, this is exactly the type of stuff that I think about. So also, uh, Kevin with another donation, $1. Uh, it was all feds or crisis actors that were in the building as soon as I got in there. As soon as they got in there, I think is what he meant to mention. They yelled "white power." I mean, come on, I don't believe it was Antifa. Yeah, I mean that's
Bro, that's some Fed shit.
that's not Antifa, but that definitely is Fed shit that's going on there for sure. For sure. Um, and wasn't that the other thing that you were saying on last night's versus stream, Sean, was that you were reading on Milo's Telegram that he was warning people that that Fed activity was being planned, or that there were whispers of Fed activity.
Oh yeah, I followed it big time yesterday. I thought it was really real. That's when I started getting suspicious about what happened today, because he said, well, basically the chain of events were Proud Boys leader was arrested, Milo got a visit from the feds, a bunch of other Proud Boys got visits from the feds, then Enrique, Proud Boys leader, is banned from DC, a bunch of other things, and it was just really eerie. And he even said something big is happening. This isn't your run of the mill, oh, we're gonna stop those bad Proud Boys. It was something else. I think they were afraid of what could have happened. That's the thing that makes the DC play, and it could simply be incompetency, but it's so weird how they kind of let this happen, because dude, the feds knew that something bad could happen, and something bad did happen for the establishment.
Yeah, definitely seems that way. It's just been a crazy day. So.
Yep.
Well, is there anything more that we need to any more breaking news, or anything that we need to cover immediately at this point?
Not quite. I'm waiting for the joint session to start again in Congress. So when that happens, I'll prompt y'all.
All right.
Of course, it's still. I have the stream up, and this is really nice from USA Today, because they have the scene outside the Capitol with, in the bottom here, a stream of the Senate. We're still waiting on them to start, because they're gonna be slow. So.
I'm just wondering if I should keep the stream on, or if.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it on for a little bit longer till after the Senate stuff happens, and then I'm probably gonna turn off, take a shower, and probably start up again a little later tonight.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's 8 o'clock here, and I do want to eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to roll out because I got to pick up somebody.
Yeah, I got shit I need to do.
All right.
Yeah.
It is 8 o'clock, and I do want to eat dinner here before it gets too late. But.
All right, cool. I'll stream a little bit longer, and entertain the audience and cut it off soon, and then we'll probably reconvene maybe at 10 or 11 tonight.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, folks, I'm going to end this stream for the Whitfield Report. Thank you all for tuning in, and thank you for the donations, Kevin. Greatly appreciated. As always, like, subscribe, upload this video, share out, and I'll have the podcast for this up later. Probably won't do the podcast for the 11 p.m. stream, maybe, but who knows? I'll probably be back later tonight. Sean will let me know when we're doing this, but in the meantime, thanks for tuning in, and God bless and God save this great nation. We need it more than ever. Thanks, guys, and God bless.
Alright, looks like nothing's happening just yet, but we'll keep going here. It's been a wild day. And it's going to be a wild night. Oh man, what is coming next in America?
Yeah, it is crazy.
Mm-hmm. Oh man. I'm gonna start opening other live streams for people to see. The Senate has not started yet.
Election fraud in Georgia. As we heard on tape, his conversation with Secretary of State.
Protesters as they breach security and are in some cases arrested. They are doing what the president told them to do. He stood in front of hundreds of people today and said fight and march.
Federal, state, and local law enforcement.
Oh, Congress or Senate starting.
Today was the Capitol is secure.
Yep, Pence is speaking.
But thanks to the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police, federal, state, and local law enforcement, the violence was quelled.
Right as I end my live stream, too.
Yeah.
And the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. And we will always be grateful to the men and women who stayed at their posts to defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol,
this next-gen space heater is a brand new way to warm up this winter.
The people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support vandalism and defend the Constitution of the United States. The elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States of America. Let's get back to work.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader be allowed to speak, and that the time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
All right, Sean, I'll be back. Let me
On the state
know
of the American people,
when we're.
the United States Senate will not
Let me know when we're
be intimidated.
going to be streaming
We will
next.
not
If we're going to be
be
streaming.
All right.
out of this
Yep.
chamber
I might just keep this stream
thugs,
going because I don't know how long this is going
mobs,
to take, but I'll let you
or
know.
threats.
All right,
We will not bow
See you, man. Thanks for coming
to
on.
lawlessness
no problem. Thanks
or
for having me.
intimidation.
Yep.
We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it tonight. This afternoon, Congress began the process of honoring the will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. Whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on. The United States and the United States Congress have faced down much greater threats than the unhinged crowd we saw today. We've never been deterred before and will be not deterred today. They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed. They failed. They failed to attempt to obstruct the Congress. This failed insurrection only underscores how crucial the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American people is what shapes our self-government and determines the destiny of our nation. Not fear, not force, but the peaceful expression of the popular will. Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice of the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution to the letter. And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less.
Democratic Leader.
Mr. President, it is very, very difficult to put into words what has transpired today. I have never lived through or even imagined an experience like the one we have just witnessed in this Capitol. President Franklin Roosevelt set aside December 7, 1941, as a day that will live in infamy. Unfortunately, we can now add January 6, 2021, to that very short list of dates in American history that will live forever in infamy. This temple to democracy was desecrated, its windows smashed, our offices vandalized. The world saw Americans' elected officials hurriedly ushered out because they were in harm's way. The House and Senate floors were places of shelter until the evacuation was ordered, leaving rioters to stalk these hallowed halls. Lawmakers and our staffs, average citizens who love their country, serve it every day, feared for their lives. I understand that one woman was shot and tragically lost her life. We mourn her and feel for her friends and family. These images were projected to the world. Foreign embassies cabled home their home capitals to report the harrowing scenes at the very heart of our democracy. This will be a stain on our country, not so easily washed away. The final, terrible, indelible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, undoubtedly our worst. I want to be very clear. Those who perform these reprehensible acts cannot be called protesters. No, these were rioters and insurrectionists, goons and thugs, domestic terrorists. They do not represent America. They were a few thousand violent extremists who tried to take over the Capitol building and attack our democracy. They must and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, hopefully by this administration, if not, certainly by the next. They should be provided no leniency. I want to thank the many of the Capitol Hill Police and Secret Service and local police who kept us safe today and worked to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate. It was Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of that our Constitution requires us to complete in the very legislative chambers of the House and Senate that were desecrated, but we know always belong to the people and do again tonight. But make no mistake, my friends, today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs, the president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital, egged them on. He hardly ever discourages violence and more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing, incited by his words, his lies. This violence, in good part, his responsibility, his everlasting shame. Today's events certainly would not have happened without him. Now, January 6th will go down as one of the darkest days in recent American history. A final warning to our nation about the consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink of ruin. As we reconvene tonight, let us remember, in the end, All this mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who were shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today and who are worried about the future of this country, let me speak to you directly. The divisions in our country clearly run deep, but we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people, and we will begin the hard work of repairing this nation tonight, because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield 2 minutes to the Senator from Oklahoma, Senator Lankford.
Senator from Oklahoma.
The Vice President, you said things more eloquently than how we say it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right? Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America. We disagree on a lot of things, and we have a lot of spirited debate in this room. But we talk it out, and we honor each other, even in our disagreement. That person is not my enemy. That's my fellow American. And while we disagree on things and disagree strongly at times, we do not encourage what happened today, ever. I want to join my fellow senators in saying thank you to the Capitol Hill Police, the law enforcement, the National Guard, the Secret Service, who stood in harm's way. While we were here debating, they were pushing back. And I was literally interrupted mid-sentence speaking here because we were all unaware of what was happening right outside this room because of their faithfulness and because of what they have done. And I want to thank them. Ronald Reagan once said, "Peace is not the absence of conflict. It is the ability to handle conflict by peaceful means." The peaceful people in my state in Oklahoma want their questions answered, but they don't want this, what happened today. They want to do the right thing, and they also want to do it the right way. They want to honor the constitutional process, but they also want to have debate about election security because they want to make sure it's right, which is why it's an important issue that still needs to be resolved. Transparency in government just doesn't seem like a bad idea. Obviously, the commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this point, and I understand that. And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead. I yield the floor.
Democratic Leader.
Senator from Nevada, Senator Cortez Masto.
Senator from Nevada.
Mr. Vice President.
And the Senate has resumed its debate on the Arizona electoral vote certification. You can watch all that live on C-SPAN 2. We're waiting for the House to come back into session. They too, at 2:15 this afternoon, we're debating the certification for Arizona's electoral votes. As soon as the House comes back into session, we will go live there as well. At some point, the Senate will return to the House chamber. We'll watch that, and that will be the joint session, and they'll get back to going through the roster of states, Following the debate on Arizona, Arkansas and California are the next two states that are up. We will watch all of that live. 202 is the area code if you want to dial in and comment on today's activities. 748-8920 for those of you in the East and Central time zones. 748-8921 if you live in the Mountain and Pacific time zones. You can see there a text number. If you do send a text to 202-748-8903, please be sure to include your first name and your city. And you can see another line there as well. And Cynthia in Frankfort, Kentucky. Go ahead, and have you been watching all day today, Cynthia?
Yes, I have. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my call. I think that the violence is not the answer to express our opinion, but also people need to be heard.
The Constitution specifically reserves to the people the right to meet in their respective states and vote for the president and vice president. As a result, individual states oversee and implement the election process, not the federal government. To guard against fraud or irregularities in the voting process, the states are required to have robust election security measures. Likewise, state legislatures have the opportunity to examine evidence of voter fraud before they certified their electoral college votes. And our courts, from district courts to the United States Supreme Court, adjudicate legal challenges and election disputes. All of those things happened after the 2020 election. State houses and courts across the country took allegations of voter fraud seriously and followed the constitutional process to hear challenges to this year's elections. No state found evidence of any widespread voter fraud, and neither did any court ask to review the state's findings. In Arizona, Republican Governor Doug Ducey, Democratic Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, Republican Attorney General Mark Brnovich, and State Supreme Court Chief Justice Robert Brutinel all certified the results of the election on November 30th. And we have heard, Arizonans have been voting by mail for almost 30 years. And Governor Ducey has expressed confidence in the state's process numerous times. In November, he said, "We do elections well here in Arizona. The system is strong, and that's why I have bragged on it so much." He further stated, "We have some of the strongest election laws in the country, laws that prioritize accountability and clearly lay out our procedures for conducting, canvassing, and even contesting the results." And they are right. Arizona has one of the most transparent election processes in the country, with built-in accountability, starting with internal auditing. We have heard unfounded allegations that voting machines in Arizona and elsewhere somehow changed vote tallies or somehow improperly rejected ballots while claiming to accept them. These allegations all ignore the fact that Arizona counties conducted ballot audits by hand to double-check the machine counts, and these audits found no widespread fraud or irregularities. Maricopa County, the county where more than 60% of the state population resides, conducted a post-election hand count audit in the week after the election, which showed perfect 100% accuracy in the machine tabulations. So why would we need, my colleagues, to call for a 10-day emergency audit to be conducted by a legislative commission when it's already been done by the state of Arizona? What happened to states' rights? The audit involved checking ballots for the presidential election, but also ballots for federal and state legislative elections. The audit report shows every precinct's machine and hand count totals for each of the races audited. And for every single race in every precinct, the difference between the hand count and the machine count was 0. Maricopa's audit report stated no discrepancies were found by the hand count audit boards. Seeking to find any reason to contest these results, some of the state Republicans then tried to claim that Maricopa County failed to follow state law in conducting this audit by selecting voting center locations to audit instead of voting precincts. This was wrong. And this, too, went to a court. In rejecting this claim, state court in Arizona found that the county followed the properly issued guidance on hand audit procedures from the Arizona Secretary of State. And the court found that Maricopa County officials, therefore, could not lawfully have performed the hand count audit the way the plaintiffs wanted it done. If they had done so, they would have exposed themselves to criminal punishment.
The senator's 5 minutes is expired.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would close by just saying, please, my colleagues, do not disenfranchise the voters of Arizona and certify their votes tonight. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Utah, Senator Lee.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, at the time I prepared my remarks for today, it seems like a lifetime ago. A lot's changed in the last few hours. And so I'm going to deliver some of the same remarks, but it has a little bit of a different feel than it would have just a few hours ago. My thoughts and prayers go out to the family members of those who have been injured or killed today. My heartfelt gratitude goes out to the Capitol Hill Police who valiantly defended our building and our lives. While it's true that legitimate concerns have been raised with regard to how some of the key battleground states conducted their presidential elections, this is not the end of the story. We each have to remember that we've sworn an oath to uphold, protect, and defend this document, written nearly 2.5 centuries ago by wise men raised up by God to that very purpose. That document makes clear what our role is and what it isn't. It makes clear who does what when it comes to deciding presidential elections. You see, because in our system of government, presidents are not directly elected. They're chosen by presidential electors. And the Constitution makes very clear under Article 2, Section 1, that the states shall appoint presidential electors according to procedures that their legislatures develop. Then comes the 12th Amendment. It explains what we're doing here today in the Capitol. It explains that the President of the Senate, the Vice President of the United States, shall open the ballots, and the votes shall then be counted. It's those words that confine, define, and constrain every scrap of authority that we have in this process. Our job is to open and then count. Open, then count. That's it. That's all there is. Now, there are, of course, rare instances in which multiple slates of electors can be submitted by the same state. That doesn't happen very often. It happened in 1960, it happened in 1876. Let's hope it doesn't ever happen again. In those rare moments, Congress has to make a choice. It has to decide which of the electoral votes will be counted and which will not. That did not happen here. Thank heavens, and let's hope that it never does. Now, many of my colleagues have raised objections or had previously stated their intent to raise objections with regard to these. I've spent an enormous time on this issue over the last few weeks. I've met with lawyers on both sides of the issue. I've met with lawyers representing the Trump campaign, reading everything I could find about the constitutional provisions in question. And I've spent a lot of time on the phone with legislators and other leaders from the contested states. I didn't initially declare my position because I didn't yet have one. I wanted to get the facts first, and I wanted to understand what was happening. I wanted to give the people serving in government in the contested states the opportunity to do whatever they felt they needed to do to make sure that their election was properly reflected. I spent an enormous amount of time reaching out to state government officials in those states, but in none of the contested states, no, not even one, did I discover any indication that there was any chance that any state legislature or secretary of state or governor or lieutenant governor had any intention to alter the slate of electors. That being the case, our job is a very simple one. This simply isn't how our federal system is supposed to work. That is to say, If you have concerns with the way that an election in the presidential race was handled in your state, the appropriate response is to approach your state legislatures, first and foremost. These protests, from hearing from those who have raised concerns, they should have been focused on their state capitals, not their nation's capital, because our role is narrow, our role is defined, our role is limited. Yes, we are the election judges when it comes to members elected to our own body. And yes, the House of Representatives, they're the judges of their own races there. We also have the authority to prescribe, as a Congress, rules governing the time, place, and manner of elections for senators and representatives. There is no corresponding authority with respect to presidential elections. None whatsoever. It doesn't exist. Our job is to convene, to open the ballots, and to count them. That's it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Colorado, Mr. Bennett.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it's been a terrible day for everybody here and for our country. One of the things I was thinking about today is something I often think about when I'm on this floor, which is that the founders of this country, the people that wrote our Constitution, actually knew our history better than we know our history. And I was thinking about that history today as we saw the mob riot in Washington, D.C., thinking about what the founders were thinking about when they wrote our Constitution, which was what happened to the Roman Republic, when armed gangs doing the work for politicians prevented Rome from casting their ballots for consuls, for praetors, for senators. These were the offices in Rome. And these armed gangs ran through the streets of Rome, keeping elections from being started, keeping elections from ever being called. And in the end, because of that, the Roman Republic fell and a dictator took its place. And that was the end of the Roman Republic, or any republic for that matter, until this beautiful Constitution was written in the United States of America. So it is my fervent hope that the way that we respond to this today, my dear colleagues, is that we give the biggest bipartisan vote we can in support of our democracy and in support of our Constitution and in rejection for what we saw today and what the Roman Republic saw in its own time. There's a tendency around this place, I think, to always believe that we're the first people to confront something when that's seldom the case, and to underappreciate what the effect of our actions will be. We need to deeply appreciate in this moment our obligation to the Constitution, our obligation to the democracy, our obligation to the Republic. There are people in this chamber that have twisted the words of a statute written in the 19th century that was meant to actually settle our electoral disputes, to leave them with the states. As the senator from Utah was saying, to give us a ministerial role, except in very rare circumstances. That's what that law is about, that the senator of Texas was talking about today. And that's the law that's leading us to be asked to overturn the judgments of 60 courts in America, many of them courts in Arizona, some of whom have howled the president's lawyers out of the courtrooms because there's no evidence of fraud. And by the way, the fact that 37% or 39% of Americans think there's no evidence of fraud or think there's evidence of fraud does not mean there is fraud. If you turned a blind eye to a conspiracy theory, you can't now come to the floor of the Senate and say you're ignoring the people who believe the election was stolen. Go out there and tell them the truth, which is that every single member of this Senate knows this election wasn't stolen. And that we, just as in the Roman Republic, have a responsibility to protect the independence of the judiciary from politicians who will stop at nothing to hold on to power. There's nothing new about that either. That's been true since the First Republic was founded. So now we find ourselves in a position just days after many senators here swore an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. Every single member of the House of Representatives swore the same oath as well. And I think we've got a solemn obligation and responsibility here to prove once again that this country is a nation of laws and not of men. And the only result that we can reach together is one that rejects the claim of the senator from Texas and the other members of the House and Senate who seek to overturn the decisions that are made by the states, by the voters in the states, and by the courts. If we follow what they have proposed, we will be the ones that will have disenfranchised every single person who cast a vote in this election, whether they voted for the president or they didn't. I urge you to reject this, and I deeply appreciate the opportunity to serve with every single one of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield up to 5 minutes to the senator from Georgia, Senator Loeffler.
Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, when I arrived in Washington this morning, I fully intended to object to the certification of the electoral votes. However, the events that have transpired today have forced me to reconsider, and I cannot now in good conscience object to the certification of these electors. The violence, the lawlessness, and siege of the halls of Congress are abhorrent and stand as a direct attack on the very institution my objection was intended to protect, the sanctity of the American democratic process. And I thank law enforcement for keeping us safe. I believe that there were last-minute changes to the November 2020 election process and serious irregularities that resulted in too many Americans losing confidence not only in the integrity of our elections, but in the power of the ballot as a tool of democracy. Too many Americans are frustrated at what they see as an unfair system. Nevertheless, there is no excuse for the events that took place in these chambers today, and I pray that America never suffers such a dark day again. Though the fate of this vote is clear, the future of the American people's faith in the core institution of this democracy remains uncertain. We as a body must turn our focus to protecting the integrity of our elections and restoring every American's faith that their voice and their vote matters. America is a divided country with serious differences, but it is still the greatest country on earth. There can be no disagreement that upholding democracy is the only path to preserving our republic. I yield the floor.
Democratic Leader.
Minutes to Senator Booker and 2.5 minutes to Senator Kaine. In reverse order.
Mr. President and my colleagues.
Senator from Virginia.
I applaud the comments of my colleague from Georgia deeply. My first job after school was in Macon, Georgia, working for a federal judge, Lanier Anderson. And I learned a lot about integrity and a lot about law from him. I also learned some sad lessons that in the history of Georgia, and indeed Virginia and many states, so many people, especially people of color, have been disenfranchised over the course of our history. Our late friend, John Lewis, congressman from Georgia, was savagely beaten on Bloody Sunday just for marching for voting rights. That act of violence inspired this body, the U.S. Senate, to come together in March of 1965 and work to pass in a bipartisan fashion the Voting Rights Act. We should be coming together today after acts of violence as a United States Senate to affirm the votes of all who cast ballots in November. Instead, we're contemplating an unprecedented objection that would be a massive disenfranchisement of American voters. The Georgia result was very clear, a 12,000 vote margin, 2 certifications by Republican officials, 4 separate recounts and canvasses, 7 lawsuits, as in the other states. If we object to results like this, the message is so clear. We are saying to states, no matter how secure and accurate your elections are, we'll gladly overthrow them if we don't like who you voted for. But more importantly, what we'll be saying, really what we'll be doing, is as the body that acted together to guarantee Americans the right to vote, we will become the agent of one of the most massive disenfranchisements in the history of this country. So I urge all of my colleagues, please oppose these objections. Thank you, and I yield to my colleague from New Jersey.
Senator from New Jersey.
Mr. Vice President, I can only think of 2 times in American history that individuals laid siege to our Capitol, stormed our sacred civic spaces, and tried to upend and overrun this government. One was in the War of 1812, and the other one was today. What's interesting about the parallel between the two is they both were waving flags to a sole sovereign, to an individual, surrendering democratic principles to the cult of personality. One was a monarch in England, and the other were the flags I saw all over our Capitol, including in the hallways and in this room, to a single person named Donald Trump. The sad difference between these 2 times is one was yet another nation in the history of our country that tried to challenge the United States of America. But this time, we brought this hell upon ourselves. My colleague from Texas said that this was a moment where there were unprecedented allegations of voter fraud. Yes, that is true. They were unprecedented when the president, before the election even happened, said, if I lose this election, then the election was rigged. That's unprecedented. It's unprecedented before the night of the voting even the counting of the vote was even done that he called it rigged. And it's unprecedented that he is fanning the flames of conspiracy theory to create a smokescreen in this nation to cover what he is trying to do, which is undermine our democratic principles. But it's not just that. The shame of this day is it's being aided and abetted by good Americans who are falling prey, who are choosing Trump over truth, who are surrendering to the passion of lies as opposed to standing up and speaking truth to power, who are trying to fundraise off of the shame of conspiracy theories as opposed to doing the incalculably valuable, patriotic thing to speak truth to our nation. Our democracy is wounded, and I saw it when I saw pictures of yet another insurgency, of a flag of another group of Americans who tried to challenge our nation. I saw the flag of the Confederacy there. What will we do? How will we confront this shame? How will we confront this dark second time in American history? I pray that we remember a Georgian. And his words, all I can say is we must in spirit join together like those Georgians on a bridge called the Edmund Pettus who joined hands, who were called threats to our democracy, who were called outrageous epithets when they sought to expand our democracy, to save it and to heal it, when they joined arm in arm and said what we should say now, commit ourselves to that ideal, that together we shall overcome.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Nebraska, Senator Sass.
Senator from Nebraska.
Mr. President, thank you. And Mr. Vice President, let me just say before I begin, thank you for the way you have fulfilled your constitutional duties and your oath of office today. It obviously hasn't been easy. Colleagues, today has been ugly. And when I came to the floor this morning, I planned to talk about the lesson of 1801, because I'm kind of a history nerd, and I wanted to celebrate the glories of the peaceful transition of power across our nation's history. It feels a little naive now to talk about ways that American civics might be something that could unite us and bring us back together. 1801 blew everybody's mind all over the world, by the way. John Adams loses to Thomas Jefferson, and Adams willingly leaves the executive mansion and moves back to Massachusetts, and Jefferson peacefully assumes power. And people all over Europe said, that must be fake news. Those must be bad reports. There's no way any executive would ever willingly lay down power. And yet Adams, in defeat, did something glorious to give all of us a gift. I wanted to celebrate that, and it feels a little bit harder now. This building has been desecrated. Blood has been spilled in the hallways. I was with octogenarian members of this chamber that needed to have troops and police stabilize them to get down the stairs at a time when a lot of our staffs were panicked and under their desks and not knowing what was going to happen to them. It was ugly today. But you know what? It turns out that when something's ugly, talking about beauty isn't just permissible. Talking about beauty is obligatory in a time like that. Why? Why would we talk about beauty after the ugliness of today? Because our kids need to know that this isn't what America is. What happened today isn't what America is. They've been given a glorious inheritance. This is the 59th presidential election. If the vice president wasn't the chair and if the president pro tem was, I'd have made some joke that Chuck Grassley has voted in 2/3 of those 59 presidential elections. He's laughing. It's not as good as Hit Dear, Dear Dead, but it's still got a Grassley laugh. I don't think we want to tell the Americans that come after us that this republic is broken, that this is just a banana republic, that our institutions can't be trusted. I don't think we want that. We don't want that in this body. We don't want that in our hometowns. I don't think we want to tell our kids that America's best days are behind us, because it's not true. That's not who we are. America isn't Hatfield's and McCoy's blood feud forever. America's a union. There's a lot that's broken in this country, but not anything that's so big that the American people can't rebuild it, that freedom and community and entrepreneurial effort and that neighborhoods can't rebuild. Nothing that's broken is so big that we can't fix it. Generations of our forefathers and our foremothers, probably not a word, our ancestors, have spilled blood to defend the glories of this republic. Why would they do that? Because America is the most exceptional nation in the history of the world, and because the Constitution is the greatest political document that's ever been written. Most governments in the past have said might makes right, and we saw some of that hooligan nuttery today. Might makes right. No, it doesn't. God gives us rights by nature, and government is just our shared project to secure those rights. America has always been about what we choose to do together, the way we reaffirm our constitutional system, where we've got some governmental tasks, and we all in this body could do better at those governmental tasks, but the heart of America is not government. The center of America is not Washington, D.C. The center of America is the neighborhoods where 330 million Americans are raising their kids and trying to put food on the table and trying to love their neighbor. That's the center of America. We're not supposed to be the most important people in America. We're supposed to be servant leaders who try to maintain a framework for ordered liberty so that there's a structure that back home where they live, They can get from the silver frame of structure and order to the golden apple at the center, as Washington would have said it, which is the things that they build together. The places where they coach Little League, the places where they invite people to synagogue or church. Sometimes the big things we do together are governmental, like kicking Hitler's ass or like going to the moon. Sometimes there is governmental stuff, but the heart of America is about places where moms and dads are raising kids, and we're supposed to serve them by maintaining order and by rejecting violence. You can't do big things like that if you hate your neighbors. You can't do big things together as Americans if you think other Americans are the enemy. Look, there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. I get it. There's a lot that does need to be rebuilt. But if you're angry, I want to beg you, don't let the screamers who monetize hate have the final word. Don't let nihilists become your drug dealers. There are some who want to burn it all down. We met some of them today, but they aren't going to win. Don't let them be your prophets. Instead, organize, persuade, but most importantly, love your neighbor. Visit the widower down the street who's lonely and doesn't want to tell anybody that his wife died and he doesn't have a lot of friends. Shovel somebody's neighbor, or shovel somebody's driveway. You can't hate somebody who just shoveled your driveway. The heart of life is about community and neighborhood, and we're supposed to be servant leaders. The constitutional system is still the greatest order for any government ever, and it's our job to steward it and protect it. Let's remember that today when we vote.
Democratic leader.
Illinois, Senator Durbin.
Senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. In March of 1861, a Springfield lawyer caught a train to Washington. His name was Abraham Lincoln. It wasn't his first trip here. He'd served as a congressman 15 years before, and he returned in the beginning of the Civil War to serve as president. It was a different place than he knew it as congressman, and 15 years had changed a lot. The Spriggs boarding house across the street, which is now the Library of Congress, was gone, and this building was changing. Big changes. They're building a dome on the Capitol. But they were also in the earliest days of a war, and President Lincoln was counseled, stop building the dome. It costs too much money, and we can't spend any more time on it. And he said, no, we're going to build that dome and we're going to finish it. That dome and this building will be a symbol of this country that will survive this Civil War and come back strong. So they built the dome, they won the war, and since those days, that dome and this building have been a symbol to this country, a symbol of unity and of hope. Tourists come through here before COVID-19 by the tens of thousands. And if you've ever noticed their tours, they're often shushed. People are saying, show some respect for this building. We know this building in the Rotunda as a place where some of the greatest American heroes of both political parties lie in state, and we go there to honor them. We know this building because we work here. We enact laws here that change America. We gather for State of the Union messages from presidents and honor the people in the gallery. This is a special place. This is a sacred place. But this sacred place was desecrated by a mob today on our watch. This temple to democracy was defiled by thugs who roam the halls and sat in that chair, Mr. Vice President, the one that you vacated at 2:15 this afternoon, sat and posed for pictures, those who were roaming around this chamber. What brought this on? Did this mob spring spontaneously from America? No. This mob was invited to come to Washington on this day by this president for one reason, because he knew the Electoral College vote was going to be counted this day. He wanted this mob to disrupt the constitutional process which we are part of. This mob was inspired by a president who cannot accept defeat. If you wonder whether I'm going too far in what I say, just read the transcript with the Secretary of State from Georgia. and listen to this president's wild conspiracy theories, one after the other, swatted down by that Republican elected official and his attorney as having no basis in fact. This president begs, he coaxes, he even threatens that Secretary of State to find the votes he needs. In any other venue, that would be a simple, obvious crime. The lengths he will go to are obvious. The Texas senator says to us, well, many people still agree with him, you know, when it gets down to the bottom line. Many people have fallen for this presidential position that it must have been a rigged election if I lost. Well, I would say that after we've lost count, 57 lawsuits, 62 lawsuits, I've heard so many numbers, after 90 different judges, after this president took his case, the best he could put together, to the highest court in the land across the street, where he has personally chosen 3 justices on the Supreme Court, I say to the senator from Texas, you know much more about that court than I do. I don't believe they let that paper that he sent up there even hit the desk before they laughed it out of the court. And that's the best he had to offer. No evidence whatsoever of this rigged election and this fraudulence. The senator from Texas says, we just want to create a little commission. 10 days, we're going to audit all the states, particularly the ones in contention here, and find out what actually occurred. And it really draws its parallel in 1876, Hayes and Tilden. Don't forget what that commission, that so-called political compromise, achieved. It was not just some ordinary governmental commission. It was a commission that killed Reconstruction, that established Jim Crow, that even after a civil war which tore this nation apart, it re-enslaved African Americans. And it was a commission that invited the voter suppression we are still fighting today in America. Let me close by saying this. The vote we're going to have here is a clear choice of whether we are going to feed the beast of ignorance or we are going to tell the truth to the American people. We saw that beast today roaming the halls. Let's not invite it back.
Majority Leader.
President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Kansas, Senator Marshall.
Senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Freedom of speech and the freedom to protest are provided in our Constitution. And while I share the same frustrations many Americans have over the presidential election, the violence and mob rule which occurred at the U.S. Capitol today and across the country over the past year are unacceptable, and I condemn them at the highest level. And like all of us in the chamber, I'm thankful for the heroic law enforcement officers who worked feverishly to restore order so we get back to the electoral certification process. During my 29-year career as an obstetrician and gynecologist, too often I had to sit down with patients and give them a very bad diagnosis. It might have been a young mother of 3 who I delivered all 3 of her babies, now with metastatic breast cancer, or perhaps another woman with advanced cervical or ovarian cancer, all with a very challenging prognosis. But before I sat down with each one of those patients, I carefully reviewed all their labs, their x-rays, and their pathology to make sure I had the facts straight. But at the end of the day, my final recommendation was always going to be a recommendation from my heart. I want my fellow Kansans and all Americans to know that I've given as much consideration and thought surrounding the issue objecting to a state's electoral college votes as I did considering the treatment plan for a serious health concern. And today's decision, once again, is from my heart. Mr. President, I rise today to restore integrity to our republic. And I rise to join the many of our colleagues who are all concerned for current and future generations. We must restore faith and confidence in one of our republic's most hallowed, patriotic duties, voting. There is no question our U.S. Constitution empowers state legislatures to execute free, legal, and fair elections. Unfortunately, in several states, the clear authority of those state legislatures to determine the rules for voting were usurped by governors, secretaries of states, and activist courts. Our laws and Constitution should always be followed, especially in a time of crisis. I don't rise to undo a state's legally obtained electoral college votes. Rather, I rise in hopes of improving the integrity of the ballot to hold states accountable to the time-proven constitutional system of the electoral college. This is why I urge the formation of an electoral commission to give constructive suggestions and recommendations that states can make to make our elections once again safe, free, and fair after a year of jarring irregularities. We must and will have a peaceful transition to power. To all my fellow Americans, I have no doubt that our republic can grow stronger through this difficult day. May God bless this great republic. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Democratic leader.
Senator Duckworth.
Senator from Illinois.
President, in 2000.
On Sunday, it was my great honor to be sworn in as Speaker and to preside over a sacred ritual of renewal as we gathered under this dome of this temple of democracy to open the 117th Congress. I said that as we were sworn in then, we accept a responsibility as daunting and demanding as any previous generation of leadership has ever faced. We know that we're in difficult times, but little could we have imagined the assault that was made on our democracy today. To those who strove to deter us from our responsibility, you have failed. To those who engaged in the gleeful desecration of this, our temple of democracy, American democracy, justice will be done. Today, January 6th, is the Feast of the Epiphany. On this day of revelation, let us pray that this instigation to violence will provide an epiphany for our country to heal. In that spirit of healing, I evoke the song of St. Francis. I usually do. St. Francis is the patron saint of my city of San Francisco, and his song of St. Francis is our anthem. Lord, make me a channel of thy peace. Where there is darkness, may I bring light. Where there is hatred, let us bring love. Where there is despair, let us bring hope. We know that we would be part of history in a positive way today, every 4 years, when we demonstrate again the peaceful transfer of power from one president to the next. And despite the shameful actions of today, we still will do so. We will be part of a history that shows the world what America is made of. That this assault is just that. It shows the weakness of those who had to show through violence what their message was. My colleagues, it's time to move on. I wear this pin quite frequently. Actually, I gave it to our beloved John Lewis just a weekend or so before he left us. And it's a flag of our country, a flag of the United States of America. On it, it says, one country, one destiny. One country, one destiny, written on the flag. That was also what was embroidered in Abraham Lincoln's coat that he had on that fateful night. Lincoln's party, Lincoln's message, one country, one destiny. So on this holy day of Epiphany, let us pray. I'm a big believer in prayer. Let us pray that there will be peace on earth and that it will begin with us. Let us pray that God will continue to bless America. And with that, let us proceed with our responsibilities to the Constitution, to which we have just within 72 hours taken the oath to uphold. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it is a sad day in America. It is a wrenching day in America. It is a day in which our words and our actions have had consequences of a very, very negative nature. We ought to watch our words and think what it may mean to some. My remarks were written before the tragic, dangerous, and unacceptable actions. And unacceptable is such a tame word. My remarks started with, Madam Speaker, the American people today are witnessing one of the greatest challenges to our democracy in its 244-year history. Little did I know that this Capitol would be attacked by the enemy within. I was here on 9/11 when we were attacked by the enemy without. We need to all work together to tame and reduce the anger, and yes, the hate that some stoke. What some, not all, Madam Speaker, but some in this House and in this Senate are doing today will not change the outcome of the election, which is the clear and insurmountable victory of President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions. This was written before this Capitol was assaulted. Before this democracy was put aside by thousands. Encouraged by the Commander-in-Chief. Instead, all they will accomplish is to further the dangerous divisions, as I said, among our people and energize conspiracy theories stoked by our foreign adversaries, which seek to erode America's confidence in our democracy and our system of free and fair elections. I was here in 2000. I was strongly in favor of Al Gore for president. And my candidate got more votes than the other candidate. His name was George Bush, of course. And one of the saddest days was January 20th of 2001 when our candidate, who won the election in my view, was not elected. But it was also one of the proudest moments of my career, because the greatest power on earth passed peacefully from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush. Not a shot was fired. Nobody assaulted this caucus or this Congress or this chamber. Because we were not disappointed? No. Because we were not angry? No. Because we believe in democracy. We believe in we the people. And the way the people, one of the speakers, I think it was the senator from Texas, expressed, we're here for the people. If those were the people, we're in a lot of trouble. Our electoral system, our democratic system, however, did not break under the strains of the misinformation, the claims of fraud, which court after court after court have dismissed out of hand. Not because there was a little evidence, because there was no evidence. That's why we're the longest lasting constitutional democracy in the world. I hope all of us in this body are proud of that and understand why that's the case. Because, as Dick Gephardt said on this floor many years ago, democracy is a substitute for war to resolve differences. It proved once more the ever-beating strong heart that gives life to our republic and our freedoms. That strength, Madam Speaker, is derived in part from our institution and our laws. But most importantly, it is powered by citizens and leaders' commitment to our Constitution. Not just us, we swear an oath. But it's all of America. Barack Obama spoke from that chamber and he said, I'm going to be taking another title next year, citizen. And he was proud to take that. And every citizen needs to protect, preserve, and uplift our democracy. Some today did not do that. Many today. 68 years ago in Springfield, Illinois, Governor Adlai Stevenson gracefully conceded his loss to General Dwight Eisenhower. He said this, it is traditionally American. He told his deeply disappointed supporters to fight hard before an election. But then he added, it is equally traditional to close ranks as soon as the people have spoken. Not the Congress, not the electors, the people have spoken. That which unites us as American citizens is far greater than that which divides us as political parties. It was another man from Springfield, 68 years earlier, who won re-election to the presidency in a national crisis that tested our country and its democratic institutions, who pleaded even in his hour of victory for the same spirit of reconciliation. That was the party of Lincoln. That hasn't happened to this hour. Lincoln said, now that the election is over, he asked, may not all, having a common...
To the men and women of the Capitol Hill Police, the armed, the National Guardsmen, the Metropolitan Police, and others who came to this Capitol, who put their lives on the line to protect everyone here working inside of it. And I want to thank law enforcement all across this country, in my home state of Missouri and everywhere else who do that day in and day out. And I just want to acknowledge that when it comes to violence, this has been a terrible year in America this last year. We've seen a lot of violence against law enforcement, and today we saw it here in the capital of the United States. And in this country, in the United States of America, we cannot say emphatically enough, violence is not how you achieve change. Violence is not how you achieve something better. Our Constitution was built and put into place so that there would be, in the words of Abraham Lincoln, no appeal from ballots to bullets, which is what we saw, unfortunately, attempted tonight. There is no place for that in the United States of America. And that's why I submit to my colleagues that what we're doing here tonight is actually very important. Because for those who have concerns about the integrity of our elections, those who have concerns about what happened in November, this is the appropriate means. This is the lawful place where those objections and concerns should be heard. This is the forum that the law provides for, our laws provide for those concerns to be registered, not through violence, not by appealing from ballots to bullets, but here in this lawful process. And so to those who say that this is just a formality today, an antique ceremony that we've engaged in for a couple of hundred years, I can't say that I agree. I can't say that our precedents suggest that. I actually think it's very vital what we do. The opportunity to be heard, to register objections is very vital because this is the place where those objections are to be heard and dealt with, debated, and finally resolved. In this lawful means, peacefully, without violence, without attacks, without bullets. And so, Mr. President, let me just say now briefly, in lieu of speaking about it later, a word about Pennsylvania, which is a state that I have been focused on, objected to, as an example of why people are concerned, millions of Americans concerned about our election integrity. The state of Pennsylvania, quite apart from allegations of any fraud, you have a state constitution that has been interpreted for over a century to say that there is no mail-in balloting permitted except for in very narrow circumstances that's also provided for in the law. And yet, last year, Pennsylvania elected officials passed a whole new law that allows universal mail-in balloting and did it irregardless of what the Pennsylvania Constitution said. And then when Pennsylvania citizens tried to go and be heard on this subject before the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, they were dismissed on grounds of procedure, timeliness, in violation of that Supreme Court's own precedent. So the merits of the case have never been heard. The constitutionality of the statute actually has never been defended. I'm not aware of any court that has passed on its constitutionality. Actually, I'm not aware of anybody who's defended the constitutionality. And this was the statute that governed this last election, in which there are over 2.5 million mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania. This is my point, that this is the forum. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court hasn't heard the case. There's no other court to go to hear the case in the state. And so this is the appropriate place for these concerns to be raised, which is why I have raised them here today. And I hope that this body will not miss the opportunity to take affirmative action to address the concerns of so many millions of Americans, to say to millions of Americans tonight that violence is never warranted, that violence will not be tolerated, that those who engage in it will be prosecuted, but that this body will act to address the concerns of all Americans across the country. We do need an investigation into irregularities, fraud. We do need a way forward together. We need election security reforms. I bet my friends on the other side of the aisle don't disagree with that. We need to find a way to move forward on that together so that the American people from both parties, all walks of life, can have confidence in their elections and that we can arrange ourselves under the rule of law that we share together. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Democratic leader.
Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Casey.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
I rise tonight to defend the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, to defend the more than 6.9 million voters who voted in this election, and to condemn in the strongest possible terms this attempt to disenfranchise the voters of Pennsylvania based upon a lie, a falsehood. That same lie sowed the seeds of today's violence and today's lawlessness here in the Capitol. One of my constituents, Susan from the Lehigh Valley, the community of our state where Senator Toomey lives, recently wrote to my office and perhaps said it best. She said, and I quote, "We cannot allow anybody to overturn the legal votes of the citizens of Pennsylvania. This would be the ultimate destruction of our democracy," unquote. Susan had it right. We cannot allow anybody, and she put that word in all caps, to overturn the legal votes of the people of our state. Let me address the allegation regarding the Pennsylvania Constitution and the General Assembly. Somehow that the General Assembly didn't have the authority to enact no-excuse mail-in voting, that process for the people of our state. First, the law in question, Act 77, was passed in 2019 and was implemented without any serious question as to its constitutionality. The law was passed by a Republican-controlled General Assembly, House and Senate. It was only after the 2020 election, when it became clear that President-elect Joe Biden won Pennsylvania by a little more than 80,000 votes, did some Republican politicians in our state decide to challenge the constitutionality of the law. Second, Act 77 is plainly constitutional. My colleagues allege that the state constitution requires in-person voting except under limited circumstances. This is not true. While Pennsylvania lays out specific situations in which absentee voting is required, there is no in-person requirement in our state's constitution. The Constitution set a floor, not a ceiling, for this type of voting. Second, apart from the argument made by my colleague, there's bipartisan agreement across our state, at the local, state, and federal level, that our election was fair, secure, and lawful. On Monday, my colleague from Pennsylvania, Senator Toomey, wrote in an op-ed, and I'm quoting, "The evidence is overwhelming that Joe Biden won this election," unquote. There's simply no evidence to justify the outrageous claims of widespread voter fraud or election irregularities suggested by those seeking to overturn the election. 60 cases, court after court, all throughout our state and throughout the country, including the Supreme Court, dealing with this bizarre argument that we know is based upon that lie. In one court, the United States Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit, Judge Bibas, appointed by President Trump, he said, quote, "The campaign's claims have no merit," unquote. The United States, he said, has free and fair elections, which are the lifeblood of our democracy. Charges require specific allegations and then proof. We have neither here, unquote. So said Judge Bibas. Finally, Mr. President, a word about those election officials who did such work. These election officials all across our state, Republicans and Democrats, from red counties and blue counties, they did their jobs. They are patriots. And these objections are an attack on these Pennsylvania public servants. Give you one example. Republican Commissioner Al Schmidt, I should say, of Philadelphia. He wrote, and I said, and he wrote, as I will quote as follows, quote, "There really should not be a disagreement, regardless of party affiliation, when we're talking about counting votes by eligible voters. It's not a very controversial thing, or at least it shouldn't be," unquote. After Election Day, Commissioner Al Schmidt, his family, and his colleagues were subjected to death threats simply because he was trying to do his job with integrity. It calls to mind, Mr. President, that great line from America the Beautiful, "O beautiful for patriot dream that sees beyond the years." These election officials, like so many of our patriots, we heard from Senator Duckworth tonight, a real patriot. These patriots did their job. Let's support these patriots. Vote against this objection.
Majority Leader. I yield 5 minutes to the senator from Utah, Senator Romney.
Senator from Utah. Mr. President, today was heartbreaking, and I was shaken to the core as I thought about the people I met in China and Russia and Afghanistan and Iraq and other places who yearn for freedom and who look to this building and these shores as a place of hope. And I saw the images being broadcast around the world, and it breaks my heart. I have 25 grandchildren. Many of them were watching TV, thinking about this building, whether their grandpa was okay. I knew I was okay. I must tell you as well, I was proud to serve with these men and women. This is an extraordinary group of people. I'm proud to be a member of the United States Senate and meet with people of integrity as we do here today. Now we gather due to a selfish man's injured pride and the outrage of supporters who he has deliberately misinformed for the past 2 months and stirred to action this very morning. What happened here today was an insurrection incited by the President of the United States. Those who choose to continue to support his dangerous gambit by objecting to the results of a legitimate democratic election will forever be seen as being complicit in an unprecedented attack against our democracy. fairly or not, they'll be remembered for their role in the shameful episode in American history. That will be their legacy. I salute Senator Langford and Loeffler and Braun and Daines, and I'm sure others, who in the light of today's outrage have withdrawn their objection. For any who remain insistent on an audit in order to satisfy the many people who believe that the election was stolen, I'd offer this perspective. No congressional audit is ever going to convince these voters, particularly when the president will continue to say that the election was stolen. The best way we can show respect for the voters who were upset is by telling them the truth. That's the burden. That's the duty of leadership. The truth is that President-elect Biden won the election. President Trump lost. I've had that experience myself. It's no fun. Scores of courts, the president's own attorney general, state election officials, both Republican and Democrat, have reached that unequivocal decision. And in light of today's sad circumstances, I asked my colleague, do we weigh our own political fortunes more heavily than we weigh the strength of our republic, the strength of our democracy, and the cause of freedom? What's the weight of personal acclaim compared to the weight of conscience? Leader McConnell said that the vote today is the most important in his 36 years of public service. Think of that. Authorizing 2 wars, voting on 2 impeachments. He said that not because the vote reveals something about the election, it's because this vote reveals something about us. I urge my colleagues to move forward with completing the electoral count, to refrain from further objections, and to unanimously affirm the legitimacy of the presidential election. Thank you, Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Senator from New Hampshire, Senator Shaheen.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Mr. President, on January 3rd, I, along with 31 of my colleagues, stood in this chamber and swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. It's both ironic and deeply disappointing that only 3 days after swearing these oaths, some of my colleagues are willfully coming close to breaking this promise. Since 1797, each U.S. president has peacefully handed over power to the next. And that will happen again on January 20th, when Donald Trump, despite the protesters today, the violence today, when Donald Trump leaves the White House at noon and Joe Biden becomes president. And we've heard tonight from both Democrats and Republicans about the importance of the voters speaking in the election, and about the fact that there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud. But this is not just an issue for us here in the United States. This is an issue for nascent democracies around the world who, as Senator Romney said, look to the United States as an example. We are the shining city on the hill. We give those struggling under oppression hope for a better future. Now, like so many of us in this chamber, I've traveled to developing democracies around the world, to Afghanistan and Iraq, to the Western Balkans, to Africa, to the country of Georgia. I went there with my colleague, Senator Risch. In 2012, we went to Georgia to observe officially, on behalf of the Senate, the election between outgoing President Mikhail Saakashvili and his United National Movement Party, and the challenge by Georgian Dream, which was a newly formed party supported and funded by billionaire oligarch Bidzina Ivanishvili. It was a battle for parliament, but also for control of the government. Senator Risch and I visited multiple polling places on Election Day, and we agreed with the international assessment that that election was free and fair and that Georgian Dream were the winners. But there was real concern in the country that Saakashvili was going to refuse to give up power, that would lead to violence, it would end the nascent democratic reforms that were happening in that former Soviet republic. And so Senator Risch and I, the day after the election, went to visit President Saakashvili to try and talk him out of staying in power. And I remember very clearly going to his home, and we sat down with him and we pointed out that the hallmark of a democracy, what he had worked so hard for in his 8 years as president of Georgia, the hallmark of that was to turn over power in a peaceful election to the person that the voters chose. Well, President Saakashvili listened to us, and he did leave office peacefully. But it's important that future generations recognize that America, like democracies everywhere, depends on a peaceful transition of power, on believing in what the voters say and ensuring that happens. Unfortunately, we've heard from some senators today who have been enabling President Trump's willful disregard of the votes of our citizenry, even as they speak out against foreign leaders who ignore their own people. They will fail, and history will remember them. And I hope that future generations will view the actions of some of those folks today as little more than an unfortunate anomaly. Future opportunists may use this ill-fated effort to seek short-term political gain over the long-term stability of our republic. But for the sake of our great country and America's standing in the world, I ask my colleagues today to fully endorse the results of the free and fair election and set aside this partisan attempt to subvert the will of the people. We should be venerating the peaceful transition of power, even if our own preferred candidate didn't win. That is, after all, who we are in the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from Ohio, Senator Portman.
Senator from Ohio.
Mr. Vice President, you have fulfilled your duties as President of the Senate tonight with distinction, and we all appreciate it. I thought about changing my mind and not speaking tonight, given the lateness of the hour, and I know all of my colleagues would have appreciated that greatly. But I felt it was necessary to speak because I want the American people, particularly my constituents in Ohio, to see that we will not be intimidated, that we will not be disrupted from our work, that here in the citadel of democracy, we will continue to do the work of the people. Mob rule is not going to prevail here. Now, let's face it, we did not reclaim this chamber tonight. Brave and selfless law enforcement officers stood in the breach and ensured that the citadel of democracy would be protected and that we would be defended. And we are deeply grateful for that, as is the nation. I've listened carefully to the comments of my colleagues, and I've listened over the past couple of weeks as this issue has been discussed, and I tell you, for me, it's not a hard decision. I stand with the Constitution. I stand with what the Constitution makes clear. The people and the states hold the power here, not us. My oath to the Constitution and my reverence for our democratic principles make it easy for me to confirm these state certifications. By the way, I posed this process some 15 years ago when some Democrats chose to object to the electors from my home state of Ohio after the 2004 elections. I opposed it then, and I oppose it now. I said at the time, Congress must not thwart the will of the people. That's what we would be doing. Let's assume for a moment that those who object to the certifications are right, that the Constitution intended that a bare majority of members of Congress could circumvent the states that have chosen to certify the popular votes of their own state citizens. I ask the objectors to think about the precedent that would be set if we were to do that. What if the majority in the House and the Senate was of the other party when a presidential candidate of our party came through a close presidential election? Would you want a Congress controlled by the Democrats to play the role you now intend for us? It is asking Congress to substitute its judgment for the judgment of the voters, and its judgment for the judgment of the states that certified the results. And even forgetting the dangerous precedent that would be set, what would be the basis for objecting in this election? Look, I voted for President Trump. I supported him because I believe the Trump administration's policies are better for Ohio and for the country. And I supported the Trump campaign's right to pursue recounts. They had every right to do it. And legal challenges. I agree that there were instances of fraud and irregularities in the 2020 elections. I think we all do. And by the way, there is fraud and irregularities in every presidential election. But it is also true that after 2 months of recounts and legal challenges, not a single state recount changed the result. And of the dozens of lawsuits filed, not one found evidence of fraud or irregularities widespread enough to change the result of the election. This was the finding of numerous Republican-appointed judges and the Trump administration's own Department of Justice. Every state has now weighed in and chosen to certify its electoral slate based on the popular vote as set out in the Constitution. I understand that many Americans who would never storm this Capitol don't trust the integrity of the 2020 election. Don't think the states should have certified. Don't think we should have accepted the results from the states and are insisting on more transparency and accountability. In the 2016 elections, lest we forget, many Democrats objected to the results and distrusted the election. I challenge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to listen, but also to do our part to try to restore faith in our elections. Mr. President, we should all work to improve the integrity of the electoral system and the confidence of the American people in this bedrock of our great democratic republic. Today, I'll do my constitutional duty and oppose these efforts to reject the state-certified results. And tomorrow, in the wake of this attack on the Capitol, the pandemic that engulfs us and other national challenges, let's work together
and the smell
for the
of
people.
death.
Yield back.
That's how our journey to D6 began.
Democratic leader.
But our goals seem closer now.
Left, so I'd like to divide 4 to Senator King and 4 to Senator Van Hollen.
That's correct, leader.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, Winston Churchill once said that he could do a 2-hour speech extemporaneously, but a 10-minute speech took immense preparation. I don't know what he would have said about a 4-minute speech. We are a 240-year anomaly in world history. We think that what we have here in this country is the way it's always been. It is a very unusual form of government. The normal form of government throughout world history is dictators, kings, czars, pharaohs, warlords, tyrants. And we thought 20 years ago the march of history was toward democracy, but it is in retreat in Hungary and Turkey. Goodness knows in Russia. Democracy as we have practiced it is fragile. It's fragile and it rests upon trust. It rests upon trust in facts. It rests upon trust in courts, in public officials, and yes, in elections. I don't sympathize or justify or in any way support, that's putting it mildly, what happened here today, but I understand it. I understand it because I saw those people interviewed today and they said, we're here because this election has been stolen. And the reason they said that is that their leader has been telling them that every day for 2 months. We cannot afford to pull bricks out from the foundation of trust that underlies our entire system. And I agree with Governor Romney that the answer to this problem is to tell people the truth, is to tell them what happened. It's easy to confront your opponents. It's hard to confront your friends. It's hard to tell your supporters something they don't want to hear. But that's our obligation. That's why the word leader is applied to people in jobs like ours. It's not supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be something that we take on as a sacred obligation. And if people believe something that isn't true, it's our obligation to tell them, no, I'm sorry, it isn't. Just as Senator Portman just said, as Mike Lee just said, I'm sorry, we can't do this here. We don't want to do this here. This is a power reserved to the states, not to the Congress. And I agree with the majority leader. I think this is one of the most important votes any of us will ever take. On December 1st, 1862, Abraham Lincoln came to this building. He came to this building in the darkest days of the Civil War. He was trying to awaken the Congress to the crisis that we were facing. And he didn't feel that they were fully and effectively engaged. And he ended his speech that day with words that I think have an eerie relevance tonight. Here's what Abraham Lincoln said. Fellow Americans, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. And here's his final words. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. The fiery trial through which we pass will light us down in honor or dishonor to the latest generation.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. The mob violence and attack we saw on our Capitol today should be a wake-up call to each and every one of us of what happens when we fail to come together, not as Democrats and Republicans, but each of us as Americans, to stand up to a president who time and again has shown contempt for our democracy, contempt for our Constitution. Today here on the Capitol, we witnessed people taking down an American flag and putting up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America. As every senator who has spoken has mentioned, we have for hundreds of years had a peaceful transfer of power. Nobody likes to lose, and supporters of the losing candidate are always disappointed. What's different this time? We all know what's different this time. We had a president who, as a senator from New Jersey said, even before a vote was cast, that if he didn't win the election, it was going to be a fraud. And every day since then has perpetrated that lie. We have a president who just today criticized very loyal vice president who is presiding right now, urging him to disregard his responsibilities under the Constitution of the United States in order to reinstall Donald Trump as president. The same person who got on the phone to the Secretary of State in Georgia and threatened him to change the results of the election. Mr. President, I read something this week I never thought I'd read in a newspaper in the United States of America. It was an op-ed by all the living former secretaries of defense, including Secretaries Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Mattis, warning the country about our tradition of peaceful transfer of power and that it would be inappropriate for the military to take sides. In the United States of America, we talk to the world about how we want to promote democracy and our values, and right here at home, too many are undermining those values. And Mr. President, Donald Trump could not do this alone. He can only do it if he's aided and abetted by individuals who are willing to perpetrate those lies and those conspiracies. And that is why it is so important that we as Democrats and Republicans and senators stand up together. Stand up together and tell the truth. You know, when you go into a court of law like those 60 cases, you're testifying under penalty of perjury. That's very different than here in the House and the Senate. And in all those 60 cases under penalty of perjury, there was no evidence of widespread fraud. So it should be easy for us all together to tell the truth. On January 20th, Joe Biden will be sworn in as the next president of the United States. He has said he wants to bring the country together. He has said he wants to bring Democrats and Republicans together to do some of the pressing business of this country, to defeat this pandemic, to get the economy going again, to face challenging issues of racial and social justice. I hope we will learn from what happened today, the mob attack on this Capitol, the price we pay when we don't stand up for the truth and for democracy. James McHenry, Maryland's delegate to the Constitutional Convention, wrote about a famous exchange in his diaries between Elizabeth Willing Powell and Benjamin Franklin. Wrote, a lady asked Dr. Franklin, well, doctor, what have we got, a republic or a monarchy? A republic, replied Dr. Franklin, if you can keep it. My colleagues, this is a test of whether we're united to keep our republic. I hope we will pass the test together. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield up to 5 minutes to the Senator from South Carolina, Senator Graham.
Senator from South Carolina.
Many times my state has been the problem. I love it. It's where I want to die, but no time soon. Tim and I have a good relationship. I love Tim Scott. 1876, South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida sent two slate of electors. They had two governments, by the way, and we didn't know what to do. Why did South Carolina, Florida, and Louisiana do it? To hold the country hostage to end Reconstruction. It worked. The commission was 8-7. It didn't work. Nobody accepted it. The way it ended is when Hayes did a deal with these three states. You give me the electors, I'll kick the Union Army out. The rest is history. It led to Jim Crow. If you're looking for historical guidance, this is not the one to pick. If you're looking for a way to convince people there was no fraud, having a commission chosen by Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, and John Roberts is not going to get you to where you want to go. It ain't going to work. So it's not going to do any good. It's going to delay, and it gives credibility to a dark chapter of our history. That's why I'm not with you. And I will fight to my death for you. You're not doing anything wrong. Other people have objected. I just think it's a uniquely bad idea to delay this election. Trump and I, we've had a hell of a journey. I hate it being this way. Oh my God, I hate it. From my point of view, he's been a consequential president. But today, first thing you'll see. All I can say is count me out. Enough is enough. I've tried to be helpful. But when the Wisconsin Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that they didn't violate the Constitution of Wisconsin, I agree with the 3, but I accept the 4. If Al Gore can accept 5-4, he's not president. I can accept Wisconsin 4-3. Pennsylvania, it went to the Second Circuit. So much for all the judges being in Trump's pocket. They said, no, you're wrong. I accept the Pennsylvania Second Circuit. Trump's lawsuit wasn't right. Georgia, they said the Secretary of State took the law in his own hands. He changed the election laws unlawfully. A federal judge said, no, I accept the federal judge even though I don't agree with it. Fraud. They said there's 66,000 people in Georgia under 18 voted. How many people believe that? I asked, give me 10, and I had 1. They said 8,000 felons in prison in Arizona voted. Give me 10, I got 1. Does that say there's problems in every election? I don't buy this. Enough's enough. We got to end it. Vice President Pence, what they're asking you to do, you won't do because you can't. Talk about interesting times. I associate myself with Rand Paul. How many times will you hear that? The mob has done something nobody else could do to get me and Rand to agree. Rand is right. If you're a conservative, this is the most offensive concept in the world, that a single person could disenfranchise 155 million people. The President of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and the House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be president. Where in there does it say Mike can say, I don't like the results? I want to send them back to the states. I believe there was fraud. To the conservatives who believe in the Constitution, now's your chance to stand up and be counted. Originalism, count me in. It means what it says. So, Mike, Mr. Vice President, just hang in there. They said we can count on Mike. All of us can count on the Vice President. You're going to do the right thing. You're going to do the constitutional thing. You got a son who flies F-35s. You got a son-in-law who flies F-18s. They're out there flying so that we can get it right here. There are people dying, my good friends in Illinois, to make sure we have a chance to argue among ourselves. And when it's over, it is over. It is over. The final thing, Joe Biden. I've traveled the world with Joe. I hoped he lost. I prayed he would lose. He won. He's the legitimate president of the United States. I cannot convince people, certain groups, by my words, but I will tell you by my actions that maybe I, above all others in this body, need to say this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are lawfully elected and will become the president and the vice president of the United States on January 20th.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I yield back the balance of our time.
All time has expired. The question is, shall the objections submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, and others, be sustained?
As I swear on your memory, they won't.
Is there a second?
Rest my life alive.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The goddamn beast.
Mr. Barrasso.
Okay, there's a parking station ahead and
Mr. Bennett.
We need to open the door.
Mrs. Blackburn.
Okay.
Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker.
Just a little more.
Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown.
Yes,
Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons.
All clear, let's move.
Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton.
I'll check it out. Careful, man.
Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein.
What was that? The freaking
Mrs. Fisher.
Even found out.
Mr. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Harris. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Holy. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. No. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mrs. Loeffler. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin.
This is the door leading to DC.
Mr. Markey.
Over there. Looks like it.
Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell.
It's locked.
Mr. Menendez.
I'm not surprised.
Mr. Merkley.
Looks like a blast door.
Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Risch. Mr. Romney. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Sanders.
Great, we'll try to reach you.
Mr. Sass.
Good luck.
Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Shelby. Ms. Sinema. Ms. Smith. Ms. Stabenow. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Tester. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Here! Thank God, at least you're alive. We lost them. Fuck! Hey, silence.
A sound from the tunnel. Can't you hear it? Something's approaching.
What's up? Looks like an automatic system.
On this vote, the yeas are 6, the nays are 93. The objection is not sustained. The Secretary will notify the House of the action of the Senate, informing that body that the Senate is now ready to proceed to joint session with further counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice
I have a bad
President.
feeling about this.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President. So, colleagues, here's where we are. We have a few more speakers now as we wait for the House to finish their debate and vote. We expect the House to finish voting on Arizona between 11:30 and midnight. I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each. Senator Toomey, Senator Rubio, Senator Collins.
And on our side, Senators Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
Finally, following their remarks, the Senate stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
D6 now. It was hard to believe that we'd found the legendary command center. But was it worth so many lives? Soon, we would know the answer.
The Senate be in a period of morning business with the following senators permitted to speak therein for up to 5 minutes each. Toomey, Rubio, Collins.
Wyden, Hirono, and Coons.
Without objection.
Not many will.
This isn't yours, right? Got it.
So we're in recess.
Painful, damn it. 20 years without maintenance is too much even for Soviet military structures. Everyone watches stuff, especially you, Artyom.
That many of our tribal, rural, and underserved communities voted in record numbers, all during a pandemic. In 2020, Arizona's made their voices heard. The fact is, multiple federal, state judges, agencies, state elected officials concluded the winner was Joe Biden. In Arizona, this process was administered and overseen by officials from both parties. Elections officials conducted random, hand-counted audits of many precincts. They confirmed there were no errors that would change the result of the election. The fact is that the Republican chairman of Maricopa County, the largest Republican county in the state, the biggest population county, he stated more than 2 million ballots were cast, and there was no evidence of fraud or misconduct or malfunction. He concluded, no matter how you voted, this election was administered with integrity, transparency, and in accordance with state laws. The fact is, the president and his campaign and several Republican-led groups filed 8 election lawsuits, all of which were dismissed. The Arizona Supreme Court, a body where all justices have been appointed by Republican governors, unanimously dismissed the case. Justices found that the party had failed to present any evidence of misconduct or illegal votes, let alone establish any degree of fraud or a significant error rate that would undermine the certainty of the election results. After these judicial rulings, the governor said, "I trust our election system. There's integrity in our election system." The fact is, Joe Biden is the certified winner of Arizona's 11 electoral votes. Arizona's elected and appointed officials from both parties followed the facts and came to this conclusion. I urge my colleagues to do the same. To my colleagues across the aisle, I know we may disagree on who we want as president. But what we personally want is not what matters here. Rather, the people's influence, as reflected in the certified electoral college results, is what matters. Facts matter. Undermining faith in our election process by attempting to mislead the American public only serves to weaken us and make us vulnerable to foreign actors who would do us harm. For the good of our country, this must stop. Now is the time to come together to preserve our democracy and to protect our national security. I know my constituents are looking to Congress to move past its divisions, find common ground, and pass legislation to improve the lives of struggling families. We must stay focused on fighting the pandemic. We must work to ensure all Americans can be vaccinated as soon as possible so we can save American lives. Safely reopen schools, get people back to work, and visit loved ones again. I urge my colleagues to follow this, and Madam Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to claim time in support of the objection.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes without objection.
Madam Speaker, one of the first things we did when the House convened today was to join together to extend our grace and our kindness and our concern for a colleague who has experienced just an insurmountable amount of grief with his family. And I want all of our fellow Americans watching to know that we did that because we care about each other and we don't want bad things to happen to each other. And our heart hurts when they do. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of folks over there who don't like me too much, and there are a few of you that I don't care for too much, but if anybody had been hurt today, it would have been even more of a catastrophe than we already saw. And I think that's an important point for the country. Another important point for the country is that this morning, President Trump explicitly called for demonstrations and protests to be peaceful. He was far more, you can moan and groan, but he was far more explicit about his calls for peace than some of the BLM and left-wing rioters were this summer when we saw violence sweep across this nation. Now, we came here today to debate, to follow regular order, to offer an objection, to follow a process that is expressly contemplated in our Constitution. And for doing that, we got called a bunch of seditious traitors. Now, not since 1985 has a Republican president been sworn in, absent some Democrat effort, to object to the electors. But when we do it, it is the new violation of all norms. And when those things are said, people get angry. Now, I know there are many countries where political violence may be necessary, but America is not one such country. Madam Speaker, it was wrong when people vandalized and defaced your home. It was wrong when thugs went to Senator Hawley's home. And I don't know if the reports are true, but the Washington Times has just reported some pretty compelling evidence from a facial recognition company showing that some of the people who breached the Capitol today were not Trump supporters. They were masquerading as Trump supporters and, in fact, were members of the violent terrorist group Antifa. Now, we should seek to build America up, not tear her down and destroy her. And I'm sure glad that at least for one day, I didn't hear my Democrat colleagues calling to defund the police. Now, I appreciate all the talk. Now, I appreciate all the talk of coming together, but let us not pretend that our colleagues on the left have been free of some anti-democratic impulses just because we signed on to legal briefs and asked courts to resolve disputes. There were some on the left who said that we should not even be seated in the body, that we ought to be prosecuted, maybe even jailed. Those arguments anger people, but people do understand the concepts of basic fairness. And no competition, contest, or election can be deemed fair if the participants are subject to different rules. Baseball teams that cheat and steal signs should be stripped of their championships. Russian Olympians who cheat and use steroids should be stripped of their medals, and states that do not run clean elections should be stripped of their electors. This fraud was systemic. It was repeated. It was the same system, and I dare say it was effective. We saw circumstances where when Democrat operatives couldn't get the outcomes they wanted in state legislators, when they couldn't get the job done there, they went and pressured and litigated and usurped the Constitution with extra constitutional action of some officials in some states. They fraudulently laundered ballots, votes, voter registration forms, and then they limited review. In 2016, Democrats found out that they couldn't beat Donald Trump at the ballot box with voters who actually show up, so they turned to impeachment and the witness box. And when that failed, they ran to the mailbox, where this election saw an unprecedented amount of votes that could not be authenticated with true ID, with true signature match, and with true confidence for the American people. Our Article III courts have failed by not holding evidentiary hearings to weigh the evidence. We should not join in that failure. We should vindicate the rights of states. We should vindicate the subpoenas in Arizona that have been issued to get a hold of these voting machines, and we should reject these electors. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the objection.
The objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to yield my time to the Dean of the Arizona delegation, Mr. Grijalva.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the lady from Colorado for yielding time. I'll be very brief, Madam Speaker. There's really nothing left to say. This challenge brought by members of this House, Republican members from this House from Arizona, and a senator from Texas. The whole discussion today is challenge to the 11 electoral votes that are designated for President Biden and Vice President Harris.
Change of plans. Use
the discussion today proved there is no merit
if anything happens, I will send Artyom.
to denying those electoral votes. There's no legal standing. The courts have proven that in Arizona time and time again. There is no precedent. There is no constitutional violation. But we're here today, Madam Speaker, because of one man and those who are desperate to please him. So what do we have to show for this process today? Fear, a lockdown, violence, and regrettably and sadly death, arrests, present and real danger, threats, and assault on our institution, this House, this Congress, and the very democracy that we practice here.
The lift is over there, but the door is locked.
And to what end?
Okay, we'll have to go around. Advance carefully. We'll cover each
The
other.
reality is that the challenger will be defeated on January 20th. President Biden and President Harris will be the president and vice president. So what do we accomplish? To further divide this nation, to continue to fan the same rhetoric of division and us versus them, to paralyze and dismantle our democracy? Is that what we're attempting to accomplish today? The mob that attacked this institution, I hold no member specifically responsible for that madness that was around us.
Okay,
But
we'll
we do
have to
share
go
a
around.
responsibility, my
Advance
friend,
carefully.
to end it.
We'll cover each other.
It's past time to accept reality, to reaffirm our democracy, and move on. I would urge my colleagues from Arizona who filed this challenge to withdraw their challenge to Arizona and to the electors that have been chosen to give their 11 votes to the winners in that election. But if that doesn't happen, then I would urge my colleagues to reject this challenge and defend all voters, defend the voters of Arizona, and that democracy that we practice daily in the representation of our constituents. And with that, I yield back to the gentlelady from Colorado and thank her for the time.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, on Sunday, every member in this chamber took an oath to uphold the Constitution. And there's only one vote tonight for those who took that oath. And that vote is to reject this challenge. I yield back.
All the time for debate has expired. The question is, shall the objection to the Arizona Electoral College vote count submitted by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gozar, and the senator from Texas, Mr. Cruz, be agreed to? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Speaker?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
We would ask for a roll call.
The yeas and nays have been requested pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8.
I hope it still
The yeas
works.
and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device and are reminded to vote when their group is called.
Woman, stop screwing around. Colonel, I have activated the loudspeaker. I have the signal from the left switchboard on my console. I'll switch it on. Let's ride. Invisible watch. How can you believe in that crap after all this?
Colonel, go to the reactor hall. There will be a main reactor in the center, left of the control room. I'll let you guys down to the ground floor, where you will have to take the stairs up. Activate the switchboard button using the large lever. I will tell you what to do next.
What the fuck? What are you doing now, huh? Vladimir, if only you could see that. We can get ready, our friend. It's going to be hot. This shit on the floor is toxic for sure, and all the gas. We won't last long here.
been places and I've seen my share of shit, but this is a league of its own. That's me. That's when the world's right. Yeah, I've been places and I've seen my share of shit, but this is the staircase. Artyom, I won't lie to you. I'm afraid now. Let's head to the back end. This side just makes me sick. Okay, where is the lever? Ah. Colonel, the system is automated. Just enter the command. Sure. Easier said than done. Never thought I'd be in such a mess. Okay. Enter, start. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks simple. They built it so even a fool could use it. Just pray to God it works.
Colonel, it's all good. She's at 1/4 power. We need a full charge. Keep it going.
It's short, but it is. Oh well, we won't do any better than that. Let's go. Second. Sure, man, what the hell was that? Now this shit is fighting back. This gets worse every minute. Yeah. Perfect. Manual activation system, hydraulics, shit. Artyom, you won't believe what you have to do now. Can you see the crane on the ceiling? Get to the cab. It's a backup activation system with a capture mechanism which will help us lift the rods. Try to get there while I distract our friend. Okay, let's move. It's there!
Contact zone reached. Attention, road removal in progress. Cut power. Contact zone reached. Attention, road removal in progress. 3/4 is a little bit more. Contact zone reached. Attention, road removal in progress. 100%. Give me a minute.
Shit, man. Too bad we have lost the lift. But thank God that in the past everything was built in peace. We should go this way from here. We come back here later in future and see that. Just need to go through the first.
This lift will get you straight to the station. We have everything working under control. Though I don't know for how long. Come back to the starting point. I'll know we'll be waiting there for you with a gift.
Look at them. Our heritage. Our future. How much power is here. Villages will be... will rule the earth once more. We won't have to live like rats. Yes, with sword and fire, we'll win back the sky and the sun. We'll climb out of the dirt. Rebuild the cities. The metro tunnels will once again be filled with fast silver trains. Everything will be... everything. The hell with your jokes. You should see what lives down there. Okay, let's get it together. Artyom and I will go to Stanford to correct the aim. You stay here and defend Vladimir. Won't guess our chances of making it, but try to reach our people and ask for backup near the town. I'll be in contact. All is clear? Good. Artyom, let's go. Good luck, guys. Same old stuff. You save the world while sitting waist deep in shit. Miller and I left the train, then climbed up the tunnel to the Korolev Performance Hall. We were close to Ostankino Tower now. In the frozen streets, we joined other rangers. Glad to see you, Colonel. Did you hear that? Listen. What the hell is it? Form a circle. Stay calm. Let's go past the place.
Are you okay? No, that's best. I want to test you should die. Follow me, Johnny. Let's go for a second. Hang around! You're alive! Let's go! All right, go, 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 go! Follow me, Johnny. Let's go for a second. Hang around! You're alive! Come on, let's get out of here! Go! Follow me, Johnny. Let's go for a second. Hang around! You're alive! Come on, let's do it! Let's go! Here! Let's go! Come on, let's get out of here! Go!
Yes? Which one? Well, the hurdy-gurdy?
All right, go, 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 go! Come on, let's get out of here! Go! Follow me, Jordan. Let's go for a second. Turn left. Turn right. Let's go. Here. Come on, let's do it. Come on, let's get out of here. Go.
Hello? What's going on? All right, go, 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 go. Let's go. Take a look at that smoke. Almost there. That would be one hell of a story. We are invisible, and we taste like shit. All right, go, 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 go! Now quiet. Come on. Okay, let's go find the way to the top. This way.
easy to see them around. Okay, I have an idea. Climb on top of the elevator. We will try to unlock the counterweight stopper. Come on! Come on, sugar! Come on! Join the army, they said. It will be fun. Brace yourself. Tell it to be rough. You can! Fantastic! When you come in, when you come out, I'll take this guy with my Alright, that's all. Now we need the way to get. Get you out here. Hey! We just landed some demons off. It's still going up. Ah! Come in, Miller! Shoot that shit! Miller, come in! Shoot! Come on, I've been wrong. You keep in touch with the door. Over. The mason won't do us any good here, Arturo. The clouds are way too thick. You've got to climb as high as you can and set the guidance system down. Move, boy, move! Everything depends on you now.
Hey, bro, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing alright.
I'm back. We're live, by the way. I just kept the stream going.
Any anything new happen?
They're doing the votes right now.
Huh?
They're doing the votes right now.
What's gonna happen? I mean, I thought, like, interesting, like...
Not really, except that some things I'll tell people if they haven't seen him yet. Twitter, we talked about this on the show, but Twitter did put Trump under a 12-hour suspension. Facebook put him under a 24-hour suspension, and Twitter's even saying that if Trump violates the rules again, he's getting permanently banned. So he's going to get permanently banned real soon.
Well, I knew that was gonna happen eventually.
Yeah, it's just accelerate.
Like, what did you ban him for? He literally told people to stop, and then, you know, they ban him.
Yeah.
They delete the tweets, which, honestly, I think Twitter needs to be held responsible.
If only we could.
I'm surprised. If people really want to see a change happen, like, surprised they aren't going over to like Twitter's headquarters.
I was gonna say you should pull a Loomer and like bust in like she did to Facebook.
Yeah, imagine that. That would be interesting watching that.
Yes. The battle of Facebook.
Yeah, because they're the ones that enable this sort of act. Like, Facebook and Twitter, they're the ones. They're not elected officials. They're not like. I mean, Facebook's technically publicly traded, but it's physically impossible to like unseat the Zuck.
Yeah.
They tried to do it multiple times beforehand.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the real power players over here. They enable this sort of like animosity to grow.
Yeah, they fuel this. Oh man, I know some personal stuff, so I'll be vague about, but the autism.
Yeah.
Well, somebody got into a screaming match with the autism.
Oh, that's tell me once we're done the stream.
Yeah, wasn't me. It was another male in the home, but I think it even got physical.
Oh my.
Yeah, I had to step in.
Oh god, that's
never-ending autism.
Nothing like the smell of autism in the morning.
Yes. I'll drink my morning cup of autism before I begin the day.
I saw that movie not too long ago.
Oh, Good Morning Vietnam?
No, Apocalypse Now.
Oh, Apocalypse Now. Yeah, sorry. Fuck. I fucked those references up. How would you think of that movie?
Oh, I liked it. Have you ever read Heart of Darkness?
No, but I kind of know the gist a bit.
Yeah, it's pretty much like that. That movie was,
Wasn't it based off of it?
Yeah, it's like Heart of Darkness was set in like colonial Africa.
Yeah.
But it was like, a Vietnamese a Vietnam War interpretation of Heart of Darkness.
Mm-hmm. I've only seen the opening bit of Apocalypse Now, but I haven't seen the full thing. I know Marlon Brando was like, literally didn't give a shit during that movie.
It was good. It was definitely one of the best movie things I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah, like it is like a very good movie, and it's like, you see a lot of interesting stuff. I mean, I definitely recommend it. I think it's on Netflix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Brando, I know was very, because this is Francis Ford Coppola has worked with him before, and I know Brando was like, he just like wouldn't practice his lines, and he would just like basically wing it. But they eventually got him to cooperate with the film. But it's that's kind of what I know from the behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Oh boy. How's the worky work been?
Well, I just jumped on.
You start at 11, right? Or 10:30?
11.
Okay. See, Nancy's at the podium. We got, okay, just went up a little bit. 297 nay, 122 yay, 12 not voting. We're getting there. If I step out randomly or if you don't hear from me, it's because I have to mute myself because of the AQ, let's call it.
Yeah.
Jack Posobiec on Twitter just says, has anyone explained all this to the Amish yet?
Dude, that's funny. Like, they're such an interesting group of people. I mean, you have like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to
campaign in their backyard, basically.
Yeah.
Nuance Bro makes a good. Oh, Nancy's hitting the gavel. What do you want, bitch? Nuance Bro made a good point where he's like, leftist. Destroy the colonizers. No Trump, no wall, no USA at all. Also leftist. It's disgraceful that these anti-American Trump supporters would storm the People's House. This undermines all that makes America a shining city on a hill.
Yeah, the People's House. Like, if it's the People's House, then they're not really trespassing, are they?
Exactly. That's why I had to laugh when I like Mike, but when Mike Pence was like, the People's House is now back in order. I'm like, the People's House? The People's House. Did you really just say that?
Yeah.
Man, it's going to be a crazy next decade. That's all I can say. I know it sounds cliche, but people are like, oh, it's going to be a crazy year. It's going to be a crazy 4 years. No, this decade is going to be fucking wild. Daily Mail. Horned QAnon supporters lead Trump supporters who looted Congress.
Looted Congress.
Yeah. Oh, the people are fucking huge shit.
It's literally like probably they said all this violence. Like, really, how much violence was there that was not caused by the police?
I don't know, honestly, actually.
Because they keep saying this, and the only thing I saw is the police shot somebody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, an unarmed woman vet. You know, probably, you know, she definitely shouldn't have done that. Like, you shouldn't be doing that, but like legally. But you know, it's an unarmed woman vet. You know, that's pretty bad.
Bruh. You know, the dude that sat on Nancy Pelosi's desk and put his feet up, first of all, was fucking funny. This whole thing is funny in many ways. He took an envelope from Nancy Pelosi's office, and he insists he didn't steal it. Quote, I left a quarter on her desk.
You know, I bet there's a lot of stuff that could be happening, you know, in terms of like, talking about email leaks. Like, they had their computers completely, like, open, apparently.
Yeah, Elijah Schaefer, I think, was in there, and he had a picture of Nancy's computer on and Outlook open.
You know how much stuff, like if these people were actually, like...
Dude, they were sophisticated. They could have pulled the best WikiLeaks ever.
Yeah, I mean, that would be interesting. Like, all, you know, Russian actors, you know, posing as Trump supporter, Russian actors stole, you know, data. Like, someone had to have done something, like, because, like, that's, you know, that you don't get opportunities like that. You know, not saying that they should, but like,
I know what you mean. It's like, you know, it's like one of those things that, like, if somebody really wanted to pull off something, like, that was the time to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just very surprised that, like, because honestly, that would be like the big thing. Like, I would think, you know, between that, like, they have access to the network. Like, I'm surprised no one uploaded, like, malware
or some porn on everybody's computers.
Like, think of how bad that would be. Like, someone, like, installs a fucking malware, or like a crypto lock or something like that, you know, like ransomware to the Congress. Oh my god. Trump themed, like, fucking ransomware. donate $2,500 to the
To build
Trump
the wall.
restaurant encrypt all your data on the computer.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be like, I mean, completely illegal, but something like that would be, like give $5,000 to like fucking Infowars.com or else
Yeah, no, it's like subscribe to Infowars.com and buy a year's supply of Super Male Vitality to unlock your computer.
like, I just can't believe that they wouldn't, like no one would have thought if they have access to that to actually touch that.
Yep. I'm gonna send out a tweet. Massive big tech purges are coming. Get your followers' emails and phone numbers before it's too late. Banks and credit card companies will purge next.
What'd they say?
I said I'm gonna send out this tweet because I think this is what's gonna happen, and people need to be fucking prepared. I said massive big tech purges are coming. Get your followers' emails and phone numbers before it's too late. Banks and credit card companies will purge next.
Yep. Yep, I have no doubt that's what is coming up the pipeline.
Mm-hmm. Nancy's talking.
Nancy, that just sounds like a fucking like Karen-esque name.
It's like the second Karen name. Like there's Karen, then there's Nancy.
Yeah.
Bro, all these people blaming Trump need to sit the fuck down. Oh, Trump instigated this violence. Shut up.
And then like I'm hearing like, oh, we're gonna go and like impeach Trump again. Like honestly, what the like? I mean, they're gonna go through all that effort.
Invoke the 25th.
For what? What did he even do?
He did nothing. But what they think is, oh, he radicalized these people and incited this violence. I'm seeing so many people on the right. It's these establishment people, especially. They're like, this is why Trump is bad. Somebody in the CR chat was like, this ruined Trump's whole legacy. I'm like, dude, fuck you. You guys are so stupid when it comes to Trump. You guys, and I know some people aren't being stupid or being deliberate, but like some of these people that like are just, they have establishment beliefs and mindset, but they're not really in the establishment yet. It's like, bro, it's like, what are you talking about? Like, get a grip on reality.
They already said his legacy was shit, so what's he have to lose anyways?
I know. It's like
they aren't gonna like just love him like 20 years from now. They're gonna be like bitching either way. Like if I was a lame duck president, like like if I was doing the same sort of thing, like I can understand why. Like honestly, that's what do you expect's gonna happen when you have a lame duck president? Like honestly, I think the whole Trump presidency was great because it showed the dangers of, like some of these like leftists. This is like why having a lame duck period it's stupid. If you think about it, like if you're at a company and you hire and fire people and they know that they're going to be out in like a week or whatever, like they're getting fired in a week, that's when you see bad shit happen, like DLP stuff, but they have this thing over here. Like, what did you expect? Do it like, especially for the way that the media is and everyone was against them from the start. Like they set this up, and then they get all pissed. Like honestly, what I think would make sense. What if there's what if they change it from 4 to 6 years for president and just had it one term, so that way there's like it's one term.
It's an interesting thought.
Something like that, because then you don't have to worry about being reelected, because that's like half the stuff like Trump is doing. Like, I feel like if he knew from the beginning that he'd only have one election cycle, he would have done a lot more. things.
Yeah, well, and he still has time to do some stuff, but again, he's limited because of Congress. If you really want permanent stuff to happen, long-term stuff to happen, you gotta go through that.
Yeah. Yeah, that or the the judges.
Right.
And that's the other thing too. It's like everything that I've been saying about like, hey, there's problems with like I said this back during the Obama presidency, like executive orders and stuff, and the left was like, oh no, it's okay, and then now they're like, oh, maybe you guys are right that these are a little bit sketchy. It's like stuff like that, like DACA, that was fucking executive order, and they're like, oh, this is great, but then when Trump does like all this other shit, they're like, oh, that's terrible. Like look at and they're doing the same thing with the pardon system, but guess who gave out way more pardons than Trump? Obama. And the left they didn't realize it back then. Like here's the thing, like I think there is a place for pardons, but to go and say that what Trump did is any different than what any other president's ever done is fucking stupid. If you're gonna have the pardon system, you have to kind of, fucking understand that.
Right.
Like that it can like it's inherently used to give people get people out of it's a get out of jail free card that since it's done by the presidency that will be done primarily to the people that supported him. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how this, if it at all, affects Trump's potential pardonings of Snowden and Assange. Like it's because I feel like Trump's gonna be in a like fuck it mode right now.
Assange doesn't even matter right now. They denied the extradition.
That's interesting things. I want to talk about that. As much as the extradition could have screwed him more, I feel like that could have helped him more because Trump could have then pardoned him and he would have been in American soil. But maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's what would have worked better. Because he's stuck in the UK now, right?
Yeah. Hold on, I have to go and hop on a call real quick.
Okay.
All right, I'll be back.
I'll fill the void. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how his pardoning powers go, what he does next, because I mean, I wonder if he'll still run 2024 after this. I personally think he will, but this does throw a wrench in things a bit. So he might just go, you know what? Do what I can while I have the power, because that's the thing. You can talk all you want, you can hope for things all you want, you can want all the solutions you want, but you're not in power, it ain't happening. I mean, today's a turning point. The country's going to go more extreme, more vigilant, more violent, more in a direction that I hope we wouldn't go, but we're going to go that way. Lots of infighting. Things are going to get uglier. The divisions are going to get deeper. I'm not saying this to shock people. I'm not saying this to be all ridiculous or anything. I'm just saying this is how things are going to go. And it's going to get crazy. Very crazy. Let's see if there's any interesting coverage happening anywhere. Oh, excuse me. Objection to Arizona electoral votes fails. All right. I reject attempts to throw out the state's votes for Biden. The vote count resumes shortly in a joint session. God. Pence took lead as Trump initiated resistance, saying National Guard to Capitol. And see how they're all falling for Pence right now. Like, oh, he's so wonderful. He's so unifying. Oh my God. It's so silly. Anyone but Trump. They hate the guy. Oh, they hate the guy. Let's see. I saw Matt Gaetz trending. Far Cry 5. Why is that trending? Tucker Carlson. Alright, I want to see what Gates was trying. My boy Gates. Yeah, a bunch of White House staffers resign. Cucking out just before 14 days till they could all.
Alright, I'll go back on for now. It's interesting.
Oh, here's something. Twitch says it removed its PogChamp emote because the face of the emote made statements encouraging further violence following the insurrection on the U.S. Capitol.
What was it? This Pog face?
The PogChamp emote. I know what the fuck that is. I'm not trying to sound like a boomer, but like, what the fuck is that?
See, this is fucking China. You know, this is like Chinese things going on over here, where they're like banned characters. But you know what? The libertarians support this because it's not the federal government. Yeah, free market censorship, free market communism. Like, see, like it's free market totalitarianism. That's what it fucking is.
Bro, Matt Gaetz is my boy again. I'll go back to that in a second, but I just want to bring this up. He was on the House floor, and during his speech, he says, "I'm sure glad that at least for one day I didn't hear my Democrat colleagues calling to defund the police." Yes. Calm the fuck out.
Yeah, you'd think with these people, I'd be like, oh, these people are like armed or something. No, these people, like, they had those two like pipe bombs, but that I don't even know who you can tie that to.
Yeah, that's really weird.
And it didn't even go off. Nobody died, except for the conservative veteran.
Mm-hmm. But let's go back to the Twitch thing. So the PogChamp emote. Let's see what that is. What's wrong with that? Bruh. You've seen this before, I bet. Hey, I'll send it to you. Let me find your DMs. What's this fucking thing?
How the fuck does that have anything to do with any of this?
I don't know. It says we made the decision to remove the PogChamp emote following statements from the face of the emote encouraging further violence after what took place in the Capitol today. Oh, so the dude that is like the emote they claim was encouraging violence?
That's nothing to do with the fucking emote. My god, like, this is legitimately Chinese bullshit going on.
It's bullshit. Like, what in the world is this? We want the sentiment use of Pog to live on. Its meaning is much bigger than the person depicted or image itself. Really. And it has a big place in Twitch culture. However, we can't in good conscience continue to enable use of the image. Like, Twitch, fuck off. That's just so stupid. Like, what are they going to say next? We're going to ban the American flag because it was used by the protesters today that stormed the Capitol. Like, that's the mental gymnastics they're using.
Sorry about that. What were you saying?
I was saying, like, what are they going to do next? Ban the American flag emoji because it was used at the protests that stormed the Capitol?
Yeah, hold on, there's some stuff going on in the call. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous, man. Do you see the pictures of, like, the people cowering?
The people what?
Like, the senators and stuff, like, cowering in fear.
Oh, God, yeah, I was...
Cringe.
Cringe. Pocahontas is speaking without a mask. Yeah, Twitch is like, I mean, people like, you're right. Twitch is the worst, technically, of all these big tech things. Especially in terms of banning people. So fucking cocked.
Yeah, 1 second. Uh-oh.
Hey guys.
Hey Sam, how you doing?
Good. So I'm gonna share my link out and then I'll do my intro.
Alright, sounds good.
And I have a bit of a monologue that I think you guys want to hear.
Awesome. I love it.
All right. I am done that.
Yay. Bruh, somebody posted on my Facebook like timeline. So what did you think of the events today? Do I really want to answer that question on my personal Facebook? Do you really want to know?
Yeah, is that something that you want me posting on the internet?
Internet. The interwebs. Yeah, I'll post that Twitch tweet. That is like the gayest thing I think I've ever heard. Oh, there was somebody that was storming the Capitol that was dressed with a fucking Pepe mask and had a Keck flag. I love it. I just love that shit. Never gets old for me. I'm sorry. It's great. I hope we don't lose our Discord.
I don't think we will.
I don't think so either.
We do not have enough people.
Yeah. Like, I love Discord. I really, really love the platform, but some of their bans do scare me a bit. Like, when they banned the Gavin server out to, I was like, uh-oh.
Some My Pillow guy making a comment.
Me wanted to put out a video. You guys, I'm going on Newsmax and at 5:20.
What's his take on this?
Yes, dude, he's pretty based. Like, he's been blacklisted from Fox now.
Yeah, no. Wonder who that guy actually is. The fucking like Viking dude.
I don't know, honestly. Actually, I do wonder. They found him at other protests, like, you know, the internet doxes these people pretty quickly. So
Well,
he's
he didn't
definitely.
make it hard, you know. He didn't wear like I mean he had his costume on, but he didn't actually like this is the easiest time to like protest with like fate like to
I
hide your
know,
face.
right?
And then they choose not to.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, these people, if you're gonna be smart, wear a fucking mask, and not just so that, not so you don't get the virus, but so you don't get doxxed, so you don't get ID'd.
You ever hear that story? Hold on, is Sam? Am I not able to hear anyone? I can.
I'm here, but I haven't heard anything from Sam.
It says he's talking, but I don't hear anything.
I'm about to go live. So.
Okay. Yeah, just give us
I
a
saw.
countdown when you do.
All right. Yep. 5, 4, 3, 2, and. Alrighty, folks. Good evening, and welcome to part 2 of the Wednesday edition of the Whitfield Report slash Versamedia multi-stream crossover. I am your host on the Whitfield Report channel, Sam Whitfield, broadcasting live here from NGC Studios in Southern Florida. Quick contact info as usual. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram at SamW_NDC. Follow me on Gab and Parler at Sam Whitfield. Facebook.com/Whitfield Report. TheSamWhitfield.com is my website. Subscribe to the podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever else you get your podcasts. And please, finally, if you feel, if you're feeling generous, please, submit your comments and your super chats as they were to streamlabs.com/Whitfield Report. And I am joined by Sean and Alex of Real News and Verse Media. So good evening to you two.
Thank you. Good evening to you. I hope it's gonna be a good evening.
Yeah. Well, we were on stream a while ago watching all this, unfold, and it still is unfolding.
Yep.
But I'm a little, I have to say, but I'm a little miffed because I went on Facebook, and this is my personal Facebook, and you know, I've been saying for the past couple of days that I've been skeptical of 2021, right? Usually it's a new year and I'm fairly optimistic, and people are always like really optimistic of, the new year because it's a new calendar year, and for some reason that means like there's a great reset and whatnot, right? Well, I've been saying that, due to the events of the past year, the calendar change is just arbitrary, right? In a sense, like we're still dealing with COVID, we're still dealing with the election stuff, especially, now, as it were. So, I've been kind of skeptical. And so I I just posted that today, I think validates that said skepticism, maybe. And I had someone DM me, or yeah, message me, I guess is the term on Facebook, and be like, "Oh, well, today serves you Trump supporters right." And just the way they kind of, said it really, usually it doesn't get under my skin, but just the way this person was snide about it kind of miffs me a bit. So I want to go back to the beginning, and at least for me, and guys that afterwards feel free to kind of jump in. I want to go back to why I originally supported Trump in the first place. Um, and to be honest, folks, as some of you guys know, those of you who have been following me since before the 2016 election, you guys will know that I was not originally a Trump supporter. I wasn't anti-Trump. I kind of thought that maybe he was a joke candidate at first during the primaries. I wasn't really sure if he was serious or not about winning, but as I've said before, I'm a student of Andrew Breitbart. I kind of consider myself an Andrew Breitbart conservative, if there is such a term. And in Breitbart's final CPAC speech, he said that he would support whoever the candidate is against the left because, you know, being conservative is just better than the left is all around. Whether that, so even if Bush had been the nominee, I would have gladly voted for Jeb Bush. I would have, grinned and, maybe I would have, kind of gagged and kind of held my nose, but I would have done it. So, I wasn't the biggest Trump guy at first, but I wasn't counting him out either. I gave him a fair shake. And what began to happen is as Trump, became more and more, you know, successful in the race, I ended up, following him more and more. And I was like, well, there's something to this guy, actually. And what ended up happening ultimately is these never Trumpers came along, Ben Shapiro, namely among them, kind of ironic considering that he was supposedly Breitbart's protege. Very disappointing moment for me, by the way, because I was a fan of Ben. I was. I had him on the show, as I am known for. He was the biggest never Trumper, which to me was a big slap in the face to everything that, Andrew, uh, you know, said. And look, I'm not saying that Andrew Breitbart would have been a Trump supporter either, but I don't think Breitbart would have been never Trump either. But ultimately, we don't know. What ended up happening though is the Never Trump movement drove me to become a Trump supporter, just because of that Never Trump stance, and I began to really understand the MAGA movement and what it stood for. And I can tell you unequivocally that the MAGA movement does not stand for hatred. It does not stand for um, bigotry. It does not stand for domestic terrorism. Any of these things that the left is now, that they've been claiming for the past 4 years. In fact, what is happening today are mostly, I would say, bad actors. Yeah, there may be a few, disgruntled, mentally ill Trump supporters, but they're in the vast minority. And I am so sick of people continually bringing up Charlottesville and now lodging this in with Charlottesville and blaming the entirety of, MAGA on what's happening today. Today is the culmination of, if anything, of, as we said earlier, of people getting sick and tired of, COVID, sick and tired of the establishment on both sides, the peaceful people are sick and tired of this, but also none of us are condoning, rushing the Capitol building. It's unfortunate that that Air Force veteran was shot. And it really is. It's a tragedy, and I'm hoping that nothing more happens. But I am, folks, to be quite honest, I am pissed off that that people are still missing the point of MAGA, even when I've explained it to them in detail what it's about. And if you think that it's going away because Trump is no longer president or won't be soon, let me tell you, the MAGA movement is bigger than Trump. It is. And also, the fucking QAnon people. QAnon is a very small minority of internet LARPers. I'm not associated with them. Nobody. Hell, I made fun of QAnon. Versa has made fun of QAnon. We've made fun of QAnon together. It's a LARP. People know it. So stop thinking, oh, you're one of those QAnon faggot retards. No, I'm not. And if you think I am, you clearly haven't listened to this show. Anyway, folks, I'm just, like I said, I'm just kind of pissed off at people's ignorance tonight, and that's my fucking opening rant.
There goes the channel.
Take a drink then. Oh,
no,
man.
Talking about the...
Yeah, I know you're talking about that F word, but hey, we can take a swig for that too. Every time that we, drop or we get, I don't know, what would you call it? Every time we give them ammo to annihilate our channels, we gotta take a swig.
That's literally every, minute.
I know.
You gotta survive that.
That's why I drink milk, boy.
You'll get, oh man, become a fucking cow at that point.
Yeah, well, I have to say, if anybody does want to catch what Sam was talking about, the coverage we were doing earlier, right as this was all breaking, you can head on over to Versa Media, youtube.com / fuck, is it Versa? I think it's Versa Media channel. That will get you there. I'm going to double check the link to that because it's YouTube didn't have Versa Media available, so you have to think of some obscure shit, but. Yes, it's youtube.com / Versa Media channel. That'll bring you to our channel. Please hit subscribe. Please subscribe to Sam's channel if you haven't already. Please follow us on Twitter at Versa News Media. Tag and stay up with us. And one thing I will say, because I've already said a lot before, my biggest message tonight is, and I post this on all my social medias because I genuinely am worried about this for people that don't understand how social media works for not just Trump supporters, but anybody that's fun, controversial, or interesting. You need to right now get if you're a big channel, you're probably not listening to us unless you're Owen Benjamin. Well, is Owen big? No, not really. He's big-ish, but
I doubt he's listening to us right now.
I doubt he is, but hey, if you are somebody that has a decent following, you're building a following, whatever it is, you need to get all of your followers' emails and phone numbers right now. If you are a smaller channel like us, or you're just an average Joe with a few friends on Facebook and Twitter, you need to get all of your friends and followers' emails and phone numbers right now because there's a big purge coming. It's going to be on social media. It's going to be on probably even credit cards and banks and other things, but there's a big purge coming. Even on Discord too. Even on DLive, even on, I don't know, it doesn't matter. If you are on a service, there's a purge coming. You need to get everybody you care about's phone number and email immediately because if it's going to happen. And I don't know if you're going to get whacked from it. Who knows who's going to get whacked, but people are going to get whacked. And you want to have that contact info before it's too late and you can't get it. So get it now. It's why I don't use Messenger as much as other people do. That's why I don't use any of these things. I always get emails and phone numbers because they can't take that from you. At least not yet. They can't take those from you. So you need to get them while you can. And encourage other people to do the same. Because, like I said, you got to get now before it's too late.
Yeah. So, gentlemen, where do we go? I mean, there's still shit breaking, obviously, but I guess where do we go from here?
I think. Yeah.
Or is it too early to ask that question? Maybe I'm prematurely asking that question, but I don't know.
Well, see, I think we need to go make a big deal about this and start fucking uniting with people that will fuck over the established, like literally at any fucking cost.
Yes. I totally agree, because I think my saying I'm going to say for every freaking day till we win is anytime somebody says, oh, the Democrats are the enemy, they're so awful, blah, 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 I will stop them and say, look, the Republican establishment is the real enemy. The establishment in general is the real enemy, not the Democrats. Look, we all want to defeat the Democrats, but we need to defeat the Republican establishment before we can defeat the Democrats. I mean, it's simple, because if we can't get good candidates, we're not going to win. We're not going to beat the Democrats. If we can't get our side right, we're not going to beat the other side. Look at what has the establishment given us. What have they given us in 2008? They gave us John McCain. He lost. What did they give us in 2012? They gave us fucking Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan, and they lost. What did they give us in 2016? Jeb Bush, and he lost to Donald J. Trump, who won the presidency. So it's very clear and very obvious that the future is Trump, the future is populism, the future is America First and MAGA. So you gotta get rid of the establishment. They're the ones holding us back. They're the ones trying to screw us over and keep the MAGA America First movement from growing anymore. So you gotta get rid of them. You gotta get them all out. Vote them out. We need to name them and shame them. Everyone that is a part of the establishment, everyone that's condemning Trump tonight, everyone that's blaming Trump tonight, everyone that's been an ever-Trumper, Ben Shapiro, Dan Crenshaw, all these people, you need to name them, expose them, shame them, show people that shit, vote them out. Run MAGA America First candidates, support them, share their information, share their shit, encourage people to vote for them. You need to get the establishment out and get the MAGA people in. It is the only way forward. I have to say, we got to kind of pause our fight with the Dems. Got to focus fully on this, because this is what needs to happen. Look, I disagree with some people on the right on a lot of things. But if you agree with me on getting rid of the establishment and fighting the establishment, and you're optical and you're smart, I am 100% on your side, and we will fight alongside. Groyper's are a great example. Look, I agree with people like Nick Fuentes on probably a lot of things, but disagree on some big things. And he's done some things, said some things I don't like, and have turned me off in many ways. But guess what? At the end of the day, we're heading in the right direction. We both agree the establishment's shit. We need to get rid of them. We both agree we need to put America first. So, hey, we could probably work together. We can work with Milo. We can work with Gavin. We can work with all these people. We need to, dare I say, unite the right. And this time, do it properly. No wignats. No unoptical people. No white nationalists. No white supremacists. None of that stupid shit, which is obviously morally wrong, but just strategically stupid. Get rid of that. Only cool people.
No backyard streaming comedians.
Yeah.
In air quotes.
Do we have to drink on that one? I mean, you didn't name drop it, but
I didn't say his name, but heck, I'm drinking my second Yingling of the evening because If there if I mean I drink on hump day anyway, but if there's any Wednesday where there's an excuse for a beer, it's today. So cheers to you watching and cheers to you guys. So
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree. And I think we can do this. It's just when you get real stupid shit like Q, get that shit out. No Q. Like, again, name and shame it. Q is dumb. Q is fake and
also,
gay.
yeah. Also, please stop asking me this goes to the same person on Facebook who I'm pretty sure is either watching this and or listening to it in podcast form. Please stop asking me what QAnon is. I have no idea. Okay? And that's the thing. Nobody knows what the fuck QAnon even is. It's a LARP. As I've said before, I think the whole purpose of QAnon, how they get you, is to figure out what it is. It's like one of those stupid never-ending, shows or something that just like keeps that like, they just keep throwing plot twists in, but there's never really any resolution, if that
Yeah,
makes
I mean,
sense.
we've beaten it to death like over the past few episodes because it's one of those things that started off that the left would like lose their shit over. And I'm like, dude, nobody believes this shit, especially Zoomers. I mean, Zoomers still don't believe in it, but these fucking boomers, man, on Facebook and Twitter, they get infected with it. And it's really Facebook's where they got infected with Q. And they contracted the Q virus and long before the coronavirus, and it's just so stupid. They fall for this. And Cernovich actually had a good tweet about just a few minutes ago. He said the QAnon stuff brain rotted a lot of people who in their personal and professional lives are complete pros. The most powerful mass delusion I've seen in my lifetime, even more powerful than Russiagate. I mean, he's true. It's true. It's shocking some of the
It's
people
true,
believe in it.
but what irritates me too is when people think that we're a part of it. That's
Oh
that's what
God.
that's what pisses me off more. That's what I'm talking about. It's like, no, I don't know what it is, and I'm not wasting my time on trying to figure out what it is.
Alex, are you a Q
So,
operative?
Yes.
Sam, are you a Q operative?
you
You got him. He's Q.
Oh, yeah, he's choking there.
well,
I heard a.
apparently I'm a Q operative without even knowing I'm a Q operative.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
like I kid you not. Okay, so I got this email like last year, like around April, where some where some guy emailed my show email that goes through my website has a contact one of those contact form things where you can email me and it goes to my inbox. So some guy emailed me and he was claiming to be like a special he was claiming to be like a special agent, like a retired CIA
Special.
guy.
Yeah,
And
emphasis on the
he
word special.
he wanted to come on my show, and he was like going to drop all these docs, and he was going to drop like all these documents on me.
Oh, on
And
you.
yeah, he like sent me some links to some stuff that was like, all about like government like involvement in like, the drug wars and like
Bruh.
pedo, rings. Like it wasn't stuff that made any sense. Like it was out there, right? And he wanted to come on my show. So like I asked him, like I was kind of playing along. Like I was like, wow, like why don't you take this to like Joe Rogan or to Rush Limbaugh or someone, with a much bigger presence? Why me? Like I was just kind of, and he's like, well, Sam, whether you realize or not, you're part of Q's plan. You
Oh,
are a
God.
Q. He basically did like the whole thing that Morpheus did to Neo in the Matrix, like almost like line for line, like you are the chosen one. So apparently, like I'm Q without even knowing I'm Q. You know, it, but it's like how many more people, how many boomers or even like Gen Xers have, because I've noticed it's a big thing with them too. How many of them have fallen for that exact same line?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Dude, it's just like so stupid. I mean, of all the things, fucking QAnon. It's just such this weird cryptic thing. And I laugh at it, but it's annoying because you see these establishment people using it as the excuse. Like, oh, Trump lost. Well, we lost Georgia because of QAnon and Trump. What happened today was
Yeah.
because of QAnon and Trump. It's like they're parroting what the left says. They're literally copying and pasting what the left says, saying everything bad that happens is because of Trump and QAnon. QAnon is just like, it's like a cult, you know. It is not widespread. Most people don't know what it is. It's just this weird cult. And look, I was in
I said a minute ago,
campaign.
we don't even know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I basically know what it is, but like everybody has their own fucking definition and like take on it. I mean, when I was in the campaign, I ran into a few of these people. Like they're there. They're not most people, but there's a few of them, and they just like jizz all over. They're like, "Oh my god, have you seen the latest Q drop?" I'm like, "Oh fuck!" Like, can I direct you towards like Infowars, Breitbart? Yeah, well, I mean, let's start with Fox. I mean, I don't like Fox, but let's start somewhere.
You you know you know you know conspiracy is bullshit when Alex Jones is saying that
Yeah.
it's bullshit.
That's what I like about Alex is he's able to separate the good conspiracies from the bad ones. Like Pizzagate's a good example where he's like, it's kind of a mixed bag, some good stuff, some bad stuff. And with Q, he's just like, nah, it's bullshit. Fuck that.
Well, it's like when it's so my stepdad was like starting to get into Q. He never really got into Q because like he's smart, but like he kind of dipped his toe in up until the point where like he found this video on like JFK is secretly alive, and he's like this 92-year-old war veteran, and he's been spotted at like this rally, and he's going to come back and like help Trump say, and like my stepdad was like, okay, this is BS. Like there's all this utopia related stuff with QAnon too, right? That like
To be fair, I heard that story about JFK and like Elvis. That's been going on long before Q.
yeah, well, yeah, that's my point though. Is like QAnon is filled with those types of conspiracy theories, right? It's like, you know, and look, I do believe the second coming is going to come, but I don't think it's going, because I'm a Christian and I believe that, but it's not Q related.
Yeah, Trump's not the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. Sorry.
No.
Dude, Q is like replacing God in these people's lives.
Well, that's what happens when you can't go to church. You get, go to Church of Q on the internet. For this, they're the ones that ban church.
Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, like, the country's going insane, and these lockdowns are part of that. I mean, I see it myself. Like, I've had some really rough, times because of it, because you can't go anywhere, you can't see people, you can't have fun, you can't live your life, and look, I understand when there's hard times, you have to take hard measures, but let people choose how they want to live and die. I mean,
Yeah.
I think a lot of this, like, I mean, this is the one thing I've been wondering is, would we have had the riots over the summer if we didn't have COVID? Would we have had the Capitol being stormed if we didn't have COVID?
I mean, maybe like here's the thing. If George, if let's say if let's say that COVID was around and George Floyd still got killed. Like, let's say that everything except for COVID in 2020 still happened. I think we still would see riots over George, Floyd's death because that's kind of BLM's MO, so to speak.
BLM wasn't even like they were around a lot in like 2013, but they went radio silent until then.
They did riot in Ferguson though, like in 2015 though. So like it's and people forget that. So it's not like George Floyd was their first, was their first rodeo. So I think we would have seen it maybe, but I don't think it would have been nearly as drastic. You know, I think it was just fuel on the fire to, the COVID shit.
I think COVID fueled a lot of like the mass riots because people felt like they had nothing to lose. They were bored. It was finally a chance for them to get out and like go wild. I I think it just fuels things and could be like the tipping point, the straw that breaks the camel's back. I have to laugh at this one person in one of my college group me chats. He says about the storming of the Capitol. He says, "Not gonna lie, this gives me March on the Jedi Temple vibes."
They didn't, but they weren't even killing people.
I know. It's so
Why are
funny.
people like, oh, this is so terrible? This is terrorism. This is like, if this is a terrorist attack, this has got to be the worst. Like, probably the worst terrorist attack I've ever seen. Maybe I don't know. Compared to the one in like what was it, Carolina or whatever, or Georgia. Like, it's not like, I mean, that's shitty fucking terrorist attack. They literally killed nobody except like the only person that died was from their side by a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
Someone I follow on Twitter was saying that, oh my God, this is like the Russian Revolution and they're staging a coup. Well, if that was their attempt at a coup, it was a pretty, shitty attempt at one.
Yeah, I like how they keep calling it insurrection. I'm like, yo, it makes it sound badass.
Yeah, like no shots were fired other than by the police.
Yeah.
Truth.
Yeah, you would think a bunch of right wingers would be fucking armed. No. I mean, it's DC, so who's gonna risk it, especially after Enrique?
Yeah.
According to IG, Steven is active now. I just DM'd him. Translation. Morgan said, "Mr. Face, Sammy." Aw.
Yeah, Morgan was one of the original. He was also one of the people who left Owen's cult with me, and then he was in the danger zone, and really then he went MIA for a while, and this is the first time in like I think a year and a half I've seen him. So yeah, welcome back to the Savage Express, Morgan, and welcome to the Mod Squad.
Savage Express sounds like a fucking like fruit whatchamacallit thing. Not salad.
A fruit roll up or
no, like a soda, like a fruit like soda or like specialty drink stand.
Yeah, well, I mean, Michael Savage already has the Savage Nation, although it's really funny because when I started this channel, people were like, "Dude, fuck Michael Savage. You're Savage Sam." And he stole his Savage name from you, so I'll take it.
I don't know if this is true. I need to fact check this, but apparently some of those people that stormed the Capitol stole hard drives.
Did they?
I don't know. I said I need to fact check it.
I feel like
that'd be great.
Do that shit,
Bruh, John Podesta's password. I don't think they had the best security.
Well, like they made their fucking Outlook open. Like you could do so much damage could have been done.
Yeah.
But see, the other thing is again, and I hate to keep bringing this up, but a lot of these politicians are like, are you really surprised that Podesta's password is password? Like he's a boomer, and like a lot of these people have their interns and staffers do all the technical
Yeah, but usually they have like
stuff.
policies on that shit. You know, it's like I wouldn't
Well,
think they'd be that stupid.
Well, yeah, they have policies, of course, but like, you know, but like every company and in school and whatnot, like, yeah, we all have policies, but do people follow them by the letter?
Well,
No.
usually like
So,
the other thing too is like when you have accounts for a lot of these things, especially if it's like the company that gives it to you or the government, they'll give you a password and a username.
They know these boomers would forget it, or they'd write it down on their device.
I could see them
Like,
doing
it's
that.
not like a company where you have to actually like hire them and you can be fired for stuff like that. Like they're fucking elected officials.
Right.
They don't have like they can't really be fired for like IT shit.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of confirmation on this. The only verified account that said this was Nicole Arbor, who's a comedian. But I think she's conservative. It says the hard drives in the offices in the Capitol have been taken by citizens.
yeah, but also Nicole Arbor joined the MAGA movement literally like 10 minutes ago. She
Oh, is she a
was
grifter?
I mean, she's kind of like a thought grifter, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not gonna lie. I tapped that. I knew who she was before she was MAGA. So, she like you've seen her. Like if I were to send one of her videos, I guarantee you would know who she was. She was She was one of those early YouTubers like Philip DeFranco who just did like jump cut, jump cut, jump cut in order to do a video.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard her name before, but obviously haven't looked into her much. Looks like they're doing something on the floor here. I can't quite tell, but Uncle Mike is receiving a bunch of papers.
Heck Boy says the only solution to this shit is balkanization, succession. Well, I don't think I think the solution is coming together and like having a discussion. Fat Heck Boy, I think that that's what the solution is, but that's not going to happen. So, I mean, if you really want to think about it, if we really want to get philosophical here, we're already kind of balkanized on social media and whatnot. And, in other ways, people don't want to have, we've kind of, we've kind of balkanized and succeeded, ourselves, more or less.
Yo, there's a tweet by Scott Greer where he says in 2011, left-wing protesters stormed the Wisconsin state capitol while it was in session. Nobody called it a terrorist attack. It's like this shit's happened before. Obviously, the Capitol hasn't been stormed to 1812 since that was the last time that shit happened. But selective outrage once again. Oh man, why is Nazi trending on Twitter? God damn it!
Oh, Trump's just like Hitler. He's a Nazi. I don't think the Nazis went unarmed into the Reichstag to take power. I think they had guns and they killed.
I think what was that? The long knives. I think that was a bit more brutal than this.
Yeah, I don't think that this wasn't targeting Jews. I mean, unless you want to go and say that how sort of like the Congress is the same thing, which that's a separate talking point, but I don't think you can really compare the two, especially like one of the biggest pictures, like it's some dude's like Mexican or whatever.
I noticed that. I thought that was like hilarious that they're, they think it's a bunch of old white men. Hispanic guy right in the center.
Yep. I don't want to tell you about that.
I wonder if Baked Alaska was at this. Oh no, he's still arrested, isn't he? He's still in jail.
What do you for this
Yep.
time? Is that for facing somebody?
Yeah, it's for his autistic macing.
Yeah, well, fucking him and Christian have something in common.
Bruh, it's so stupid. That guy's the biggest grifter ever. I mean, associating with him at this point is just stupid.
We love our cops, our law enforcement.
Is that what he says?
No, well, no, that was the stupid ass song that like Baked Alaska made that made him
That's what put him on the map.
Yeah, he made like this really stupid and he made this really stupid pro cop like rap song that like has no I mean it was cringy when it came out, and like now it has like especially today it just it was bad when it came out, but it's aged even worse.
You know what they should do is do that, but like show like a montage of like play the song, and then do like a montage of all the times that like cops, like shot and it like did stuff that piss off the right, like start arresting Proud Boys and like shooting that like one lady on the Capitol. Like that'd be funny. Like that'd be propaganda.
Brew City, if you're in chat right now, please do that. We have some people in this channel that do edits, so yeah, please. I can get you the track. I will email someone the track if they can do that. So Davey Crocco says that Baked Alaska was in DC, I guess. So
Like honestly, it wouldn't be that hard to make that video. You just need fucking Movie Maker and pictures.
Bruh, Movie Maker? What is this? This
You-
2005?
I mean,
make it with a tape deck if you really wanted.
I mean, I could do it. I have Final Cut, but like I'm still learning, so I'm not the best editor.
Dude,
It's a
it's
slide.
easy.
You could make that shit in fucking PowerPoint.
I could do it for you too. I'd gladly do that. I mean, it's funny. I mean, wasn't Baked also the one that started the Yang Gang? Didn't he do the Yang Gang video?
Yeah, he did. He made the song after he saw the way that things were going. He wanted to be part of the Groypers, I guess.
He wanted to hop on every trend. Like first it was Trump, then it was the alt-right, then it was Yang Gang, then it was Groypers. Now it's macing people in the fucking streets.
Yeah, fucking. Who did it better, him or Chris Chan?
That should be a meme.
Him macing someone on the street, then like compare that to like when Chris Chan maces the GameStop employee over Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh god, Mitt Romney. The best way we can show respect for the voters who are upset is by telling them the truth. Oh, Mitt.
Oh, fuck you, Mitt.
Oh, great. Yeah, we know the truth, man. You're a fucking traitor. Get him out.
The fact that people, I mean, let's be honest, Mitt is basically talking to himself. No, like, not even the boomers like Mitt anymore.
Yeah, not even the fucking Mormons really do, but I guess it's the one they got. So
No.
Bro, one of the stupidest things is when you were talking, like some of these Republicans, I learned this from the campaign, in certain areas think like, oh, this is still a more neocon area, we want to bring out the suburban vote. I'm like, yeah, so we're gonna do shit for Trump, right? No, we can't have much Trump shit. Like these people are like Romney, McCain types. I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Like literally, what happened in 2018, 2020? Trump wasn't on the ballot. Turnout goes down. Trump brings out people that normally don't vote for Republicans before. Like, these people don't get it. Like I've seen so many stupid takes. I'm just like, dude, sit down. Like all these people, I'm not even gonna like debate him anymore. I'll just be like, sit down. Shush. Wise up. That'll be my thing. I'll just pick wise up. Learn. Read a book. Maybe that should be it.
What Baked was Baked was in Pelosi's office, according apparently with Nick
No,
Fuentes.
that's a fake. I've seen that. That's a fake image. They
Dude,
were
that'd be-
sharing that, and they were like, "Oh, the white supremacist Nick Fuentes, an alt-right e-celeb, baked Alaska or at the Capitol," and it was totally fake.
You know, it'd be fine if the fucking Paul brothers somehow found their way into the Capitol. Like I could.
Oh God.
I could.
You
see
know,
it.
I think also Julia Rose is going to somehow find a way to insert herself into this too at some point. That's Jake Paul's e-thought girlfriend
Oh, the
who
model. Isn't he breaking up with her? Or no, Logan's breaking up with his girlfriend.
yeah.
Dude, could you imagine dating those fucking douchers? Oh God. Don
I'm
Lemon
surprised
just,
no, like when they broke into the Oval, like to the fucking Capitol building. Like I'm surprised no one just hid for like hours and then just like came out later like during this and been like, screw you guys.
that would have been funny.
Well, 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 do you remember a few years ago, like near the end of Obama's presidency, um, there was that guy who, like, who landed on the White House lawn,
I remember
entered the
that.
White House, and was like, Joe Rogan did a whole bit on it. How there was a guy like walking around the White House for like 10 minutes. So,
Yeah, their security, it's like, in many ways, it is like top notch, but like, dude, they have some fucking cracks in it.
well, I mean, they are government bureaucrats, so at the end of the day, so what do you expect? So,
Yeah.
God, during Obama presidency, like flew the drone into the I think it was into the White House, and it was actually like some dude who was drunk, like a employee.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was like a drone. They like flew around through there, and like it was back when drones were like the new thing.
Mm-hmm. I remember that.
there was a guy there was a guy there was a guy back in the 1980s uh who like broke into the Queen's uh I can't remember whether it was Buckingham or wherever the Queen was lived. The royal family has so many. Anyway, there was a guy who I think broke into one of the palaces and was in like broke in, wandered around, left, and broke in again, and then woke the Queen up. Like it made like international news that this guy had broken in twice, and that was almost like 35 years ago that happened. So, you know.
Yeah.
So breaking into government buildings is not
If you do it at the right time, it's sometimes not as hard as you'd think.
Like yeah, like especially the Capitol building because they did at least at one point in time do tours of it, like semi-public.
And the White
Like-
House does those Christmas tours.
Yeah, but like for stuff like this, it's different.
Yeah. Don Lemon looked dead into the camera and said to Trump, "You are the worst of the worst, and someday in the future, that will be all anyone will remember of you."
Nope.
No, sir. We'll remember as the fucking best president ever. I'm just
Well-
so tired of this shit. Like, it's like after Charlottesville, something totally unconnected to, Trump. They just pounce hard on it, and they're like, "He is the worst president ever. This is his worst moment. It's one of the worst moments in American history." Like, they just go freaking at it. I'm like, what did
If
he
he's
do?
the first president ever, how the fuck did he get more votes than Obama?
Yep.
And I love how they're acting like Don Lemon is like a big rebel or something too. It's like no, Don, you're on you're not the one who's banned. You're not the one. You're on fucking national cable TV saying this, like, with your producers and in your, like, corporate control room and
Mm-hmm.
whatnot.
Yeah, they think they're all hot shit, like they're the fucking, Nirvana coming onto the scene. It's like, no, you guys are the fucking record companies. Like, what are you? You're nothing special. You're nothing like going against the grain.
Yeah, not when the big fucking corporations all support you.
Yeah.
Look who supports them and look who supports Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Which one's a rebel and which one's the establishment?
Yeah. Yeah, it's always just it's like a fucking endless cycle. That's how I wonder with Biden and what are they gonna do now? Because they love Trump for their ratings. Are they gonna still keep bringing him up and bashing him and like blaming him for shit, or are they gonna
Well,
find
it's
somebody
funny.
else?
It's funny that you mentioned that because Keith Olbermann, that washed out,
Mm-hmm.
sports commentator or whatever he's doing. I'm not even sure he does sports anymore. He has said that he's still going to keep an eye on Trump. Like that, like Trump derangement syndrome has literally become that guy's grift. And I mean, I actually, did I ever tell you guys my Keith Olbermann story?
No, please do.
So, okay, so like 7 years ago, it was literally the month I had just moved here from Florida to Colorado. Um, and I went to the mall with my mom, and she went into a couple of stores that I didn't want to go into, so I was waiting, and I was waiting by like one of those couch areas that had, like, a couple couches, a coffee table, and they had ESPN on, but they had ESPN2 on, and Keith Olbermann was on. So I tweeted out, like, I just tweeted out like, I didn't know that Keith Olbermann had a show on ESPN again. Furthermore, ESPN2. I'm kind of surprised. Just an innocuous tweet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then I send that out, and literally like 2 minutes later, I see reply from Keith Olbermann. I don't appreciate your tone, young man. I don't like what
Did we lose Sam?
on TV. I didn't know you were still relevant. So he tweets back at me like, uh, son, this is one battle you do not want to get into. So so I just started tweeting back and forth, but no, it gets better because I'm watching his show, right? And then I noticed that, like, as he cuts to commercial break at one point, I see him grab his phone, like, as it's cutting to commercial, and reach out to type something. I figured out that he was tweeting back at me during commercial breaks, basically. And in between his show. So eventually he blocked me. And so for a while on my bio, I had proudly blocked by Keith Olbermann on my Twitter handle.
That's
So that
awesome.
so that was fun. And then I guess that account of it, like, he changed accounts and then I was unblocked. So, you know, boo. But yeah, I was blocked by him for like, like 5 years. That was fun. So
Dude, you should print it out. It's a badge of honor.
there I actually got written up in some like blogs for that. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I almost got blocked by Lauren Southern, but it didn't happen. I know Phil did, but I don't know. Maybe I got lost in her mentions. I don't know, or maybe I got her and she couldn't do it because I called her out in the right way. But dude, blocks are a fucking badge of honor if you get it from the right people.
Yep. Yeah, it's I wish times were simpler like that again.
Yeah, that's what happens when you take the red pill. It's a jolt of reality that comes with a cost. We were in the blue pill till 2016, then boom, we entered the red pill, and now we have people storm the fucking Capitol.
Depends on what you define as a red pill. Um, I mean, because I was personally, I would say that me following Andrew Breitbart back in 2011 was kind of my awakening, at least how the media worked. Which was a big kind of red pill moment for me. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, some people it happened to sooner and later, but for the general country as a whole, like, I mean, culture and society changed, and politics, of course, in 2016. Like, hasn't been the same.
For sure.
And it's a red pill. It's the red pill generation, red pill movement, red pill times. I mean, whatever you want to call it. Things are different. That's why I am so optimistic and hopeful. Despite all the setbacks, despite anything bad that happens, it's like, look, we have entered a time of great awakening, great change. I can't be a doomer now. I mean, I just can't.
And okay, so this is actually a question I want to ask. So, how long do you guys think Biden has as POTUS, assuming he gets in?
I give him 2 years.
I see. I'm with Davey on this one. Biden lasts 6 months due to medical issues, and then we get Kamala. The guy is not well. Like like that's the other thing. Call me a conspiracy theorist. Of course I'm already linked to the truth movement somewhat, so it doesn't matter. But I mean, Biden he's not doing well.
Yeah, I still think they're gonna keep him in for the full term, honestly. One thing I could see, even though I think he would run for the second term, I could see him do one term and have Kamal run for the the next one for 2024. But I really don't think they'd swap him out for Kamal. I think it's more useful to have it the way it is for them, because Biden is a puppet. Kamala's like kind of a puppet, but in many ways, she's smart enough and fierce enough that she would go rogue if she wanted to, or just say fuck it to some things. Whereas Biden's too just fucking stupid and like outdated to even do that.
The one thing I will give Ben Shapiro credit for, because I do listen to his podcast just to see what he has to say sometimes. And the one thing he did say that I thought was interesting was that Kamala was very much she's kind of the female Barack Obama. She's a radical, but she's also a schemer somewhat. She has Obama's apparent charisma. That she's going to so I'm not saying I like Biden, but out of the two, I think I would prefer that Biden stay in as long as possible. But I think the left is also going to try and do whatever they can to get Biden out of the way as soon as possible so that they can install Kamala, who's more radical. But
Mm-hmm.
then again, you might be right, but I definitely don't think Kamala is going away anytime soon, unfortunately.
See, I kind of disagree with Ben's take that Kamala is the female Obama. I think they wanted her to be, but it became a forced meme because she really. I mean, I thought she was going to get the nomination, but, she got the second best thing. I think she's more of, like. That's what she wants to be, but she just isn't. She wants to be the female Obama, but she isn't. She
No,
doesn't have it all.
no, and I don't think she is, but I think Ben's saying that that's how a lot of Democrats see her, which I have actually heard some Dems say that. Um, Generally, look, Obama on the surface has the likability factor.
She does not.
Kamala does not.
Yeah. She could have, but she doesn't. And that's what I'm always saying is that she's like, it's like what she wants to be. She wants to be the female bomb, but she isn't. And I think it's more useful for them to have her as a VP because it's kind of like Dick Cheney. Yeah, you're not the president, but you're running the show secretly, behind the scenes, second in line. So she is basically going to be the president, but she's
So you
sneaky
think,
about.
so you think she'll pull a Dick Cheney and be the puppet master?
Absolutely. And I think that's where my prediction of her, getting the nomination kind of wasn't, people mocked me like, oh, you got it wrong. I was like, did I? Did I? Because look at where we are. It's like she kind of had the nomination getting the VP slot because we knew the VP would be controlling Biden, and she got it. So she got the next best seat in the House, maybe the better seat because you have less attention on you when you're the VP. So there's that. And did anybody see that she pretty much ripped off that freedom story that she had, where she said, "Oh, I was a little girl during the civil rights movement, and a cop asked me what I wanted, and I said
Yeah,
freedom."
yeah.
And that was ripped off from a Playboy interview with Martin Luther King.
Oof.
Yeah.
She literally plagiarized the greatest civil rights leader in the country, Martin Luther King, that everybody makes statues for and bows down to, but nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Nope. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. And the Georgia results pretty much.
Well, I mean, let's not only that, let's not forget that she called Joe Biden a
Racist.
rapist.
Yeah, she did.
Well, a racist and a rapist too. Or like a sexual predator at one point, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But then once she got the nominee, oh my God, oh my God, I've been friends with Joe for 25 years. I worked with his son.
Oh God.
You know, I worked with his son to reform criminal justice. Meanwhile, she has the highest black incarceration rate in San Francisco. as district attorney, which interestingly enough, I did a stream on that very thing when she became like the nominee. And the excerpt of that, like I clipped that specifically. The stream didn't get taken down, but the excerpt clip where I talked to her, where I talked to a criminal justice record, did get taken down. It didn't have that many views, but you know, which is the other surprising thing, but still.
Wow. Oh, one thing too, talking about things getting taken down. There's a lot of people spreading that this more disinfo. Like, this way it kind of annoys me really badly about a lot of these events and these, you know, echo chambers online. Is the guy with the bullhorns that was storming the Capitol. A lot of people were saying he's Antifa. And Elijah Schaefer's debunking that. He says, people keep saying this guy's Antifa BLM. He is not. Stop spreading disinfo. I've spoken to him in depth on camera in Arizona. He's a huge supporter of QAnon and regularly walks around with a sign saying, quote, Q sent me. How does this stuff keep spreading? Stick to the facts. Oh, God. These fucking Q people. Imagine holding a sign, Q sent me. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Dang, Q's like their fucking prophet. They're gods, some of these people. Yeah, he says, I'm not claiming I know what side he's on. Just talk to him a lot about Q, and those that know him personally tell me he's a great patriot. So I'm just saying the BLM tie doesn't make sense. That makes sense. Fucking Q.
Yeah, Davey and Morgan, you missed my epic rant at the beginning of the show. I'm a bit I'm a bit more calm now that I've had some of my beer, but man, I was fired up at the beginning of the stream,
Yeah, you were
so.
coming in hot.
Also, sorry guys. I know that you guys are never getting monetized on YouTube because of that rant, but
Yeah, that's okay. We're
you
not
know,
for the money. We're in it for the fun.
so well, who knows? You know, we might have a certain group project that you know, I might invest some of that Streamlabs money into at some point. So,
Oh, really? You got money from Streamlabs? Oh, from the super chats?
yeah.
Oh, nice.
No, I wish I wish Streamlabs was a sponsor. So that would be awesome, but I doubt they would like the content of my stream/podcast. So
yeah. Apparently there was a rumor, I know this is a little off topic, but apparently there was a rumor going around, and I saw it too today that, wait, is this, I don't know, something different, but I was hearing like that Cyberpunk 2077 has like lost 80% of its gamers, which I don't know how really true that actually is, but it makes some sense because, you know, once you beat the story, a lot of people like stop playing for a bit or change it up to something else. So
Yeah, I mean, I already beat the game, so what's the point?
Oh, apparently that story that I was posting where it was like all these devs supposedly talking about the state of the studio and everything, and they were talking about Keanu. Remember that thing I was rattling off? Like, CD Projekt Red even sent out a tweet saying, normally we don't comment on rumors, but this time we want to make an exception as this story is simply not true.
Of course they're going to say that, though.
So, never mind, Alex. I was going to ask you a question, but might not be good on a live stream. I'll ask it offline in case anyone wants to play Cyberpunk without spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers, bruh. I still haven't played
Yeah.
mine yet, but wait for that GPU.
I personally don't care about spoilers. I don't even have like I don't even have a PS4.
Here,
Let alone
how would you have felt if somebody spoiled you that Mandalorian season 2 finale?
I would have been pissed.
Exactly,
probably.
man. That's how I feel about spoilers now. I used to I don't know. I mean, I've never liked spoiling, but like with social media and all these shows getting there's big surprises or big twists, like especially Game of Thrones or something like that. Dude, if I was spoiled on certain things, I would just be enraged. I remember.
Did you? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Alex actually spoiled The Last Jedi's ending for me, and initially I was like, "Oh man, why did you have to spoil that?" But like once I saw the movie, I was like, "Nah, it wasn't worth it." It wasn't.
Did you?
Doesn't matter. It was shit.
So you saw the ending of The Mandalorian, right?
Oh yeah, it was awesome. I loved it. I'm glad
Did
I
you
knew
see
nothing about that.
Did you see that Pablo Hidalgo?
Yeah, dude, he was
made
being an asshole to fans.
Well, he made fun of Star Wars Theory, which for those of you who don't know, for those of you who aren't nerds like us, Star Wars Theory is probably the biggest independent like Star Wars channel on YouTube. And he got emotional, like he was crying on his live stream when Luke Skywalker came back. And for those who I just found this out, but Star Wars Theory had cancer when he was a kid, and Luke Skywalker was like one of his, like as a kid, dealing with cancer, like Luke Skywalker was one of his heroes that kind of helped him get through that. So, he's been very emotionally tied to the character. So seeing Luke return on The Mandalorian, was emotional for him, and Pablo Hidalgo just kind of shit on him, and like people were getting outraged, like it's kind of funny how he shot himself in the foot over it. So
well, I've heard that that's not the first time that Pablo has done that a few times, and other people at Lucasfilm have done that a few times, and it's just, dude, don't shit on your fans. I mean, that's just so stupid. I mean, I can't believe this even has to be like told to them, like, hey, don't make fun of the people that are literally crying over your content and how much they love it. And I understand not everybody's gonna get that emotional over something, maybe think it's silly, whatever, but dude, your fans are emotionally connected to your work. I mean, you should love that, and shows doesn't give a shit.
Not only that, but don't shit on the biggest YouTube channel that is like literally helping people stay involved in your franchise.
Yeah.
Don't
Alright.
don't shit on a big channel that is literally helping promote your stuff. So honestly, that's how stupid some of these companies are, though. They bite, they hurt people who are literally trying to help them.
Yeah.
So
it's like, what are you doing? I mean, if I was like Lucasfilm, I probably would have fired that guy if I saw that.
People are calling for him to be fired, and look, people are like, oh, well, that's cancel culture. No, no, it's not.
No.
It's people. It's people getting tired of bullies and what like you said, Pablo Hidalgo has done this before. So,
Yeah.
um Jolly, think fast in chat. What's your take on I know that you're the probably the biggest Star Wars fan besides me in chat. So, let's see.
Nice. Yeah, I love Star Wars. I
Uh,
mean, especially the Mandalorian. I think if Disney had started with that, I would have loved, the future. But dude, they made me hate something I love because of the sequels.
mm-hmm.
But the
Well, I
Mandalorian's
think
awesome.
that I think that's the case, for the entire thing. Um, yeah. Three Olives in chat says, "What a shitty day."
Not
Well,
really.
Three Olives, that's why I'm drinking. So, Joey asked, what was the question again? Well, I'm flirting with Morgan. I haven't forgotten you, Morgan. I could never forget you. Jolly, I was just asking, since you're a Star Wars fan, what do you think of the whole thing with Pablo Hidalgo, shitting on fans, basically, again?
Yeah, he's such a dick,
But
Pablo Hidalgo. I remember I
yeah.
found out about him from that Star Wars show they were doing on YouTube, and they would like talk to him about stuff. That's when I first heard about him, but I knew nothing about him until these interactions with fans. And people have the tweet screenshot, even though he privated his account. And it makes it worse because he put that tweet as his banner on his Twitter of him mocking fans.
Yes. Now, my favorite person in the Star Wars universe right now.
Is it Favreau or Filoni?
Well, okay, I love Favreau and Filoni, but aside from that, I have to admit I'm a simp for
Gina.
Gina. Yeah,
Yes.
I will admit to being a simp for Gina Carano. So feel free to make funny or what, but do yourself a favor and please Google her before you do so. So
Oh, Mandalorian season 3 got delayed, and he's gonna be writing the Ahsoka series. Filoni. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm a little worried about is, and I'm not gonna spoil the ending to the Mandalorian for anyone, but the way they end it, I'm kind of worried. What are they gonna do now? Because in many ways, the series could have literally like ended at this season, but there's a lot of shit that they set up that they're gonna explore in a future season. It's such a hit.
well, yeah.
Well,
Jolly
and the
says,
other thing I'm worried about too is I hope Filoni doesn't get tied into a bunch of other projects that hurt. It's more quantity and less quality because he's going to be a writer on the Book of Boba Fett, Ahsoka, Rangers of the New Republic. Like, Disney's just pumping all these fucking shows out. I'm like, okay, we're having oversaturation again. We've been here before. This is the problem we had before. Too many movies. Now we're going to have too many shows.
well, that's what they did with Marvel, right?
Yeah.
And I did say this to my mom the other day because she's been a big Star Wars fan since, I mean, she was in college you know, when Star Wars came out in 77. And I grew up with the prequel trilogy. Yeah, say what you will about them, but like going to see them like every 2 to 3 years was a big deal, like in theaters. Like
Oh yeah.
it was a holiday. Even the sequel trilogies was a big deal. But now, because they're making series and they're like, they're coming out with new stuff like every year. Like, I don't know, it's kind of lost its, you know, like special like going to see Star Wars used to be a big event, and it's not anymore. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, it's because like anything, the more of it there is, the less value there is, and that's where you hurt yourself. Is if you're pumping out so much that you oversaturate it, it's less valuable because it's like, oh, it's just another Star Wars movie. When before it was like, no, this is a new Star Wars movie. We haven't had one in years, and you had to wait a
Yeah.
decade between trilogies. I mean, it just simply isn't gonna. It's not gonna be the same. You don't have the same level of quality when you do that.
In a way, that's why I'm happy to be a James. That is why I'm still happy to be a James Bond fan because they're not cranking out James Bond films every year.
That guy on the fucking YouTube on that stream, and he's like doing all these fucking hand motions and shit.
Yeah, he's waving his hands
boop.
around trying to do some Jedi mind tricks.
Fuck's going on there? And it's like little doctor fucking mask. Like, oh, I'm so cool. I'm wearing a fucking mask when I'm speaking. Oh,
I'm so um I'm so good. I'm so righteous. I'm gonna go back to that for a second and see what he was saying.
It's fun. It's funny watching this because on my stream I have it on mute, so to me it just looks like a guy, doing hand gestures. So, but
Yeah,
Jolly
I
says,
have the video on mute because it's just
yeah.
boring crap, but I'm gonna go back to it. Oh, he's from PA.
oh boy.
Ooh.
Oh wait, I think he was calling out voter fraud.
Oh, good.
I think he was based. Or was he waving the hands? Because, yeah, he was really waving them. Da, da, da. Let's see. Oh my god. Do they follow Robert's rules?
Of course they probably do. Look at fucking Pence. He's like,
Yeah, he was laughing there.
the fucking burglar over there helping steal.
Okay, so this is interesting. So YouTube, or no, not YouTube. Twitter suspended Trump for posting a video, but Facebook has not suspended Trump's page yet.
No, they
He
did
said,
24-hour suspension, I thought.
well, uh, let me post this in Discord then. They might have given him they might have like given him a 24-hour suspension, but um this is still showing up for me. I put in Chad's chat.
Well, no, his account is still gonna be there, but when they suspend him from posting, it's like they kind of put you in timeout, but your account's still there, sort of thing. It's the
Yeah.
same thing with his Twitter. Like his Twitter's still there. Like I can access all his tweets, but he can't tweet. It's a weird sort of like, like half of a suspension almost. You're suspended from posting, but you're not. Your account isn't suspended.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Uh, hell of a day.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what do you think? Speaking of stars, what do you think of the Book of Boba Fett?
Um, I'm more curious than anything. What I want them to do is I I I like the idea of Boba Fett as a villain. Um, because he is.
Is he?
But well, what I don't want to have happen is for them to do Star Wars meets John Wick, which is what I feel like they're going to do.
Dude, that'd be
And
badass.
I mean, it would be, but as like a John Wick fan, do we need
Wait, what's
do
this?
we
What is this Book of Boba Fett? What's going on with that?
So when you see the second
mm,
season, this will make sense. But they're doing a Boba Fett TV show now,
yeah,
which
they're doing what yeah.
on some, first of all, I think the title sounds really like stupid. The Book of Boba Fett, like maybe they're. I bet when you watch the show, you'll be like, oh, that's why it's called that. But the title sounds
Well,
very unintimidating.
well, they're also ripping off the title of like one of like the Punisher or Marvel comics from the 80s, which I think is like it's like the book of Frank Castle or like Frank Castle's books of blood or something like that or
Oh, really?
something like that. So
Basically, though, but it's a Boba Fett show, and they're bringing. I do love that they've brought back the guy that played Jango Fett. That then they like in the special editions they replaced the original Boba Fett voice with the guy that played Jango's to keep it consistent. So he is going to be Boba, and I mean, I feel like I mean, it sounds cool. I am intrigued, but you gotta be careful with Boba Fett because if you do too much of him, it kind of ruins it. Because he's kind of always that character that you only see a little bit of, and that's what keeps it cool. Is that he's got that mystique. You don't really know a lot about him, and same with Django. It's like you don't really see much of Django. It's like they picked up this dude that's like a Mandalorian maybe, and they've cloned him, and you don't really know a lot about him, just like Boba. So
the olive says probably won't be that good. He's like an anti-hero now. Which I mean, yeah, that's my one problem because
mm,
I mean to me when the Mandalorian first started like in the first season, I kind of saw Mando as an anti-hero. So
kind of is because he's like a bounty hunter, but he decides to make a personal decision for good reasons.
yeah.
But at the same
So
time, and Boba Fett, I
so
mean, Boba Fett to me isn't a good or bad guy. He's just a bounty hunter. He's kind of in that gray field.
so why have another one, right?
Yeah, that's where I don't quite understand. I mean, I know why they're
Yeah.
doing this because fans love Boba Fett, but I don't know what they're gonna do
Well,
with
yeah,
him.
that.
Yeah, because you can't really make Boba Fett good, but you can't make him like evil either. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's probably not a good idea to make like a show about him, unless it's like a limited series.
Which who knows? It might be.
Yeah, and that's what I hope they do with all these shows they've announced, because they announced like 6 shows. I hope they're just 1 or 2 season shows.
I know we're gonna get like Dave's talking about with Mando, we're at least going to get up to season 5 if everything go. Now, the other thing that people have to consider is with COVID, being a thing now, what's gonna happen,
Well,
right?
it's already delayed because of COVID and because Filoni's helping out with some of these other shows, but I hope it gets delayed. I don't want it rushed in for them to fuck it up. Apparently, the
I
Book of
mean,
Boba Fett is what Disney has wanted since buying Lucasfilm, according to
Why did
Screen
they
Rant.
talk fucking do it?
What?
Well,
Why
well, I
they
mean,
do it then?
Yeah, I don't know. And yeah,
he's gonna
what?
the Olive says, and he's gonna rule over the crime syndicate. That's how it will work. A, a nice crime boss. Yeah, see, I wouldn't mind if they did that. Like, if they made Boba Fett kind of like the Tony Soprano of the Star Wars universe, I could, except for not fat, but if they
Dude, he was
made Boba,
Boba Fett in this fucking season.
oh my God, he was Tony Soprano. He was the Tony Soprano of Star Wars. So, which by the way, Jeff, I fucking love. Of course, who doesn't love The Sopranos? But Jeff started watching The Sopranos, so
I heard a little bit
he
of
and I
that
have,
before I had to turn
yeah.
off the stream.
Wait, did you turn off the stream already?
No, I'm talking about their stream on Twitch.
Yeah, the one I did last week. So, uh,
Yeah, I do agree. I hope they don't turn Boba Fett into a good guy. But like, if you're gonna make a show about him, like, you're inevitably gonna have to make him a goodish guy, or else nobody's gonna watch it.
yeah, well, at least develop his character. You know, like in the original trilogy, let's face it, he just kind of stood around and looked cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But I think again, it's one of those characters you gotta be delicate with. It's like I'd like to explore it, but not too much.
Mhm.
Honestly, a Jango Fett one might have been. I know it's not what the fans would have wanted, but that might have been actually a better route, to be honest.
I'm sure they'll get there eventually. The big news is Star Wars: The High Republic, right?
Oh, the comic
Like,
series, yeah.
well, no, they're making a show too.
Oh, are they? Let me Google
Yeah,
that
but
shit.
like it's being criticized, and rightly so, as like being as it as being like highly SJW.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't know if they're making a show because I just still see the comic series.
Okay, well, hopefully that's all it is.
Yeah.
But
Isn't it kind of in the Old Republic era?
supposedly it's like before. Supposedly it's supposed to be like before the old, or like, yeah. Supposedly, from what I understand, it's supposed to be like before the old Republic era. So kind of like the first era of
Mm-hmm.
Star Wars, so to speak.
It says it's set 200 years before the events of the Skywalker saga and 800 years after the fall of the Old Republic. So I guess it's between the Old Republic and the Age of the Republic, the Skywalker, timeline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we've talked about this before, but what I want is I want them to do the Old Republic era. I want them to
Yes.
do Revan,
Yes.
and I want them to do Revan as a man, damn it. And what do the fans want? We want Keanu Reeves as Revan.
See, that
Damn
would
it.
be
That
cool, but I feel like you would just see Keanu in it. Like, that's the problem, is you just see Keanu. You don't see the character, you know what I mean? I love Keanu, but I know Star Wars either intentionally or
Yeah.
unintentionally does this thing where they pick unknowns, and even when they pick known people, but they slip them in a way that they really fully are their character. They're not Liam Neeson. They're not Ian McGregor. They are that character.
like, although to be honest, like before Keanu kind of came back, right, as John Wick before he made his big comeback, I always saw Keanu as Revan, like, playing the Kodo games and then reading like the older puppet comics as a kid. So it's not that far-fetched. Now, you mentioned that, like well-known actors like Liam Neeson and Ewan McGregor. Ewan McGregor was an unknown actor before,
Right.
the Phantom Menace. So, I mean, look, if they have an unknown actor who can play Revan, go for it.
Yeah. I think I know what you're thinking of, though. So Star Wars: The High Republic is the comic, but the TV version that they're making of like the last few days of that era is called Star Wars: The Acolyte. Yeah, it's Acolyte. That's how it's spelled. The Acolyte. So that's basically going to be the High Republic TV show. I think the Ahsoka one should be really interesting because it's probably going to deal with that Thrawn stuff, which I never finished Rebels, so I don't know the full lore on that. But
I'm in the middle of
gonna be
season
doing
3.
that. Dude, what did you think of Rebels?
I mean, I'm not done with it, so like so far it's good. I'm in the midst of season 3. My problem with him introducing Thrawn is purely nostalgia in the sense that I grew up with Thrawn from the Thrawn trilogy of the 90s. So to me, that's how I will always see that's how I'll always see Thrawn. So
I
it's
never liked Rebels, honestly. I thought the animation was really bad, and it just, compared to the Clone Wars, it was just not on the same level.
the one thing I like about I'm still in the midst of the Clone Wars too. The one thing I like about Rebels is that it's a lot shorter too. Like
See, that's what I loved about. I mean, where are you on the Clone Wars?
I'm somewhere in the midst of season. Okay, so basically I started the series on when it was still on Netflix.
Yeah.
And then when they pulled the plug on and then like when Disney Plus took over, I forgot where I left off, so I think I'm in the midst of season 3
Okay,
somewhere.
so yeah, you're in the part where the first 2 seasons are good, but the show finds its form in season 3 when they start doing
The
these like 3 to 4 episode arcs. That's when it's like really, really gets really good, and by the later
yeah,
seasons, it's awesome.
the first 2 seasons of the Clone Wars, my biggest problem with it is, and again, yes, I know it's a kids show, as a whole, but the first 2 seasons are purely a kids show, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen it as an adult, but I mean, I started watching that show from the first episode and watched every episode when it aired, and I bet the first 2 had that more, kiddie vibe, but when you get like they had some more adult episodes, like the Rookies episode for all those clones that were on that base, and they start getting ambushed and attacked. But when you get into the later seasons, it gets a lot darker. Like seasons 4 and 5. 5
Yeah.
was probably the best season. That shit was so good, and it really takes form there. But you appreciate the length of the show then, because it's like, I think even then it was something like 20 episodes, and then they went to the 13 episodes. I still need to watch the last season, but that's when like the length makes perfect sense and it works really well. You get these like 3 to 4 episode stories that they take their time, they're not rushed, and you really get into the universe. Yeah, 5th season was 20 episodes. Yeah, and they were like 2022, and the length really worked well.
Joey, I'm currently playing KOTOR 2 right now.
Oh, nice.
Not sure why you would have a boner for Kreia, considering that she's like, 100 years older. Well, I do know why, because
Grandma
she's
like to fuck.
because well, no, it's not that. It's because she's evil and Jolly is also evil.
Now, I thought with Korea, I thought that her alignment, I thought she was one whose alignment depended on your character's alignment. It'd be the opposite of whatever your character was.
Thing with Freya is, and spoiler alert for a 17-year-old game at this point,
Well,
but
I don't think
she
one played that yet.
Yeah, I haven't
but
played
she's
that
a
yet. No spoilers.
well,
I thought there was one character whose alignment would be the opposite of whatever your alignment was. And I thought she was the one. Maybe it was someone else.
she's one of those characters. She's kind of one of those characters that like um she's one of those characters that kind of is like neither light nor dark. So
Interesting. I am going to play those games eventually once I get my new PC because they look awesome. I'm playing some.
You play that on your old PC, Sean. I'm fairly
hey,
Yeah, but I'm playing
Hey.
Deus Ex right now.
hey Sean, I mean hey Morgan, I don't judge. So
Yeah, Revan's in the SWOTOR game, so that's my interaction with Revan, but I do need to play the KOTOR ones. I've been playing Deus Ex. For anybody that hasn't played that, it's from the 90s, and it's like a fucking, if Alex Jones made a video game that was based off the Matrix, this would be it. It's got some pretty big red pills coming in hot right out the gate. And I'm like about 30% through the game, I think, roughly. So I still got a bit to go, but I hope to be done with that game before I get my new PC all set up. But did you ever play Battlefront 2, Sam?
which one? The new one that has shitty loot boxes, or the good one from 2006?
Yeah, that answers my question. Well, the new one, they actually finally got rid of those loot boxes and added a lot of content. I've heard, and I actually bought it because of this, it's actually pretty much what Battlefront 3 should have been. It's literally what we've wanted at this 2 years later, after when they ended their development on this game and live updates. So I tried checking it out again, but I've been playing the original Battlefront 2 quite often, like every night or so. I mean, God, that game is still great.
When I was in middle school, my friends and I would literally would like every once in a while, my Boy Scout patrol and we would get together, at someone's house,
Oh,
or
really?
hang out on Friday, and we would like sleep over and
Boy, that
like
was
like like
Don't do that today.
Well, now they have girls.
we would stay up to like we would stay up till like 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning just playing like Star Wars Battlefront. It was cool.
That's
So
awesome. People were out there playing sports. I was at home playing Battlefront 2 back in the day. That game was the shit. I loved it.
yeah.
It's still the shit, but back then, like, it was just, oh man. I mean, it was just so much fun, and you could do so much. The new ones, you couldn't do like a quarter of what you could do in that game. And they finally, after multiple updates, I think literally it was like 2 years of updates, the new Battlefront 2 has pretty much all the heroes that you had in the old games and more, and finally has like the equivalent number of maps, I think, because they had like Clone Wars era, they added the sequels, they had Rogue One, they had a bunch of shit finally to that game that really it felt like a full game at that point, what it was meant to be. And they got rid of loot boxes. They fixed a lot of the problems, and I mean, from what I understand, like it's actually probably one of the most surprisingly good redemption arcs for a game ever. So
there was this really fun game that was like that was a PSP exclusive back in the day called Battlefront Renegade
I
Squadron.
remember that. Yeah, I never
that
played it,
was
but I've heard of it.
that was fun. It never got like the critical success that it should have, but it was fun. So let's see. Uh, Olive says I used to play Counter-Strike religiously growing up. Was even in some leagues. I don't. I remember Counter-Strike being a thing when I was a kid, but I don't remember playing it ever.
Wasn't that what CS:GO is now?
Well, it's what do you think the CS stands for?
Yeah, I know, but wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't Counter-Strike something else like before
Well,
CS:GO?
they had Counter-Strike Source, and that was probably the one they're talking about. There was one before that, which was even older, but I think most people remember the Source one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like I know there were different games before, but isn't it like basically the same game as it is now?
For the most part, I mean, it's the same formats, just the graphics have changed. Now they had weapon skins.
Right. Yeah. That's what I thought. I don't know a lot about, but that's kind of what I've heard.
It's one of the more interesting ones too, because I think that game was a mod of either Quake or what's the one with the the Freeman guy, Half-Life. I think it was one of the mods of those games, and then it became like probably one of the first big esports games out there. It's very very skill intense.
Yeah, I think remember my roommate from freshman year. I think he played CS:GO.
Yeah, and they had that whole scandal with the skin lottery.
What was that? I don't remember that.
Yeah, so that was with CS:GO. Like, you used to be able to go and trade like skins, and people were, selling them and then like using them to like bet on like the thing like internet gamble.
Oh shit!
Like the whole operation out. That was actually pretty bad, like kind of funny, but like. And then my one friend, he got that skin fever at one point in time, and bought a bunch of skins. I'm like, this is so fucking stupid. Like, it was actually pretty ingenious because like Steam knew what was going on, but they didn't care because I think when they sold them on the marketplace, they got like a percentage of the the sales price. They took like a little tax on it. So and ever since then, I don't think Counter Strike has been quite as popular.
Yeah. Yeah, like and Jolly Roger, yeah, Battlefront 2 on PS2 was the tits. That's how I played it. And I now played on PC.
Yep.
But
PS2
I mean,
version of the Xbox One was the best.
Well, yeah, 'cause you had Xbox Live.
Yeah, the Xbox Live, and actually had the DLC you could get from there.
Yeah, what was in that DLC? I never had a fucking DLC.
They had like the Whip Lady.
The Whip Lady.
They had, like Kid Fisto.
Yo.
And like he actually, I forget what his power was, but he had something cool. Like, I don't know, did they ever add Kid Fisto in your version? But
Bro, I never had Kit. He's not even on the fucking PC version. The DLC that originally came out exclusively for the original Xbox version of the game was released for Xbox One version on June of 2019. Yeah, it was an Xbox exclusive, dude.
I guess it still is. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, that's insane. There's probably a modder out there that has it for the PC Steam version.
Yeah, no, like that was a shit. Like online, like that was why I think like, like the Xbox, it didn't have the exclusives of the PlayStation, and like, like the PlayStation I think won the first console war, but the Xbox was a close contender. GameCube kind of sucked, but they had a couple good things going for it. But like out of all the systems, like all of them could, they did have an online service. Like GameCube had one, PlayStation 2 did. There was like only a handful of games that used it, but it did like SOCOM and Final Fantasy like 11. But the Xbox was only like really built into it was like part of it from the get go. Like that was a big selling point, and Halo, like that was a big thing.
Yeah. Halo was the killer game for the Xbox.
But I know they had at least one at like you could play online on the GameCube, but it was just like I think maybe like one or two games.
Well, it says here, LucasArts released the first 2 downloadable content packages for the Xbox version of Battlefront 2. The free content added the Hero Assault mode to Kashyyyk. That's pretty cool. I don't know why that didn't come with it. Another Xbox Live download was made available on 2006, which had 2 new heroes, Kit Fisto and Asajj Ventress. That's interesting that they had Ventress in there, even before the Clone Wars TV show.
I think that was as the. Do you remember the original Clone Wars TV show?
Yeah, she was.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was created by the Genndy Tartakovsky who did Samurai Jack.
Which honestly, to me, that's why it took me so long to watch like the new Clone Wars, because for a long time I was like, what the fuck? Anakin never had an apprentice. This shit isn't the Clone Wars. This is the Clone Wars. And then, I finally relented once, I knew it was going to stay.
Yeah. No, they're both awesome. I love them both.
Yeah.
But yeah, they added her and Kit Fisto, like I said, to the game as well. And see, this is what is really cool. I wish my version had this. This has 4 maps from the original Battlefront: Yavin 4, Arena, Bespin, Cloud City, Ren Var Harbor, and Ren Var Citadel. I forget what those last 2 were, but I do remember the names. That was what I never liked about Battlefront 2, is it didn't have Bespin, which was one of my favorites on the Cloud City map on the original first Battlefront.
You need they had it, it's just not for your version.
Yeah. It says in addition, Hero Assault modes were added to Coruscant, Megiddo, and Naboo. The downloadable content is no longer available as the original Xbox Live servers were shut down in 2010, but it made it available for Xbox One. Yeah, I wish they add that to the fucking Steam, but I bet there's a mod I can find for that shit.
I'm waiting. One game I love to play, and it's single player only, but it's still fun to play, are the Max Payne games.
I never played those, but I've heard of them.
You can play the first one for real. I think you can play Max Payne 2 as well, since you have a PC. But yeah, they're real fun. It's if you like film noir and that type of stuff, then you've got to play them. You'll love them. It's basically like a detective, and you just go around like killing guys. I mean, the control is like, it's real basic in terms of like controls, but the story is like really cinematic. You'll love it.
Oh yeah, it's created by Rockstar. Yeah, I'm definitely interested.
Yeah.
Intrigued I am. Did you ever play Halo?
I mean, I never owned an Xbox, but I knew someone who had one, and I would always. So yes, I did.
You just didn't own it. You just played on the friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something. Honestly, I missed out on Halo because it looked like a lot of fucking fun, but I never had an Xbox. But I'm excited for the new Halo because it has a good potential to be good chance to be good.
I don't know, man. I have a bad feeling about the new Halo. Bungie, or what was it, 343 has not met up to like Bungie's shit with Halo.
Oh, I know. That's what I've heard people say, but I think what's gonna happen is they're gonna fuck it up on launch, and it's gonna be like kind of. I don't want to say it's gonna be like Battlefront 2, the new one, where it eventually gets good like 2 years later. But I think they're gonna fuck it up on launch, and then after like a few months to a year, people will be like, "Oh, it's good now." I think that's what's gonna happen.
Well, this brings up my major problem with games just in general, and I know I've ranted about this before, but like back in the day growing up, back in my day, because I'm an old codger, when you got a game, it was a finished product,
Yeah.
right? So
Still broken and glitchy.
Now, see, you look at the old Super Nintendo games, like I was playing an emulator with my brother a while ago. Half of those are complete shit. There's some good ones, so that's the only ones people remember. But for every good fucking Super Nintendo game, there was probably 5 like garbage, like broken fucking games.
yeah, that's true, but the point being is like, okay, so take the original Battlefield games that we love. Those were complete games. Like LucasArts took the time to make sure that those games were fucking good. Now, with games and with them being able to do updates, I mean, I don't know. Maybe this is just me, but it kind of feels like the gaming industry has taken the, eh, we can half-ass this shit because we can always go back and fix it later with updates. Like
That's definitely
like
what they do now, but like when I was playing Battlefront 2, the original, there's still major glitches in that. Like when you die on Mustafar and several other planets, you'll fall through the fucking map. And
oh yeah,
there's
oh
nothing
yeah,
game breaking though.
It's
Look at the camera controls for like any game made pre like PS2 era.
Yeah.
Like not PS, like really Xbox 360. Back when look at like Spyro, like all them, all these adventure games had like the shittiest camera controls. Like,
I mean, I'm not saying the games were perfect back then either. I'm not saying that. But to me, it seems like they deliberately half-ass shit now because they can go, like shit that that they should be able to, you know, take care of early on. They don't. Uh, yeah.
well,
Morgan says it perfectly.
they
Now
had
they want you to now they want you to pre-order unfinished. Yeah, shit. So
they had no choice back then. Like that's the thing. Not maybe that was a good thing in some aspects, but there's been a bunch of games too that like you know toward especially like Super Nintendo, those ones like before they had save functionality, it was a lot more common to see it like with the. I think there was one. It was some like game. It wasn't like it was like this sort of like like futuristic like game show thing where you kill people in the game show. And the final boss was like bugged or whatever, and you couldn't beat it. You couldn't beat the game. Like, and there was a bunch of stuff like that. But
pre-ordered. Olive
Bruh.
says pre-ordered ruined gaming.
Pre-orders are. I hated pre-order bonuses like back when those were like a lot more prevalent.
I think the
Yeah.
internet ruined gaming.
Yeah.
It ruined it in some ways, but it kind of enabled like whole genres of games
Oh
that
yeah.
previously. Like it's a double-edged sword.
Completely. Like I mean, multiplayer wouldn't fucking exist without the internet.
No.
As we know it.
It'd be split screen like LAN, but
Yeah, that's
that
gay. I mean, it's fun.
Well,
like co-op was really fun, like for Battlefront, but it's you want to get online.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that could be a whole nother stream but like people say the same thing about music, like the internet ruined music. That's what some people say. Now to me, like, and I
Double-edged
know
sword.
to me it's a double-edged sword. Like I know you don't like music streaming, but like for me in high school, like personally, I wouldn't have discovered Fleetwood Mac
Oh
if it
man.
weren't for if it if it weren't. Now, I mean, my parents knew who Fleetwood Mac was, but like I discovered them on my own through that. I discovered King Crimson on my own through the internet because of
Yeah.
you know.
No, I'm
So
kind of the same
it's
way where it's like I think the internet was mostly a gain for music because you could discover way more, but the downside was
exactly.
that albums kind of, I mean, yeah, albums still exist, but albums as an experience don't really exist as much anymore, and people just fucking buy singles and that's it. But
What
that happened before, so
although like although personally like if you're one of my friends, I'll make you I'm the one who makes you buy the whole album or add it to your streaming service or whatever.
yeah.
Listen listen to the whole thing and then get the inevitable. Oh my God, Sam, you were right to listen to this whole thing.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's a shame too because I think a lot of modern artists don't put a lot of effort into the full album. They do the hits and then everything else is like filler. But
not not commercial, but I've actually been
right.
contacted by a few SoundCloud uh bands here in Florida that are actually pretty good. I will say.
Oh yeah,
I've
no, I
been
mean the modern music I like is not commercial by any means, and they still do like full album experiences. But a lot of these like you look at like Adele's like famous album 21. It's you can see the hits and you can see the filler. Like it's pretty clear. I'm not saying
yeah.
the filler's bad compared to everything else, but you can tell that it was like some of the filler might be some like hidden gems for some people, but it's mostly like just clear filler.
I miss the 1980s when it comes to music. So
Yeah, I personally think music was the best from about 1962 till 1992. I mean, I'm being
yeah,
generous when I
same
say
here.
92, but
Yeah, same here.
yeah,
That's kind of my range too.
yeah.
Um, like late 60s to very early 90s has kind of been my range of music for most of 2020. I've just, kind of like in my daily listening.
Mhm.
So, um,
Bruh. I'm gonna get this paper tomorrow, but the New York Times, their headline is, and I'll go back to gaming and music, but it says Trump incites mob. That's their fucking
yeah.
headline.
Oh no, man, feel free to jump around. That's what this podcast has basically become.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I'm kind of getting I don't know how you guys feel, but for me politics kind of got boring around kind of when I got out of college, I'd say like 2018, 2019 it started to get really like 2019 was boring and then 2020 was just a fucking year of depression and nothingness and kind of like lost interest. Like I started losing interest right after CPAC, right when COVID started. And like, I don't know. I've kind of, my interest is coming back, but I mean, I'm like you've said before,
Enough,
Sam. I get more interested in talking about music and culture, gaming, movies.
have enough interest in it to cover it for the show, but honestly, the only time I really pay attention to politics now is when I'm doing show prep. And I mean, I'm happy to say it took me close to 15 years and 5 iterations of a podcast, but the Whitfield Report in its current iteration is literally my baby. And what I mean by that is like I can free flow from I can free flow from politics to music to movies to talking to you guys, whatever, and do 4 hours because I'm no longer intentionally trying to be like, oh, maybe I can hook into Turning Point and do a podcast for them. Maybe I can hook into Breitbart and do a podcast for them. Maybe I can hook up with Cringe, the Daily Wire, and do, I mean, before Ben became Cringe, that's where I thought it would end up because, you know,
Yeah,
I don't
dude,
know.
Ben has gone so downhill. Like, when we were, I mean, we joked about this for the past few days because, I mean, I'd heard about he had this, like, cringy reaction to the WAP thing, but I actually finally watched it the other day, and the line that fucking gets me is, who wants a wet pussy? I'm like, oh my god, Ben. The fuck is wrong with you?
Uh, it break it break. You know, I take that back. Part of me does want to go work for the Daily Wire just so that I can pull an Andrew and like post centerfold pictures on Ben's office wall.
Yeah, I heard he'd do that to fuck with him.
Oh, and from I've heard stories, and of course, yeah, I do wax poetic because I admire him. But from what I've heard, he was just a funny guy,
Yeah, he's a
and
troll.
that's me. I'm not out to really. I just want people to laugh. I'm a guy who I'm a guy who's jocular, but if you piss me off, I get righteously indignant. So.
Well, apparently they had the name of the Buffalo Cap guy.
Yeah, they found that out quite quickly. Dude, what's with all this shit? First, Chevron of all companies is like condemning the violence and saying how we need to come together and blah blah blah. Now fucking Chase, their CEO, I strongly condemn the violence in our nation's capital. This is not who we are as a people or our country. We are better than this. Our elected officials have a responsibility to call for an end to the violence, accept the results, and as our democracy has for hundreds of years support the peaceful transition of power. Now is the time to come together to strengthen our exceptional union. What's with all those fucking world corporations again now tweeting shit about this? Like, nobody fucking, like, just don't, you're here to fucking sell shit and do whatever you do. Like, Chevron here just sells gas, not give us, like, woke statements. But if Trump gets banned from everything, he's gonna be on Parler now. So, I wonder how it's gonna shake things up. Parler ain't gonna be ready for it. The thing's gonna crash.
Oh yeah, they I don't know what they're doing like financially or how they're doing financially or what they're doing with their shit.
Dude, they're showing images of the ransacked Senate offices. Like, there's papers everywhere. Holy shit. Yo, look at this guy. What is this? Is this real? What the fuck? Dude, look at this picture. I wonder if this guy's a Q dude. Or he's a boogaloo boy. I'm gonna post this in chads.
Apparently the Buffalo guy he had a Q sign.
Oh no, he was a big Q dude. That was the one I was reading where the people were saying he was Antifa, and Elijah Schaefer was like, no, you idiots. Like, this guy was literally like talking about Q nonstop. He said that Q sent him. Yeah, he says he's a huge supporter of QAnon and regularly walks around with a sign saying, quote, Q sent me. Dude, look at the picture of this dude that I just posted.
Yeah, I see him. Yeah, it looks like a LARPer.
Yeah, look at that. The fucking zip tie. It looks like fucking like Wolverine.
Yes.
His speculation is swearing that the zip ties were supposedly to possibly use to abduct members of Congress. Dude. Apparently, a West Virginia delegate who was just sworn in was among the mob storming the Capitol. Hey, Sam, I got your text.
Yep, sending you my contact card now.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, like I said, gotta send everybody this shit, or else you won't be able to find people. Create new contact. Oh, you do the you have a memoji.
Yeah, hold on.
Why is it still saying maybe Sam? I thought I created a contact. Sorry. I'll send you my contact card. Share contact with Sam Whitfield. Alright. I'm going to scroll through Twitter a little bit more and then we will close the stream soon. What is this? I'll probably just upload this to Parlor. He quit MAGA. I can't handle it. Dude, that's not Proud Boy.
Morgan, I will send you the link to I can't send you the link to the DZ Discord, but I can send you a link to my Discord. You've been gone a while, Morgan, so long story short, I'm on my second Discord account, which is a story in and of itself.
I remember that saga.
Oh, yes. Actually, Morgan, you can probably find a couple live streams that I've done on it from 2020. But all right. If any of you guys want to join,
what the fuck? When Lynn Wood supposedly said on Parlor during the whole storming of the Capitol, he said they let him in. Get the firing squads ready. Pence goes first. The fuck? That Lynn Wood guy's crazy.
So who is this? I'm confused as to who this Lynn Wood guy is.
He was the lawyer that was the head of the lawsuit Nick Sandmann was doing against all the media outlets.
Oh.
I don't know. Here's the thing. He was on TV. I don't know how much he actually did for that lawsuit. I've heard conflicting things, so I really don't know how much he was really doing with that, but, take it for what you will. And he's just been going bonkers recently. Like, I bet he's a Q guy.
Sierra goes, I regularly jack off to my DMs with Sam's old account. Well, I mean, whatever does it for you, Serial.
Black Twitter. Oh, did you see this shit? People were saying that the reason that the Republicans were able to storm the Capitol is because of white privilege. Because the cops let them go because they were white.
That's funny because I think I posted it earlier. There was Black Panthers did the same thing in '67 with pretty much similar results.
Yeah.
And they didn't get shot.
Yep.
So there was more white people got shot than when the Black Panthers raided. So that goes out the fucking door.
Mm-hmm. Oh, whoa. Breaking news. Twitter just suspended Lynn Wood. Yep.
Not surprised.
I'm actually surprised because usually they keep these like kooky people on to make the right look bad. Like Spencer's still on here.
Well, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. Linwood isn't kooky enough.
Oh,
so
damn, the standards must be high then.
I mean, not kooky enough for Twitter. I mean,
yeah, his account's fucking suspended. Interesting. Alrighty then. I guess that's a note to end it on.
Yep, we didn't go for 4 hours like we've done before.
Yeah,
but
we went for like 6. Because I kept the stream on actually the whole time.
Oh, really? I cut mine off at 1:55 earlier, and it still isn't done processing.
Damn,
So
dude, this one's gonna take light years to process.
yeah, well, unlike this one, unlike the last one I'm recording this one to my hard drive. So.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm gonna do because when I was uploading all of our shit to fuck, what's it called?
Rumble.
No, the other thing.
Anchor.
Anchor. Yep, that's right. I was downloading the videos, extracting the audio, but I don't know why I didn't think to do this, but I wasn't backing up the videos. But what I'm gonna do is back up all these streams because, lose our channel, we lose all the streams, all the other videos, like the videos that we've made. And the radio broadcasts, I already have that shit backed up, but I don't have the streams backed up, so we gotta do that.
Yeah. Basic. So I know you came into the stream late, but for those who are joining these, I'm co-hosting with Sean and Alex, who have their own channel, Real News on Versamedia, which is their channel. And we cross streams a lot, so to speak. So so yeah. That's who's on the horn.
Yeah, we enjoy it. So we'll close it out for tonight, but I hope everybody's safe. I hope we all had fun shooting the shit here despite all the shenanigans. And Why is it categorized as entertainment? This is not an entertainment show. This is a news and politics show. But yeah, dude, wild fucking day. Wild day. One for the history books. Remember.
I don't know.
The 6th of January.
I don't know. This stream has been pretty entertaining, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it works. I'm gonna make that the fucking 6th of January. Make that the fucking description on the video.
Discord, my Discord link is in the live chat. So before the stream ends, if anyone wants to hop in, feel free to do so.
Bruh, remember the bass Chinaman from the TPUSA meetings, Alex?
Yeah.
That I was friends with. He's like, I just saw Trump supporters are running into the hill. You guys are really doing something, huh? By the way, hope those guys succeed. Only with the firm support from Trump. Oh my god, yes. This is what he was hoping for, because he's like, where he's from, it's like this shit's like normal. So he's like, you guys should storm your government and take back the power. And I'm like, yeah, we kind of don't do that here. Fast forward to today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, as I said on Facebook, and as I've said on other platforms today, people have been giving me crap for being kind of skeptical of 2021 being a good year. And all I have to say is I think today more or less validated. I think today more or less validated my skepticism. So buckle up, mofos. It's gonna be a bumpy ride again.
Yeah.
So,
well, we'll close the stream. This is probably just as long or longer. It's gotta be not as long as our election day stream. We're at almost 8 hours. So thank you, people, for tuning in or sticking around for as long as you did. Thank you for the 2 likes. Appreciate that. And I hope we got some subs from this, but I don't know if we did. But thank you, everyone, and stay safe out there. It's gonna get crazier.
yep. And for those listening on the Whitfield Report side of things, God bless, God save this great nation, God, freedom, legacy in that order. And I will see you guys technically today for the Thursday show, and then again on Saturday. So thank you guys for watching, and God bless. And please like, subscribe, all that, and leave the podcast a 5-star rating. Good night and God bless.
Wash your hands and clean your penis.
And